watch how we do it. We keep on moving, jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it.
Some time so long ago, I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a You're spinning round and round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah, turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. We
again. Do I repent this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun, now lost the ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lies I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just to let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, down and gone, now lost the ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. To the place where take me to the place now. Take me to that place now. Yeah, the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done and gone, now lost the ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. and that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last. I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. My mind till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around.
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
Blow out the candles, honey. Come down the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sang my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you.
like you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a You're spinning round and round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 We gotta
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕的，反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。事将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Welcome once again to the Spring Festival Super Weekend. We're in the last day of week number 2, and we're wearing all blue and white for the theme of the weekend. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox. Are you ready for a finale to this Super Weekend?
I am more than ready. I mean, look how great these graphics look, by the way. Can I just say, looking real good. I think it's sick. We have Xiaohu playing later, and we have the Year of the Tiger. It's still coming together.
It's all working out. Plus, after Series 1, got a little surprise on our hands for the people that stick around after the first series. So we'll see how that all goes. We got to talk about the performances we saw yesterday in the games because it wasn't as long of a day as the first day of this Super Weekend, but it definitely took its toll for sure on a couple of these teams, as we did see LNG continue their undefeated series streak as they took a 2-0 over Team WE, a contested match between JDG and FPX, and EDG just keep things rolling as the world champions.
Yeah, EDG looking very dominant. It's kind of what we've come to expect. LNG, it's just unfortunate for WE because it's a hard matchup, but LNG and EDG now both are 4-0. The middle series is really the talking point, though. JDG managing to beat out FPX, and FPX, they actually won the first game, looked really convincing, and then just started to flop. There was some critical errors. I mean, game 3, the enemy Corki ended up being 4-0 at like 8 minutes or something because of some failed dives. It was just not clean, and is the reason they now have a loss on the board.
Yeah, and it's definitely a hard loss to take in a series like that as well. They were looking so bright and burning with such passion, at least so far in their early season. But hey, that's what Phoenixes are for. They get reborn from the ashes. But that brings us to the big topic of what we have going on in the standings right now. We still have some undefeated teams, especially looking at V5 and BLG. We still have a bunch of games to play to catch up to the other teams. But EDG, LNG, the top of the table seem to all be solidifying themselves, while we still have a bunch of big name teams looking to pick up wins.
That's the thing with yesterday. We saw EDG and LG able to pull away from FPX, who are now 3-1. JDG, that win was like super impactful, right? They're now just there in 10th place, 2-2, managed to keep themselves in, you know, in a decent spot compared to if they'd end up being 1-3. But today's match is what we're focused on now. RNG against ID, two storied orgs with plenty of accomplishments between them. And then we have V5 against Top Esports, our match of the week with Rookie up against Knight. Some banger matches coming up.
Absolutely. You took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, every single one of these matches is sure to be a bloodbath, and it's just all excited to be able to kick it off, and especially with all the festivities we've had already this weekend. But we're talking about this first matchup. You know, we have Anyone's Legend taking on Weibo Gaming. Talking about Weibo Gaming a little bit more, I love it, and maybe it's not a big deal to anybody else, but the wholesomeness coming out of this team is amazing, especially from Hwanfong. But it's all about Wholesome Brother Gaming over there, my friend. And we do have a little bit of a clip to tee us off here and show a little bit of that wholesomeness coming from Hwanfong, so let's listen in.
Got the Shy on your roster. They can move towards this bottom lane. The in hit is open. There's a mini.
Nice. Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good. Nice. My team is very good. Very good. Nice. Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Chalked onto the board. They're 1-0.
You get to hear a little bit of Hwanfong there, and I love the editing skills of our team. My goodness, just making it happen. But it was the Demacia Cup show up. It was the smiles. It was the absolute happiness radiating from this team. And yes, it's not Sword Art playing a majority of the games at all so far in the LPL, but it is Hwanfong. It is that wholesomeness. This team, I'm buying a ticket to anything they've got going here, Ox.
I think that's the thing, right? Teams can be good and they're obviously going to attract fans, but you love to see when a team are just having fun, right? Even if it's not like Weibo are at the very top of the standings, they haven't had flawless gameplay, but they've been pretty good. But it's just the fact that they look like they're enjoying themselves, they're having a good time. And Hwanfong, man, that clip, it just had me cracking up. It was so sweet.
And in that Demacia Cup clip, they like came out on the stage like hugging each other. Like it's just awesome to see. I love it. But we do got to talk about some serious standouts from this team, and a majority of the reason why they're having so much fun. And it is their duo carries. It is the Shy who has found a resurgence in 2022, and Hwanfong, who we've been talking about this entire time.
Yeah, I mean, Hwanfong has looked really solid, right? Third in a range of stats, has been a strong late game carry for the team and a great option to lean towards. But, you know, we have to talk about the Shy. Considering he had a Ghost Teleport Grasp Victor top game, which went, you know, as you would expect, he still has been doing a remarkable amount for his team. Huge amounts of damage, highest in damage per minute, second in damage percentage, and his Gwen has honestly just been absolutely insane. I mean, it's what we expect from the Shy, but even so, it clearly illustrates that Weibo have a great top laner who they can rely on as a carry in those team fights to be a threat on the enemy backline, but also a great backliner themselves in Huang Fong who can just carry if he's left unchecked.
And it's just the stability it seems like both these players bring to the table, but also the rule of thirds it seems for Huang Fong there. But it has been incredible to watch this team, and we get to see a little bit of that action here with the team. When things don't look their brightest, they still find a way to pull out wins.
And I think the main thing that's been really solid from Huang Fong is finding that sort of ideal distance whereby you're remaining safe, but you're still able to participate, still able to get damage down, pick up kills. Clips like this where he ends up getting a quadra kill where, you know, he's close enough to constantly be getting damage out, but still ends the fight full HP and unthreatened. And then, honestly, I'm just going to say it. It's going to flat out put it down. Gwen is broken. Gwen is disturbingly
You heard
broken.
it here first from us.
Yeah, the Shy definitely makes Gwen look a little bit more broken than everyone else. I will say that much. Absolute massive threat and issue to be dealt with when he's on the enemy team.
And we're talking about wholesome, but it just feels good to see the Shy finding success again, right? It's been a little bit of a rough time for the man. He still finds a way to shine either way, but to be able to see him shine as well as his team is what makes me happy.
Absolutely, and if he stops picking as much things like Ghost Teleport Grass Victor top, then maybe he'll shine even more.
Hey, I'm thinking he's just going to make that one shine itself. But this fight in particular for me was very, very rough for Weibo Gaming. But they turned it around on its head through some insane damage through that Gwen you're talking about for the Shy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just having multiple carries. Because you see at the end, Huang Fong gets threatened, right? They're jumping on him. It leaves the Shy in a position to sort of strike back. And I think it's really valuable when you have a team that has like multiple sort of players you can put resources into who will effectively carry, multiple people to rely on later, because it means even if one does have a rough game, you still have someone else. Even if one is targeted, you still have someone else. And it'll be interesting to see how the draft develops for these teams and where they look to focus. But I think when we look on the other side, anyone's legend, I think there's one play in particular who stands out for me.
It definitely is one player indeed, and it is Betty, who, you know, I think is ready to take on that carry role here, and it shows in his early spring performances.
And he's been playing a ton of Jinx, right? And yesterday we kind of saw when teams were hitting upwards, right, having success. In fact, it wasn't even just yesterday, it was the day before as well when RNG dropped a game. It was kind of like the Jinx, right? Jinx is really becomes an issue if you don't deal with it, you don't focus it down. You can see her just start to ramp up, pick up kills in those team fights, and Betty has been honestly just stellar on the pick. So it'll be interesting to see if they let Betty get the Jinx. Interesting to see what they do to shut it down, but I feel like if he goes unchecked, this is anyone's legend's greatest sort of win con.
It is, and you see the early game focus there for him, right? Early kills, solo kills, trying to be the biggest carry you can. And it all comes together when you do get Xiao Hao focusing this bot lane, when you do get that influence from Cho as well.
Yeah, I love that. Just the Gale Force that hits the Nort.
So
and
confident,
then force to finish off Gala. But yeah, and I think if you make mistakes like that, you know, if you commit to skirmishes that you don't factor in the strength of the Jinx to clean up in the early game, that's where you can see Betty getting fed. That's where you can see him then be a dominant force in the team fight. But honestly, you know, this is against RNG. This is Gala and Ming.
It is.
And we saw Betty and Chocho having some solid 2v2 performances, right? Actually managing to win out in this skirmish in game 3 a couple of days ago. And then another thing, honestly, this is something I just love to see from Jinxes in general. I feel like it's a sign of like a player who's very experienced on it, which, you know, Betty clearly is, but just being able to snipe from across the map, pick up targets, be present in a fight, essentially when you're not even there, that really for me is like the slickest thing. And it's an easy way to pick up 3 kills, 3 gold.
Yeah, it's the cherry on top, and you see right there, Wade definitely not a fan of that cherry, but it is impressive to see, and that's where you're looking at tonight. The big matchup for us being this bot lane, right? We talked a lot about Huang Fong, how he's a key, you know, motivational factor, it seems, for the team, but he's also a huge carry for the team. And to go against Betty, to have that that ADC matchup down there, obviously influenced by a lot of other things, is going to be so crucial for this best of 3.
What's interesting is in the LPL generally, we've seen the supports lean super heavily towards these engaged supports, right? You have your Leonas, your Nautiluses, things like Thresher there as well. Whereas in other regions, like for example, in the LCK, Karma is like first picked, right? It's first picked or banned even. Lulu very high priority, a lot of Yumi. We hadn't really seen that recently. And then in the past couple of days, we've actually seen a lot more enchanters coming in, right? We had games where it was like Lulu on one side, Yumi on the other side. We've seen a bit more Caitlyn left open with Lux's coming in. We've seen Karmas as well. And it's interesting to see this shift, this dynamic change. I still think we are going to be seeing a lot of those engaged supports, don't get me wrong, but it's just interesting to see that we're getting a bit more of the enchanters come out. I think Hung for XPX was one of the first to be like frequently picking enchanters in the right scenario, but I feel like we could be seeing more and more, because when you have these strong scaling AD carries who are such a threat, having an enchanter who can bolster that can make a massive difference. The thing is though, you need to have your engaged sourced from somewhere else.
Yeah, that's where I wonder, especially when you're looking at that early pool, when you're looking at the first couple bans, what we see. I would expect a lot of those primary, those high priority ADCs to be taken off the board, as those are what seems like it's going to be focused on at least. But still, like we were talking about earlier, the Gwen for the Shy, the aggressive early junglers, the Xin Zhao, the Viegos, those kinds of things are going to be key in this series. And as we see the players getting ready for the draft, we get to see them on our screens. It just gets the blood pumping. It means that we're that much closer to finally seeing these two teams do battle.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about like the Gwen for the Shy, the Jinx for Betty. I think these are picks you just have to get rid of, right?
Absolutely.
Especially Gwen. I said it before, I'll say it again. I think this champion is just straight up broken. And I think, like, you know, Jace has a decent answer in the laning phase, but Jace kind of needs resources, right? You have to play through Jace to sort of make him flourish. And I just feel like if you leave the Shy unchecked on Gwen, you're just going to have this massive issue in the late game. The most disturbing thing I'm seeing is when it's Gwen, Xin Zhao, and it's like the Venn diagram where you just can't attack anything within that zone. It's so painful. So we'll see how the draft pans out. We'll see the priorities that come in, but ultimately I think targeting these things will be pretty valuable here.
And yeah, I think so as well. And especially, you know, those big picks we've obviously seen throughout the last 2 weeks, and I feel like imbalanced presence we have in the LPL right now. There's a strict dozen champions that are picked almost or banned almost every single game, so that was definitely a fun one. But I do want to hone in a little bit more on a player that has been really proving himself, but we haven't necessarily talked too much on, and it's on. And being able to see him step in right in the place of Sword Art and really have an influence on the team, on those, you know, semi-engaged, semi-enchanter champions, having a little bit more of a diverse pool. That's also going to be a little side note for me as we go into this draft and seeing exactly what they want to prioritize for on as we do get into game number 1. Ox, I'm so excited. Weibo Gaming on blue side. It is Anyone's Legend on the red side. Renekton LeBlanc bans for Weibo Gaming for the first 2. TF Caitlyn banned away by AL.
And I think AL, honestly, pretty comfortable on the red side, right? Because it means you can get counter pick support potentially. It means you have less issues to deal with. For Weibo, interesting, we see the Tryndamere ban come out. Potentially don't want that as a counter pick to cause issues for the Shy, give him a bit more freedom to pick what he wants. So we'll see what this last ban ends up being for Anyone's Legend. Could look in multiple directions. I feel like Gwen's probably going to get picked to the first 3 if you don't ban it now, but they're going to go for the Aphelios instead. See what Weibo look to prioritize.
And I would like to honestly see if Anyone's Legend maybe puts a little bit more eggs into the maple basket. I mean, they already do so, right? He's got a 70% KP. He's got almost 32% damage percentage for the team. So this mid matchup is going to be very influential on the rest of the team. But I wonder how much more influential we'll see. How many more eggs into those baskets we will get, as it was the first pick Corki and the Xin Zhao Jinx double lock-in for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, really strong team fight. No surprise to see the Jinx coming out for Betty. Now, Weibo, you have a multiple choices here. The Gwen is something you can pick up here if you really want to prioritize it early, if you're confident in this blind pick ability. But also there's things like support pick can be really relevant. Thresh may be open and available and maybe a problem. It looks like they're going to go for Trundle in the jungle, so something that can match this in Zhao in early skirmishes and duel him. And they are going to lock that Gwen in. No real surprises there. Now for Anyone's Legend, you have choices. You can pick a support, ban away counters, give Betty as much eggs in his basket, or you could go for something in the mid lane. Victor makes sense, or if you want to counter the Gwen, something in the top lane. I feel like it's kind of like, which do you want to answer, or do you just want to put your eggs in the bot lane basket? And it looks like they might be leaning towards securing that Victor. They want a good answer to the Corki, something that can take priority early, scale well, and give a really solid backline for Anyone's Legend. I expect though, Anyone's Legend AD carry bans can make a lot of sense in this situation, right? You know, the pool is kind of limited. 2 are already taken off the card, well 3 with 1 being picked. For Weibo, those supports, you really want to limit that pool of availability to Chocho.
Yeah, you absolutely need to. I know everybody's so excited about this new matchup between Corky and Victor here. It's very exciting, very neck-breaking.
Revolutionary.
Revolutionary. Oh, man. The glorious evolution. We are into the second phase of bans. Jace banned away by Weibo. They're on the blue side. Karma, that support focus going in for AL.
Yeah, so the Jace, talked about it a little bit before, it is one of those matchups that are actually good into the Gwen, so they really are trying to secure the Shy as much advantages as possible. Anyone's Legend, by the way, the Karma suggests that maybe they're leaning towards a Lulu, right? Karma does well into Lulu because he's also an enchanter, but on top of that has the ability to win trades and poke out. I think if you look at Anyone's Legend, they kind of get the feeling, okay, right, they're putting so many eggs into the Shy basket, maybe they are just going to play a sort of more weak side oriented bot lane, trimming out the Ezreal in this situation, and Weibo kind of call out Anyone's Legend on the Karma ban by banning away that Lulu. So it'll be interesting to see. I feel like you could just take top here to Anyone's Legend, and then you can leave your support for counter pick. I think that'd make a lot of sense in this situation. So we'll see what options they come up with here. Jack would be a good answer in the 1v1, but if you just focused on team fight, Kennen makes a ton of sense.
We were talking yesterday about the game of circles. Apparently, Anyone's Legend has bought into that one here. I do really like the Kennen here to set up their team fight, especially in the later game where it seems like they're opting into. But Weibo just have their ideas set in stone, it seems like. They are insta-picking a lot of these, and they insta-lock in the Zyra Khan.
Yeah, very committed to that one. It gives them good engage tools, which I think is important here, right? You have, you know, strong carries and sort of the Gwen in the Corky, but you want something that can get on top of the Jinx, and the Khan provides that. The laning's pretty solid as well, but I think Anyone's Legend are kind of fine with this situation. They end up picking the Nautilus, which is obviously going to provide that single target lockdown, but, you know, they've got strong team fight. They've got Betty on Jinx. I don't think they can really ask for 2 more. And Weibo, they've got decent answers, right? The Trundle to the Xin Zhao's good. The Shy is going to be a problem later on. They have the package to play around. But I feel like Anyone's Legend are pretty happy with how this draft has gone.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot about, you know, weathering that early storm, if there is one, and keeping themselves on track to set up in front of objectives, make sure they're not getting caught, you know, with their hand in the cookie jar or anything along those lines. And that's why I think, you know, the Nautilus for Chocho is huge to round out the composition. You need a little bit of that engaged front line. You need that decision making to be there to target call and pick apart the team fight comp and pick apart a lot of these high damage carries for the side of Weibo.
I think ZZ's role is going to be so impactful here, right, on the Kennen, because the Nautilus is good at, you know, single target engage. The Xin Zhao can jump in, sure, but if the Kennen can get in a flank, that's when things can really take off. The fight can start, you can find the momentum, Betty can start to get resets. That's where things can go well, because my one concern is Angel will be able to do quite a bit of poke from a distance. That can cause some issues for Maple, for Betty. And on top of that, Wongfong, we'll see what build he goes. If it is the Lethality build, he can obviously snipe quite a bit from a distance, but these are sort of safer backline carries, right, for Weibo. If you have backline threat onto a Corky and a Xayah, they both have sort of tools to deal with that.
They do indeed. Well, the tools are going to be on the table here, and they've got to find a way to use them. We've got our first game of the last day in week number 2. The Spring Festival Super Weekend continues. Anyone's Legend taking on Weibo Gaming.
How wild does it do that? It's almost 2 weeks done already.
I don't even want to think about it at this
by.
point.
It's just, I mean, it's been rapid. I'll say that much. But we've had some banging games and expect more here. And we do, I'm going to note, we have the Airy coming out from Huangfeng, so probably going to be that Lethality. Oh, I have to hold a thought. There's actually
the grand entrance onto Maple. Flash Bird for the mid laner of Anyone's Legend already.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good start. That's exactly what you want, right? Put some pressure on the Victor in the early levels. Means you can't have much agency. If he steps up too far, you against a Trundle, right? If the pillar's behind you, not much a Victor can do. What is the Shy doing?
What is he doing? He's just having a good time. He wanted to see some of the scenery, walk around a little bit, you know, maybe feed the duckies that are up there, and he's gonna walk all the way back around.
Yeah, this is the scenic route. This is the scenic route back to lane.
Oh my goodness. I need like a clip of this of just like some nice subtle music as the Shy walks through the jungle, and then he gets the better end of the trade against CDZ.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Gwen, right? Don't toy with Gwen level 1. I don't think ZDZ was expecting this Shy to come from there, even though it's on the question mark ping, and actually had to bin a health pot, so a little bit unfortunate overall. I've got to go back to my point before. We have the Airy from Huang Huang, which means it's going to be that lethality Dire. It means it works at a bit longer range, right? You have a bit of poke as well with it. So a lot of poke threat on his backline of anyone's legend that they have to be a little bit concerned about. They kind of need to start the fight to break that up. But already, talking fighting, we're seeing a lot of action here.
They get the Grand Entrance back, just a little trading between these supports. Their health bars, definitely what they're paying with right now. Yeah, the trading back and forth in the top lane as well. I do want to note that we have opposite side pathings for both these junglers. So a little bit of a different idea for either side.
Yeah, and it kind of, I think especially with Xiao Hao going towards the bot lane, it's kind of the expectation of anyone's legend, right? They really want to put the eggs in the Betty basket. ZDZ, he's going to have a fun time trying to poke down the Shy, but he's essentially just there to be a force in the team fight. And, you know, as much as he's harassing him down, this is Doran kill, this is the second win. Like, Kennen's AD is so low. That was one of the nerfs they did to him, right? When he was like that menace in the top lane. His base AD is like 46 or something like that. It's like you auto the Shy and he probably heals more HP on the fact that you autoed him overall. It's really kind of depressing at times.
That's a little sad. I guess we'll see as if that actually becomes a factor in the early game. But the Shy is making it happen right now because he is literally proxying the wave against ZDZ. And I don't know if it's true, but ZDZ is probably in his comms like, guys, I need something up here. I need some kind of help.
Anyone's legend, just cut him out the comms. Just don't listen to him. Ignore him, right? Don't even bother, man. He's on it. You're on your own. Literally, just mute the top. Mute his pings. You know, he's like assist pings spamming. But we see, you know, Xiao Hao is putting some pressure down towards the bot lane. He's going to pick up the Krugs to trade off on either side of the map. And as much as they're not probably going to be able to dive in this situation, it's showing where the team are putting their resources, right? It's showing where they're putting the pressure down. And it's allowing Betty and Chocho in this situation to play really aggressive, right? They're able to push up. They're able to harass under tower a bit. And on the other side, that was the reason the Shy knew he could go for that proxy, right? You don't do that if your jungler's not there, if the enemy jungler isn't on the other side.
Yeah, and that's what I love about this. Both junglers kind of realizing the state that they're in and taking advantage of that. Staying away from each other and making sure they feel confident. It will end up in poor SOFM going down to his Krubs and realizing they aren't there. But he is back onto the map first as Xiao Hao's resets just now coming through.
Let's see what they want to do here. Remember, Maple no flash, but we haven't seen anything really come through it. And that's one of the issues with the Corki is he's not the most active laner, right? He can't really do too much to threaten the Victor needed levels. Has actually gone for the very early Hex Drinker. I have seen, you know, early-ish Hex Drinkers come out just to deal with the threat from the Victor. Once you have that available, you can contest the wave a bit easier and you can't really chunk you that hard. But it's still very early to see, right? He doesn't even have a tier completed yet, and he's picking up the Hex Drinker.
Yeah, I was actually curious about that when I saw it completed in his inventory. We'll see how that works out for him, when he'll be able to get that tier, when he can start stacking up, kind of delaying that late game scaling. But on taking a bit of damage on a trade while he's trying to get the poke and try to do a little healing for Hanfang.
Yeah, and you know, there's been a lot of back and forth in this bot lane, but I don't really expect too much because the problem is, right, if Nautilus goes in too heavy, the feathers stack up, you can get bursted. But on the other side, if On goes too deep or just gets caught by some CC, gets trapped by the Chompers, it's very easy to see him getting going down as well. So a little bit of a delicate lane for the supports, and I think that's kind of the thing when you have, you know, in quotation marks, squishier supports.
Yeah, very true. And when we see, you know, the setup up here in the top lane, I was actually pretty proud of ZDZ. He's gotten back into the farming situation. Wave's a little bit wonky for him here so far, but at least he's feeling a little bit better than getting proxied early on. But SOFM definitely wants to put some more hurt into that basket.
Yeah, I mean, it's just allowing the Shy to do what he wants, right? And the wave is such a bad spot for ZDZ because it's pushing him to the other side, because he has to overextend the contested, and he doesn't know that SOFM is reset, so he has to kind of play with the threat that constantly, okay, I could die. And he just has to kind of be okay. You see on the other side, everyone's legend going to secure that dragon, pick that one up, easy as can be, and it's kind of, again, showing the presence of the team to lean towards that bot side. We haven't seen too much roaming for the supports, is a thing to note, but I do expect them to be looking for resets fairly soon and to lean towards the top side and look for the Herald, right? Typically what we see, supports will head to that top side of the map and look to set up around that Herald. It's going to be up in about a minute 25, and both of them are the sort of champions who can have a pretty big impact in those skirmishes.
And at this point, this is where we were putting a lot of focus into the bot lane 2v2s, the bot lane ADC position as well. But we also were talking a lot about the jungle and how these are the facilitators for these teams. These are who typically gets the ball rolling, right? And in this game so far, 7 minutes in, we haven't gotten a super big influence from either jungler. We talked earlier, they were kind of separating the map a little bit. No big ganks have really been pulled off. It's just been a bit of a farm fest. And to me, that signals that AL are actually fine with that. They are looking for that scale. They are looking to get to that late game team fight potential.
I think that's the thing, is both teams have late game elements, right? But also we've seen teams both focusing like opposite sides to each other. Speaking of focusing,
with the storm coming through, but the Shy, it looks like he's going to be just fine.
That's pretty big though, right? Because you've just burnt that slicing maelstrom, Herald up in 30 seconds. So if Weibo want to prioritize that, I feel like anyone's actually not in the best position to contest it. Either way, they do get the ghost from the Shy, which is a pretty short cooldown. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I think the main things we've seen, Xiao doesn't really want to contest the Trundle because of the strength of the Trundle in the skirmishes. And he's kind of just been happy leaning to the other side of the map. We've seen the junglers not interacting with each other, put a little presence down the lanes, still showing their face. But other than that, yeah, it's been a quiet game. And I think that kind of happens, especially more so in this meta. Both teams feel confident in their scaling.
Han going for a little bit of how do you do to Maple in the mid lane, and Rift Herald being taken by SOFM.
And I think this is the right call, right? You know they don't have the slicing maelstrom. You know that they really aren't going to team fight without that. I think you can be pretty comfortable. They do have on move up to be in the vicinity, but he knows no contest coming in. We've just seen Victor reset with no mana. We know he doesn't have TP. There's no reason to stay right now. You can just head straight back bot lane, and we will get a pretty easy Herald off the back of that.
And it's so funny to me because something that 100% stands out for me about Xiao Hao is how aggressive he has been early on in the season. And it's showing another side for me for anyone's legend here, taking this one calmly, knowing what their win conditions are and playing towards those, right? And not overstaying, not making these kind of crazier plays that do end up in maybe not the best circumstances for them. So it's honestly really, really impressive for anyone's legend. But the thing is about these kinds of situations, you don't know how strong you are until you actually fight. You don't know how good it's going for you until you actually get to those key moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what we typically see, right? LPL is very much with expectations that heavy fight, skirmish focused, a lot of battling. And I think particularly, you know, sometimes when I imagine like the Enchanter picks coming in, we've got a slower early game, but we have like a Nautilus and a Rakan, and neither's really had too much happen. So it feels like both teams are just, yeah, comfortable to scale up. But I think another thing is the laners respect, right? When there's been scenarios where they've been forced to overextend, they've kind of like played it safer, maybe given up a bit of farm. Like ZDZ, who was zoned off top, has gone 10 CS down against the Shy, but it was like, right, better to go 10 CS down than to die.
Yeah.
Is kind of the thought process. You know, I'm gonna say I kind of agree with that, right? I think that's correct. Technically correct.
Yeah, I guess it depends how much CS you go down, right? Because then you start getting to the hard math. And I'm not going to do that because I'm a play-by-play and I don't do math. We can figure that one out, as it does actually look like honestly pretty aggressive towards the bot side duo down there. But the vision game is strong for Weibo Gaming.
I think that's important, right? You want to set the vision beforehand. You want to have that ready and available. You want to make sure you're not dealing with anything untoward. And also, at this point,
slices Maelstrom.
Maybe overstaying.
He does have a lot of damage in the tank, though. Getting stunned up here, though, and the trading back and forth. Needlework going out. ZDZ trying to flash out of it. He might have the damage to back this up here as well. It's going to be a tight 1v1. Who's going to get first blood in that moment? But we got another little fight going on in the mid lane. It looks like ZDZ won that one. First blood, anyone's legend, but Chocho needs to get away. See if Betty can back him up here. Weibo Gaming desperate to make something happen, but won't find it.
Honestly, I'm sad we didn't get to see the end of that 1v1. It looked pretty sick, and we do see ZDZ win out. You'll actually see the Shy just bought Merc Treads. Now, obviously something you'd love to have had against again in that fight. Makes a big difference to see Emma on the stun reduction, but I feel like it was kind of ZDZ got that big ult off, got the burst down on the Shy, and it became a bit precarious, right? Because the Shy started to stack up, and I'm going to hold that thought. We're seeing an engage here.
On looking for the grand entrance here, if he can get it. But those traps, those jaws are going to be nicely utilized. There's the Feather Storm into the recall. And Xiaohao's getting so low on, trying to dip, dive, duck, and dodge. There's the Mega Death Rocket, does not connect onto the low health members. Those rockets are hurting Fishbones, definitely doing some damage. Huanfeng with the feathers backs them off.
Yeah, you see Betty ramped up, but the thing is with Xiaohao not having his ultimate, he got basted out so hard at the start, there's really not a ton they could have done. Now, this is Herald being thrown down. They know that Xiaohao has to reset, but I don't feel like Weibo are that strong, right? The wave is coming in a little bit late, but they really want to get these 2 plates, and they want it to go to Huanfeng.
Key for Huanfeng to get this gold, to try and get a little bit of these plates under his belt, and especially to try and facilitate this carry, right? You have this double marksman composition we've seen so popular in the I was gonna say that I think he backed too quick.
Yeah, so FM gets it.
All right, well, you know,
Let's go.
best laid plans of mice and men, my friend, but we'll get that 1v1 on the top side.
Yeah, so the critical thing is the Shy's already used the W, right? And it's obviously it's not amazing against Kennen because in this fight you end up pretty much within range of what it be. The resist it gives are pretty substantial, and as a result, the Shy is trying to turn this around because in the long fights the Gwen is strong, but ZDG just keeps getting his procs off, manages to stun him again, and without the Merc Treads, that is really substantial. So eventually it's going to get to the point where the Shy can just kind of dominate that 1v1, and that's where ZDG needs to look for team fights. The fact he gets that solo kill is pretty huge. Extra gold in the pocket and showing that he can hold his own. And already showing the influence that a Kennen can have in the game as well. You'll love to see it. First dragon secured by Weibo Gaming, so it's 1-1 in terms of dragons, but it is the Chem Tank dragon coming onto the Rift. SOFM trying to back there in the tri-push, but has to flash away from the dredge line. Meanwhile, top lane, we're gonna dive on, has made his way all the way up there, and the Shy gets his revenge. Some of that more proactivity that we love to see on making his presence known top. Gets that kill, gets some revenge for the Shy, but that means they know they're weak on the bot side. Anyone's Legend zoning them away. SFM, though, Flash and Chocho has ultimates, so got to be a little bit careful here. You also do have Maple on his way down here. It looks like he's going to be able to make it here first. His Angel's on his way as well. Mid laner going back their way. Yeah. Kind of popped out on Xiaohao for no reason. Also, actually, something I want to take away. Chocho's gone Aftershock here, which I kind of understand because it makes you a lot bulkier. When you enter a Xayah, it's very easily a one-shot. But you enter a Trundle, right? I don't agree with the decision when you could have gone Glacial Augment, which would have been fine. Yeah. And then, because the thing is, like, Trundle can always just ult you and steal the extra resistance. True. I'd keep our eye on that and see how that kind of works out. I will say, looking at the top lane, I love that our observers kind of pointed it out. The Shy ended up getting 4 plates up there, right? With a little bit of help of teammates and able to also extend the CS lead now and kind of run away with it as we see that fight going out to the top side. Yeah, I mean, a Fed Gwen, I already talked about how disgusting Gwen is. A Fed Gwen is just painful, and it is going to be that big threat in the team fight, right? You have Angel, who's going to be doing a ton of damage from a distance. You have Huanfeng, who with his lethality build will actually be able to put down some pressure, longer range than Xayah typically, but ZDC again, they are just focusing up here. They want the Shy to get ahead. They want those carry Gwen performances, as the depth charge was actually used on in the bot side. Yeah, so they only get the ult from ZDZ, but that makes it so dangerous for them to step up to the tower. Really easy dive threat without that available. On the other side, Weibo doing their best to defend. Oh, comes on to Maple. SOFM's right there. Angel just almost solos him out. The Chaos Storm does dissuade it. Mega Death Rocket on Huanfeng. They really want this tower. First tower blood still up for grabs, but it's going to the Shy, it looks like, as DDZ is fully pushed off the tower. And there's the gold in Weibo's pocket. Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, Huanfeng and On doing a great job defending here. They use a lot of the tools. They end up burning, you know, flashes, the ultimate from Huanfeng, but they end up actually being able to keep the tower alive long enough for the Shy to take top and get that advantage. So, some pretty strong play, and it's the power of Xayah Rakan, right? Really hard to threaten them with a dive. Rakan so mobile. Xayah obviously has the ult to buy time, and as a result, it's a lead accrued for Weibo, now 2,000 gold ahead. But it's looking nice. There's a problem. What's the problem? There's a problem, right? Angel just used his package. What is in 2 minutes? Hey, come on, that's Mazel. A deep dark hole. We're not gonna go down that conversation. What is in 2 minutes, Mazel? You know what happened to Lyric on Friday? You don't want that to happen to you, Oxar. Hey, it's game 1, right? I have 3 best of 3s today. It's game 1, and I am seeing package mismanagement, right? I am it's a Chemtech soul as well, right? So the strongest dragon soul and Angel's mistiming package with the dragon.
It's all part of the plan. All right, let's see how this plan unfolds. All right, we'll see.
It's just
the
one dragon.
Yeah,
surely he'll sync it up for the next one, right?
Surely. I have no doubts.
Right?
We shouldn't even check in on that because they're absolutely going to do that. I do want to check 100%. in, though, because we have item completions coming across the board. We have a lot of mythics across the board, but we also have that lethality Zaya, at least, with that Eclipse completed. Very, very interesting on that one as Betty takes the first tower for anyone's legend.
Yeah, they managed to finally get the tower on the bot side. It took a bit of time, but eventually they would get it. They are setting up some decent vision control around this dragon. I think, you see it's a Chemtech soul, so it becomes a much higher priority to contest it. And the thing is, that Angel's not going to have the package for it, so it does give you that advantage. Weibo, though, you're going to slam Herald mid, and they're going to use that as a way of forcing themselves into the river, right? Enemy team has to respect that. Enemy team has to deal with it. And so now you see On moving in, getting some wards down, clearing out some vision. Yeah, the Herald. Shelly doesn't even get to slam into the tower, but looking bot, Maple could be in trouble, but it looks like they're just going to be happy with the tower.
Does have a little bit of deterrence there on the crown to sway a lot of that damage in the early follow-up at least, but bottom tower will be taken by Weibo Gaming. Mid presence, mid priority is still important as both junglers are in the mid lane trying to make sure that happens, and both teams 100% setting up around this dragon, as it will be the second dragon for either of these teams.
I was thinking, like, how good is Shadow Queen against like a Corki who's gonna poke you? But when that poke does like 700 damage, like it's weird. Honestly, man, what a disgusting champion I see. It's gonna be the Poke Corki build. I said Coke Porky.
Oh my god, I love it. I don't know if I can walk away from that one. That was too good. You're only the first game of the Nine Dogs. That's the problem.
I'm losing already.
But so is On as he gets the depth charge utilized onto him. Not going to be in any trouble after that, but here in full force is anyone's legend in front of the dragon pig.
Yeah, and then
they actually get it. The second time might be the charm. Not going to get it that time, though. The dragon started up by anyone's legend. You have the entirety of Weibo Gaming except for Angel on the top side. He's going to TP, but it might just be too late. The dragon goes over to Xiaohao. Can they get out of this? When Xiaohao's overextended himself, the Crescent Guard doing some work, but Chocho has overextended himself as well. And that's a big pickup for Weibo. They lose the dragon, but at least they get the pick.
Yeah, and they want to translate this into mid tower. I think they would not really see this as too weird at the moment, but they can get the mid tower. At least they're getting a bit of an advantage there. Anyone's actually happy to be securing the dragon, though, but 3,000 gold behind and losing the mid tower here, it's definitely got to start to feel rough. I think the big thing, right, Angel stayed top for so long before TPing. Look at the farm he has available, right? It's 1946, 237 CS, a 40 CS lead.
Yeah, that guy's running away with it. You saw once he joined the fight, it's immediately turned tails and run for anyone's legend. Also helped out by the Chem Fog in the enemy jungle. They were able to play so aggressive, but this replay is telling to Weibo Gaming's strategy.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo just managed to shut down the Nautilus and then move off. They know they can't really chase in the choke, right? You're against Victor, you have the Jinx traps as well. It's super dangerous, but they're happy just to take the kill, take the tower. They're going to be a while away from the Dragon Soul, but they have a pretty significant gold lead. And if you look at the items, Manamune stack for Huangfeng, and we also have Angel about 60 stacks away, so closing in on those big spikes.
A lot of bodies up towards the top side at this point, as nothing, no objectives at least on the other side of the map. I have a Baron on the table, and don't know if either team's going to want to play for that, but the Chem Fog really bolsters this aggressive playstyle for both these teams, right? You can continuously be aggressive, you can continuously invade in the enemy jungle with a lot more safety than you would typically.
It also makes it really dangerous, like dealing with a Gwen or a Kennen, right? When they're going for sort of flanks and they're just chilling the Chem Fog, like who wants a Kennen to have stealth? How frustrating is that?
It is pretty frustrating, as to point out, On out of his comfort zone a little bit in that one. Do have a second item completion coming across the board for a lot of these members, but key pieces are The Mirror Mana completed for Huanfeng. You got the Rapid Fire Cannon now for the range for Betty. And the ADC is starting to pick it up here, but there's the fight. Talking about picking it up. You got the Crescent Guard in there for Xiaohao doing tons of work, but Chocho's already dead. On trying to get away. On survived, but there's the Slicing Maelstrom to change it up a little bit. The Feather Recall is huge, and Weibo Gaming are running away with this fight. Maple pops the Chaos Storm, but it's not doing any damage. It just doesn't seem to stick. And the Shine Angel are trying to make it stick here as the Rockets were raining hell, but it's still Weibo coming out with a 2-for-1.
Yeah, Weibo's going to take that one. Slight advantage is enough for them. And they have the damage, potentially look for the Baron. They are going to head over. Xiaohao is alive, just reset. They need to get here quick. This is going to burn down fast.
They got to boost themselves down this way as they are not going to be in time. Already halfway down is the Baron, and Weibo Gaming will walk away with another neutral objective here unless the Mega Death Rocket. No, it's not enough. The hopes and dreams rested on that rocket for anyone's legend, but it will not be so. The Baron power play is initiated for Weibo Gaming.
And it's now a 7,000 gold lead. Massive at this point, honestly. We can see a replay of how that fight panned out. So it was just the initiation kicked off by Weibo, right? Chocho goes in, Aftershock is there, but he gets absolutely shredded. And remember, he gets the resistance shredded by the Trundle, so kind of the downside of taking that rune. And then we finally see this turnaround from ZDZ, but Huanfeng doesn't actually go down. And then Angel is now in position just to move forward and start laying down damage. Really difficult fight for them to take. And I feel like, you know, they were kind of in a situation where, okay, we've lost Chocho, let's try and turn this around. But it's one of those things where because you lose a member, like, let's fight this, and then you just lose more. And now the Baron's in Weibo's hands. Now they have this massive gold lead. Yeah. I'm really concerned, right? You look at the items coming out from their team, you look at how strong this Corki is, how strong this Xayah is, it is scary.
It is, and it's the entire team performing well, but especially Angel. You know, something we talked to in the latter parts of the setup for this series. But I said, yo, is this where we see a difference for both these teams? Is this where we see a bit of focus towards that mid lane? And Angel's running away with it with 2-0 right now. Has the package available for him as well. And they are pushing in these towers.
They have the dragon up in 30 seconds as well, so I think should have the package still available for that. He did sync it up. We love to see it.
He did it. Ox, are you proud? Are you a proud
I'm
papa?
very happy.
All right,
very
I like
happy
it.
to see
Oh
it.
my God, under tower, On goes in. On is just obliterated there after the tower shot. But here comes the Shy. He's trying to make a performance just like the last time around, and he's doing so. The package is in. Angel's going ham. Angel's killing everybody. A triple kill for the Corki, and Weibo Gaming have put anyone's legend in the dirt.
Man, that was down to the wire, like bordering between int and a huge play, and Angel finds the angle, gets the triple, the Shy setup, and this should just be them closing out the game.
They are pushing forward. They are aggressive. They are ruthless. And Weibo Gaming ain't taking any prisoners today. Anyone's legend try to put up a futile attempt. Yes, they get Angel, but they lose the game. And game number 1 of this best of 3 goes to Weibo.
Honestly, all I can say is Gwen not balanced, Corki not balanced. These champions make it so hard to team fight, right? The safety of the Corki, the long range poke, the Gwen being such a force to be reckoned with. You saw the Shy was diving behind the inhibitor tower, just not caring at all. And really, this feels difficult for anyone's legend, right? They got the jinx that they wanted, but I feel like they just gave over too many strong tools to the other side.
And it was the change up of focus, it feels like, the lack of that early proactivity we typically see for both these teams, honestly, and going into a more relaxed game where Weibo Gaming just passively, it felt like, won a lot of that game through the gold, through the CS, through the lane management that they had.
Just decision making, kind of in a lot of scenarios, to leave Angel top to pick up waves and such. I think as well, like, I see a Cork in the enemy team and I'm like, okay, you can't really pressure this dude that hard because he's so safe. He scales so well. You have a Gwen in the top lane with the Kennen matchup. Like, ZDZ even solo killed a Shy. Yeah. And it just doesn't matter, right, at all because he scales way too well. Huanfeng with that long range. And that's another thing, right? The engage potential for anyone's legend. I said they were super reliant on ZDZ to find flanks, but it's not even like that powerful because you're into a Corki, you can dash out, you're into Huanfeng could drop his ultimate. I just think, right, I'm gonna be real, I think Corki and Gwen are just broken, and I think if one team gets both of them, it's just so hard to win.
For me, it was like the tie-in of that, right? You do have those very strong picks. The fact that they picked up the Trundle for that classic matchup in the Zinzao, on the back of it all, you're still running this double marksman composition. And if, and the one time we did see it where ZDZ got on the back line, it worked out. But if they get back, if they get through that front line, the blade collar is always there. The feathers are always stacked up. So as a last line of defense, Huanfeng does have a lot of damage in the tank, and it was just impossible for them to really find any advantage that they could, seemingly utilize to get a win.
Yeah, I think you need a scenario where there's lanes you can punish easier, because I feel like the problem is, right, Victor is this sort of, he has a good matchup with a Corki, but he's scaling mid-mage, right? He's not the most active pick. Bot lane was struggling to make things happen against the Zyra Khan. Top lane, you saw them go top, but just the Shy just runs away. You need a lane you can play through heavily, and less just easy, safe scaling tools for Weibo if anyone's legend want to win this.
If they can pull back anything here going into game number 2 to get us to 3 games in our first series of the night, we're going to step away, take a little break, but don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, JDG just kind of got stomped by EDG, but I gotta say, LPC looked pretty good. Like, he brought out the Samira and actually got a couple of solo kills on Viper.
Yeah, and on Samira of all things as well. Like, I can't really get my head around the meta. I don't suppose you have any tips or tricks that you can help me out with.
Oh yeah, this guy, hang on. This bad boy.
That's a kid's toy.
It has value, bear with me. So this is what us color casters use to figure out the meta. Do not tell the other play-by-plays. This is the secret unit that we have to use. Alright, let's start off with an easy one, right? Where does Caitlyn go?
Bot.
That's right. In the bot.
Nice.
Alright, now, where does Thresh go?
Support.
That's right! Right there beside Kate. Let's go. Alright, we're 2 for 2 now. This is a bit of a tough one. Where does Tryndamere go?
In the top lane?
That's right! In the mid lane!
Yeah, boy.
Alright, nice job so far. Now, next one is Zed. Where does Zed go?
Mid lane.
That's right! Jungle! And this last one is my favorite. Where does Addy go?
Mid lane.
That's right! Top lane! He's a world champion, you know!
Nice. That looked good. That looked good.
苏北勾勒出情话，笔锋浓转淡，平生描绘的牡丹，一如你柱状，冉冉檀香透过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔至此各一半，有色渲染仕女图，韵味被私藏，和你嫣然的一笑如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天际在等听你，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树和你放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天金色等烟雨，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的情话，字字故字美丽，你眼的笑意。色白花青的锦衣，跃然于万地。临摹松铁落款时，却惦记着你。你隐藏在窑烧里千年的秘密，气息里犹如绣花针落地。帘外芭蕉惹骤雨，梦幻惹童女。啊，我路过那江南小镇的等你，在泼墨山水画里。你从墨色 深处被隐居。听金色的言语，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。听金色的言语，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的精华，最自顾自美丽，你眼的笑意。天青色的言语，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色的言语，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的精华，自顾自美丽，你眼的笑意。苏北勾勒出情话，笔锋浓转淡，平生描绘的牡丹，一如你柱状，冉冉檀香透过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔只字各一半，釉色渲染仕女图，韵味被私藏，而你嫣然的一笑如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天青色的言语，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色的言语，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的精华，最自顾自美丽，你眼的笑意。色白花青的锦衣，跃然于万地。临摹松铁落款时，却惦记着你。你隐藏在窑烧里千年的秘密，气息里犹如绣花针。
我觉得这个 TP 改动对上轮影响挺大的。现在是可以摊线推完一波再回城，之前是会被卡。我觉得打他不要选到长手打长手就可以。
Welcome back to the Spring Festival Super Weekend. We are getting into game 2 of our first series of the night, Anyone's Legend versus Weibo Gaming. And what an incredible performance from Weibo Gaming to kick off the night, to kick off these festivities, because it was one player in particular, I know I was shouting about in the cast, but On performing beautifully on that recon.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me was when Anyone's Legend tried to be aggressive around the bot lane, and we saw On and Wong Feng just not allowing that to happen, right? Really negating Anyone's Legend. And I think that was kind of the thing for me, was that they didn't let them apply that pressure, didn't let them snowball, and eventually Weibo just accrued advantages, right? Built up farm leads, got to the point where their scaling picks were just dominant.
For me, it was also the fact they were so confident in locking in that Xayah recon. The fact that they felt, you know, this is fine for us. We're going to perform very well. And also the fact that On just made a trip to the every end of the earth on Summoner's Rift, it felt like there, and was really having an influence on every single lane.
Yeah, I've been praising Chocho for being quite proactive, but really on just set the bar, right? Going up top lane, setting up the play on CDZ, looking for constantly aggressive windows, in team fights, providing that CC that peel and disengage, protecting his backline while also providing threat to the side. It felt like he kind of did it all, and I had some concerns, you know, about the Rakan. I was like, potentially this is a pick that can be popped by Victor. Potentially this is a pick who can be like CC locked down by Nautilus, but honestly, seemed pretty chill for him.
It definitely did, and you love to see it, especially in the first game of a best of 3 series, where the entire team of Weibo Gaming just seems on point and, you know, firing on all cylinders, if you will.
On point? Yeah, I get that. I caught that one.
All right, thank you. I'm glad you backing me up here. I heard silence. I was like, uh-oh. It was too far. I stepped over the line. But talking about over the line, how do we find that line for anyone's legend? How do you find success in that early jungle? Xiaohao being that early aggressive jungle we know and love. Maple being a mainstay mid lane. But Betty, the highlight that we put at the beginning of the day, not having that live-up performance that we would want him to have.
I think the problem is, right, the early game was so passive. Nothing really came from it. And it was kind of like death from 1,000 cuts from Weibo, right? Just building up these small little incremental leads. And then when it came to the team fights, they just dominated. But it wasn't like, you know, we didn't have them just crushing, getting tons of kills in the early game. It was just very much accruing those small leads, picking up plates, picking up towers. And for anyone's legend, I think they need a lane they can play through aggressively. They wanted that to be bought, but the problem is you have the Victor made, right? Victor wasn't really ever in a position to roam down and help set up dives and such. I think you need a bit more, and we actually have the same sides going through, but this time, oh, what a change, what an adaptation. They banned the Gwen. Beautiful.
But I'm just saying, the Rakan's still open, and On is looking for another MVP performance. The Renekton LeBlanc Tryndamere banned away by Weibo. That TF Caitlyn Gwyn banned away by anyone's legend. It was the instant Corky first pick for Weibo. The instant response is the Aphelios Zins out.
Yeah, interesting. We're not seeing the jinx from Betty, but something, you know, the thing with Aphelios is he can be a bit more proactive in the early game.
Yeah.
So opting for that angle on this one, looking for something that can potentially be that lane to play through for the side of anyone's legend. We'll see what Weibo opt to go for in this situation. Last time they took the Trundle here and then the Gwen. Obviously can't take the Gwen right now, and they're just going to go for the Xayah and the Rakan. So they're really happy with how the bot lane panned out. They're happy that they were able to defend on that side of the map. I think for me, you know, if you're going to punish that bot side, I want to see something from Maple where he can apply his presence down bot, be more proactive. And Vex, that is the sort of pick, right? You have strong presence in lane and you can come down bot. You fire an ult from miles away and you can easily connect and look for those dives. So I like this adaptation from anyone's legend. I think it's solid, and we'll see what else they go with here. I think you can start throwing a ban towards that Trundle maybe is something that really shut down Xiaohao's aggression, but also definitely can start to ban away the Shy.
And I'm just excited to get to see Maple for the first time on the Vex for the split. Seems just like a Maple champion. We'll see how that all works out. But honestly, the willingness from Weibo Gaming to run it back so far in the draft, it shows some serious confidence there from the squad, and honestly deserved confidence from that first game showing we had of them, as the Camille banned away by that Weibo Gaming squad. Gragas and Jarvan the bans away by anyone's legend.
Yeah, so just, you know, limiting these sort of engage options that can cause potential problems for the Aphelios. We see Weibo looking at the Camille, looking at potential things that could be an issue for ZDZ on that counter pick, right? Once again, they can set that up pretty easily. We expect the support to come in, pick number 4 for the side of anyone's legend, and ZDZ will really have his choice in the matchup, and knowing he's not dealing with Gwen puts him in a good space. Now, Thresh makes a lot of sense for that defensive peel role, but you could go in a completely different direction, right? Lulu open and available, which it wasn't last time. Lulu just really good into Rakan because when he dashes in, you can just polymorph him. You can bust up the Aphelios, but the downside is we want to see aggression in this bot lane. We want to see anyone's legend play through bot, so I want an engaged support here.
And Chocho has been one of the best performing members on the squad, right? Like, he is one of the ones calling the targets, being able to have that proactivity and engagements for the team and for everybody else to follow up. So having these key pieces like the Nautilus form is super, super important. Maybe that changeup could have borne fruit somewhere else, but I think that this is a combo that works out for them, especially with that Aphelios, as it is looking like a bit of a run back. Maybe since we don't have the Gwyn, you got to obviously change that top side of the map. Trundle is the response from SOFM into Xiaohao's Xin Zhao, and Jace comes through, which was banned away in that game 1.
Yeah, and we might end up just seeing the Graves picked into it. Something we've often seen is this matchup where both of which are just looking to kind of scale up. The Jace can potentially all in the Graves, but the Graves can sort of sustain up in the longer trades once he gets the shield bow. I think though, looking at Weibo's composition, the poke is a little bit obscene, right? They have great tools for disengaging, like the pillar, like the Rakan. You know, we talked before about how this Xayah Corki backline is very hard to get on top of. If you look at the poke, just that they can fire across, it is very scary for anyone's legend. I think if we end up with a similar situation with an inactive early leading into sort of a late game where Weibo are in control, I think anyone's legend are really in a rough spot, which is why we need to see that aggression bot lane, and we need to see Maple banning priority, roaming down, stacking waves with the bot lane, and then diving Guangfeng and on. Because if that doesn't happen, I think Weibo just win by default.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes are on the bottom side of the map for anyone's legend. They've got to get the tools down, and they've got to get involved early on. Xiaohao being one of those very aggressive early junglers, we got to see that in this series if he has any hope against SOFM, and especially against this Weibo squad, who showed complete domination in the first game. I like the mention of the poke for Weibo. I do also want to mention they still have the safety of the Xayah for Huanfeng. They still have the same tools that they had in game number 1. Whereas for anyone's legend, it feels like they are set up better, at least for the early and mid game, right? You're not singly relying on the late game like they were in game number 1.
I think they have more proactivity, right? And that's what I want to see. I want to see them make things happen in the bot lane. I don't want to see them just sitting back and chilling, because if they do, they will lose, right? And I think Weibo kind of even a bit more extreme version of that comp from game 1.
Indeed, as we see the champions, the players coming on to the screens here. Summoner's Rift is loading up, and we're getting ready for our second game of the day. Anyone's Legend taking on Weibo Gaming. Weibo looking mighty fine in game number 1. See if they can continue that into the night, or if we get to have ourselves a juicy 3-game first series. As we do hit the Rift. And Ox, I couldn't be more excited.
Likewise, and I've said it again, and I've said it again. I want to see what Xiaohao can do, because the expectation is this aggression, right? This is what we've seen from him typically, and that's what I want to see here. I want to see him make things happen. SFM has a Trundle again, so interacting with him maybe not going to be the best time, but make things happen bot. And we do see Huanfeng's actually gone for the cleanse, so a bit of defense against the potential CC that can come out from Maple. Obviously, Vex can be absolutely devastating. We've seen Xiaohu with great performances on it. The fear is so frustrating to deal with.
It absolutely is, and you need that safety on top of safety for Huanfeng with the blade collar and everything coming along those lines. So I like to see it. Say that the lethal tempo on the Trundle still always just gets me. I think it's hilarious, but it's so darn lethal, as is the namesake for the jungler, and we saw a lot of that success through SOFM last game.
Yeah, you can really just stat check in melee range, right? Someone comes up to you and you have so much attack speed, you steal the AD as well. It becomes very hard for melee champions to really do much. And we've seen Chocho go with the Aftershock again. Obviously, it's going to be an easy target for SOFM to ult away in team fights. But just, you know, a bit of an interesting one. Still opting for the extra defense when you go in. And that is one of the things with Nautilus, is despite the fact, you know, he's one of these melee engagers, he is far squishier than the likes of a Leona, for example. And can get blown up pretty quickly without his shield, without Aftershock available.
Yeah, that's where last game we were mentioning, you know, those blade collar damage numbers coming out on the back end of the trades is what Chocho really needs to watch out for. I will point out, same as game number 1, getting contests across the board in the lanes, and same as game number 1, we get the early trades in bot lane, but also the opposite side pathing for both junglers.
Yep, and we see Xiaohao again wanting to path towards the bot side. It's what we expected, it's what we were looking for. But SOFM, you want to be towards your Jace, you want to sort of set up the Shy for success, and you pick this bot lane, the Zyrakan, because you have faith in Huanfeng and On to hold on. We saw that last game. It might be trickier this time. We'll see how it goes. But actually, Xiaohao, he's just gone for a full red side clear into potentially ganking the Shy. The wave stay isn't really in a position where you can do much. It does allow ZDZ to push it in, but yeah, you won't get too much out of that.
for the jungler of anyone's legend. Will just initiate the back after clearing that side of his jungle. They are keeping it pretty contested here. Again, the wave state, like you mentioned, just not in a good place for Xiaohao to really find anything, but they're going to force it. They want ZDZ to kind of bait the Shy into a fight. And it's working so far. The flash is coming out. The Shy didn't expect a thing.
I think it's the easy trick, right? You just go into a long trade with the Shy, and you know he's going to want to look for the all-in. There's no way this man doesn't try and find it.
It's like they're focusing bot lane. They're not going to come up here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sneaky one from Xiaohao, right? They knew he was on the top side of the map, packed in top the bot, and he actually lost quite a bit from doing that in terms of farm. Like, look at the CS difference between junglers. That's the cost, right? That is 4 camp lead for SOFM. Obviously, the sort of thing here is that SOFM's cleared all his camps. There's nothing on the map for him to take, so Xiaohao has some time to catch up in his blue side, but definitely there is a cost to staying so long for a gank like that. And realistically, with Shy TPing back in, he doesn't actually lose that much.
But I do like it. It's a trend in the right direction for anyone's legend. It's that early proactivity we want to see from Xiaohao. Now he's got 1 kill under his belt. See what he can do. See if that confidence is built up a little bit in this player to continue to do that against SOFM.
Yeah, and keep looking for that sort of early momentum. That's what we need from this team. You need to make things happen. See on and from toying with the idea for a reset here. I think when Maple hits level 6, that's where I'm hoping to see a little bit more from the side of anyone's legend, right? You can find priority mid and just move down, and I want to see Vex showing up in these bot lane dives. I want to see you applying pressure.
Keeping control of the top side up until this point. A little bit of pings actually coming to the mid lane as Angel trying to spot out Xiaohao doing his Raptors. Has been consistent on that ward placement up there to the top side, but Xiaohao says, no, you're not going to see me this time.
Well, I mean, he did see him.
Well, okay, not continuously see him.
He got what he wanted, but he won't see him more. That's true. We see On once again going for some pretty heavy roams, but was spotted out on that ward, so you know, it's very aware of his positioning. This is pretty early. Often we see supports up this side of the map for the Herald, but they are really wanting to potentially threaten a dive on this stacked wave. Like, look at that wave that's built up with the Shy. They don't want ZDZ to pick this up easily, but the thing is, it's a Graves, right? He can just pretty much blow up the wave, and they know Xiaohao's there to defend.
Oh, SOFM barely getting out of that dredge line as well as On. Play a little sneaky game of chess here with Chocho, as he did not get spotted there, and On still playing those games.
Yeah, no, Legend gonna pretty easily clear, just defend on that side of the map, clear out some vision, move back, and Weibo don't really get anything. But again, I think Weibo are fine if things go slowly. If things are inactive, they're really comfortable. They can just keep things going at this pace, and they will be happy. Anyone's actually going to move down to a spot side. They could look for something, right? This is now Maple with his ultimate available.
Exactly, and they got priority in the bot side. They are pinging onto the Dragon Pit here or towards bot side. And they just want to utilize some of this priority they've gained for themselves, the strength they have through Maple in the mid lane, who has been pushing in Angel pretty decently, at least right now, so that they can get this first frag.
Yeah, should be able to pick this one up pretty easily. It is a Chemtech Dragon, so obviously no Chemtech Soul, which is kind of a potential downside of having that early Chemtech, but just give that nice extra stats, extra damage, targets with more HP. And again, this is kind of reminiscent of that game 1, right? We did get that early activity from Xiaohao, but nothing really has come from it. It's a very slow-paced game, but I am more worried about anyone's legend in this one. Like, last game didn't go well, but at least they had things like the Victor, right? There is still threat. Anyone's legend does have backline threat, but it is so hard to see an angle where Weibo don't just win this when it goes late.
If you're on the side of anyone's legend, you're hoping you're wrong, Ox. As SOFM definitely getting some more focus towards his bot side. And again, something we set up for a lot in the beginning of the day, where Huanfeng Betty, that is the AD carry matchup. That is the matchup we really see thriving for both these teams. But it's been a pretty quiet front towards that end, so far at least.
It hasn't really been too active, right? We set it up, we hyped it. I think last game was more about Angel and the Shy. We'll see how this one goes. And you know, Aphelios has been kind of picked in this situation because it offers a bit more agency early than the Jinx. We saw, I can't remember which player was who had an interview talking a bit about how, like, you know, when you're playing the Aphelios, you have, like, in the Jinx matchup specifically, you can be more proactive, but you kind of have to be because of scaling issues. So I think Betty is going to struggle this game, though, right? How is he going to get in range to hit anyone comfortably on the side of Weibo? I don't really know. And it's going to be about closing that gap somehow, finding those windows. We do see Angel picking up the package. This is allowing him to sort of lean towards the Herald, make sure they can secure that. And in return, anyone's legend going to just take some plates from the bottom side. Raven too big.
Oh, they miss everything. No. Maple not able to connect the damage onto Angel in the transition there. They were waiting in the bush to see if they could catch him out.
And that's a win for Weibo, right? They avoid that play. They get the Herald. They're pretty comfortable. All anyone's letting get is a plate on the bot side.
A lot of damage on Chocho after that aftershock went down. Moonlight Vigil misses because of the Feather Storm. And Huanfeng showing the mechanics here.
And anyone's actually chunked out, right? So Weibo can just shove them in and pretty much do what they want. If they want to move, they can. If they want to set up for a Herald, they can. Angel's just going to package the wave, so Maple has to deal with it while he can move sooner. Weibo are the ones being proactive here. Now, Jaha's on a ward, so they know he's there, and I think with that, they're not going to try and go too aggressive.
Oh, yeah, speaking of aggressive, like, they just put the ward down. They know he's there. They're going to take his blue buff, because this is the punishment that you receive when you do these kinds of things, Xiaohao. Apparently, in Weibo Gaming's eyes.
And look at the poke coming out. You know, I remember when this Xayah build first came out, the quality one, and like I've seen nerfs since then, but it was so
Oh my god, no
obnoxious.
way. Did he get that? Or I'm sorry, I didn't check. The numbers were too smudged.
Someone got it.
Okay,
That's
no,
the
it was
important
Xiaohao
message
because
here,
his smite is on cooldown. Okay, so that's nice. At least for Xiaohao, he gets away with that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. It's not okay for anyone's legend,
It's
really.
okay.
They are in a gold lead. They have a dragon advantage. We need to see more, right? And really, it's been slow and steady once again. And I think for me, you need to find a way, an angle in. I think bot lane is a potential option, but the problem is they have a lot of summoners. I think the other side of the map is a little bit too difficult to get set up from. But vision comes first, and I'm glad to see Xiaohao and Chocho moving around, looking to establish some control. We saw them fishing for picks earlier. That is definitely a potential option.
Looking down towards this bot side, but the reset's coming through for the Lovers duo, and Xiaohao will just go for the Krugs. And top side focus from Weibo Gaming right now, though, maybe looking towards this mid.
Nope, just camp stealing. That's all we get, right?
But that's what I love to see, right? SOFM is never not doing anything. And obviously, this is high-level League of Legends. You should always be getting something for yourself, but it just seems like SOFM is always on the right side of the ball.
Oh, Huanfeng, no Feather Storm. It's up in like 5 seconds.
Don't do it. Oh, yes, the flash. Okay. All right. It was close. It was close. On still played pretty aggressive up there. The Rift Herald available and dropped in the mid lane by SOFM.
They're going to try and respond here, maybe. But Weibo just back up, right? They get the 2 plates they're happy with. They don't really care. And again, anyone's actually trying to go for a play bot side. Huanfeng, a little bit risky stepping up without the Feather Storm. You have to be in a longer cooldown with a flash. But the end result is the same. He gets out. Anyone's actually now looking for something, but
Chocho pops the Dredge Climb and the Depth Charge onto SOFM. The Shadow Surge connected, but Maple not following it up here. Now does at the end of it. Chocho flashes over the wall. The Feather Recall is there. And look at the AoE from Betty. Oh my god! That's 200 years and the resets for Maple.
But I was thinking, like, anyone's legend are really forcing this hard. Like, does this even go well for them? They all stack up into the Infernum ult and just get absolutely rinsed there.
That's insanity. Their health bar just disappeared. They felt so confident that moment, too. They were like, all right, we're in our side of the jungle. We got them. We got the re-engage Coed. Nah, Betty's going to make that happen. Shadow Surge from Maple is not going to let that happen.
Like, I'm watching this, right? I'm like, okay, ult from Nautilus on the Trundle, not really doing much. Maple lands the ult as well. I'm like, okay, again, this still feels pretty weak. And then it's this moment where everyone is stacked up and Betty gets this massive ultimate. Like, we even see Angel Valkyrie into it. Like, that was worst case scenario for Weibo. Probably like the only way they could like give a massive lead to anyone's legend. And they just go and throw it over to them.
I will also say in that a little piece to that was the Doom and Gloom being waited to pop by Maple, right? He connected the Shadow Surge, but he didn't do any damage afterwards, so he didn't pop that fear onto On, and then he turns around while they're getting Moonlight Vigil to do some damage with his AoE and the Doom and Gloom fear. So it's incredible team shot calling from Anyone's Legend there, and it's definitely put them up in this game.
Yeah, and a stern reminder to Weibo that your win con is for your carries to lay down poke, right? From a distance, not to Valkyrie into melee range of your team.
But you gotta remember last
AoE.
game when he Valkyried into melee range, he got a triple kill. I mean, come on. It's
That was the
recency
package though,
bias.
right?
No,
That was the
hey,
package.
come on,
That's a
come
bit
on.
of
All
an
right,
exception.
package Valkyrie, same thing, right? They're the same initial ability. Come on, you gotta give me that one, Joe.
Same button. That's the important thing.
That's all we go off of. Xiao Hao finding On in the transition down there, still with SOFM and the Shy towards the top side. We might look for a tower to be taken out by Anyone's Legend in bot side. The chakrams are there. Damage is aplenty.
Yeah, and there's none of them away pretty hard now. You know Wongfang has no summoners available. Now the Shy...
Shadow Surge does not connect. The Shy able to get away here for the moment. The smoke screen to follow it up, but Maple not sticking around.
Yeah, unfortunately the ult not connecting is kind of just rules that play dumbfounded, but Anyone's Legend are trying to be proactive here. So FM's like a short bot and they have to respect that. And the thing is, right, despite the fact we got that good play, it's still only a 400, 500 gold lead for Anyone's Legend, and the Shy is now going to pick up this tower, secure the first of the game, and with that it's actually going to put them in a pretty comfortable spot and a gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost like a couple hundred gold off, but he's almost at a 2k advantage over ZDZ.
Yeah, it's pretty severe right now for the Shy. So obviously, get all the gold from first strike. He's got a pretty big farm lead. He's getting those plates. He's got that tower. And this is where the concern is, right? Anyone's Legend can win a fight, but I struggle to see them winning out in the later stages unless they get the mother of all engages. And right now, SFM once again going for the Rift Herald. That second one should easily help them finalize these tier ones. Mid tower is already so low, so they could throw it down bot and look to secure that, and then that would really accelerate the game quite favorably towards them.
I will say it does feel good to get the Everfrost completed for Maple, the Gale Force completed for Betty, right? Like those pieces are gonna be really good in terms of, you know, navigating these chaotic fights that Weibo Gaming are presenting, and the completions and mythics in general across the board are gonna make these fights a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah, and I think particularly when you have things like the Everfrost for the CC follow-up, like that is the win con, right, that I see. Is Anyone's Legend getting in, Maple flies in, gets the AoE fear. That's what we're looking towards. For now, though, Betty's going to pick up that bot lane tower, and he has accrued a pretty significant lead over Guangfeng, so he is comfortable in terms of like his itemization so far, getting the gold, getting the getting stuff picked up. But I'm still a little bit tentative. Right now, it's a minute 15 until that next dragon. I think we're going to try and get the mid tower before that one spawns, and it's so low now. They should just pick this up pretty easily.
I just see so many eclipses on my screen, and I think it's hilarious that we've gotten to that. We have triple eclipse on the map, obviously for separate teams, but still funny to kind of represent there as lethality is taking over, it feels like, Ox.
Pretty lethal, I'll say that much. Do you see the Herald still in pocket of SFM? Could throw that down bot, but I think he's wanting to use it potentially for pressure for the dragon. It's in 40 seconds. Both teams looking to set up for that, and I believe that is a package picked up by Angel. He's synced up. He has that
Look
ready
at
to
that,
go.
Ox. Man,
It is beautiful.
You're so proud.
beautiful.
You're so proud. I hear it in your voice. That's 2 games in a row.
It's so nice. It's such a simple thing, but it makes such a difference. And now it raises the question, right? Anyone's Legend need to get in range of Weibo, but Corki has a package. It makes it so hard. If you dash in and you get burned by it, you're just not going to have a good time.
But we have to set up for Soul Point of Anyone's Legend right here, coming up very soon. The Rift Herald utilized just like in game 1 as a distraction to mid lane, and it's Weibo Gaming who put themselves in front of the pit for this Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, this is a very hard fight for Anyone's Legend to take. First, Betty has to deal with the Herald. Second, you have a package on the side, but look at this vision control
It's
established by Weibo. It is so strong. It's so hard for anyone's legend to move in. And if they do, they will take so much.
Look at that, though. There's the blade caller, but it does not connect the roots. On the other side, yeah, the Shadow Surge utilized by Maple. The resets are going to be there, and Maple wants to follow it up. You already got the flash out of SOFM. The shot coming in from mid lane, though. It is a 4v5. Angel not there. Shadow Surge goes wide. On going in with a nice bit of damage, but here is where you set up the dragon fight. And it feels like anyone's legend is in the driver's seat here. You've got the Calibrum, you've got the Chakrams. The dragon getting oh so low. Dragon soul point on the board for anyone's legend as the dragon does not go down, but the resets are there for anyone's legend yet again, and they pick up on, take the dragon, and that's soul point.
Huge for anyone's legend, and a critical error from Angel, right? I have to credit the execution, but you have the package. There is no way you should ever die with the package up, because you Valkyrie, you use it to get away from these sticky situations. But what anyone's legend do is they actually manage to burst him before he gets off. This play is great, but he doesn't get the kill because of the flash is available. And watch Angel, right? Look at the CC chain. He never gets a chance to press his buttons. And really, just getting caught up by like Chocho like that is disastrous. If he gets the package off, the burn will do a ton to the Nautilus, and then you remain safe. Because he didn't get a chance to use it, because anyone's legend had the numbers advantage, they're able to set the scenario up for Weibo. They're just trying to land some poke here, but they end up getting a little bit too close to the sun, get engaged on. And the big thing is, as much as Jace and Zaya can lay poke down, Corki is the real brunt of it, being able to consistently fire those rockets. So just a critical error from Angel gives anyone's legend this favorable position.
It's a very fluid decision-making from anyone's legend, which I am very, very proud of at this point. They are showing up big in the second game from a first game that was very rough for them, not holding anything back in that statement. And Weibo Gaming were trying to, surge that off of the first game into the second game with a lot of the similar composition. It ain't working out the same this time. They do take the outer tower on the bot side, though.
Yeah, my concern is, though, right, and this is partially due to the fact that one side has two first strikers, but, Weibo have 3 towers. They're still up in gold, right? Despite being 7-1 in kills, they're still up in gold. And the problem is, right, this next dragon fight, if anyone's legend win it, they get soul, so that's great. But if they lose it, Weibo will end up with a pretty significant gold lead. They'll head to Baron. They'll end up like 5-6k ahead, and the game will just be over. So despite the fact anyone's legend, this is looking a lot better than game 1, it's still very precarious.
I will say Betty and Huanfeng both on their second item completions here, so not necessarily that third just yet, but still feeling pretty good. Getting lane assignments under wraps for both those AD carries. Meanwhile, we do see a trio of anyone's legend moving up to their jungle, try and spot out SOFM, who has been still playing very aggressive on this Trundle.
Absolutely, and he's making his presence known. He hasn't really been, there's not been too much that's happened, but the role of the Trundle is just sort of set up control, have the pillar available to do things like that.
I love the fact he throws up the thumbs up. He's like, yeah, you got me.
Yeah, real smooth. It's actually one of the...
Oh my god.
Oh my lord.
Xiaohao's just out of the fight. He has to leave. There's no way he can stick around. Angel, now with that Mirror Mana completed, is doing work.
A lot of poke. And now tier 2 being taken mid. It's just, like I said in game 1, that death from 1,000 cuts, that constant pressure, picking up farm leads, poking people out, picking up towers. Anyone's legend are winning the fight, right? They've won all the fights in this game. They're 7-1 on the scoreline for kills, but they're still losing the game right now.
Yeah.
They're almost 1,500 gold down, but they're up 6 kills in the lead, and it kind of just shows how rough things are. Luden's Echo picked up for Corki. Pretty big spike right now for Angel, and his poke is going to become such a problem. Now, we do have a minute 30 for the dragon. That will be that next fight. Anyone's legend need to win it. They need the soul. Ideally, a Baron offer as well. Everything's really going to come down to this.
And obviously, we're looking at Maple and Betty. We set up Maple from the beginning of this series to be one of these major carries. He is a functioning member of the team and is a major carry point of the team. And Maple's showing up big as well in this game, especially. And these two, the decision making we've already seen. Maple's mechanics are shining right now. We see the effortless push and pull of the doom and gloom. His team fight mechanics are stellar, but it has to all come together when it really matters. When this next dragon fight comes on board, when the Baron fight comes on board, because these fights are going to get harder and harder as the time goes.
Yeah, and I think a critical thing for me is the vision control. 45 seconds for that dragon. You need to set up. If you look towards the dragon area, there is just wards everywhere from the side of Weibo in the river and pushing a little bit out. We need anyone's legend to start clearing out that vision and have a bit of parity. Because the problem is, if you're playing against the poke comp and they can see you and you can't see them, it becomes so difficult to contest. Now, Angel, package again. But Maple is fishing. If he CC locks him, he might just die once more. And that is really how Weibo can lose these fights. But now they're just looking to lay down the poke, though.
Chocho taking a decent amount of damage there. You got the split push going on by ZDZ. Does have TP to join the fight. Maple on the flank here. They don't have the flanks of the Kennen. They do have the flanks of Maple. Maple getting in trouble from the package. You got a fight going on in the mid lane, though. Betty's already got a kill. What a catch out from anyone's legend. And they're pushing into the pit area. Maple in some trouble against the Shy. But so is the rest of Weibo on going in for the engage. Needs to get out of there. Has to pop the quickness. And there you go. AL will move in confidently. Can the Shy get some poke off? Yeah, Chocho needs to get away. Angel, the poke, everything is coming to fruition for Weibo Gaming as they poke down the dragon as well. 2,000 health on the objective. The Shadow Surge connects. The dragon secured. That's the soul for anyone's legend. And they also get the pick off on the Shy.
Beautiful coming out from them. Angel running out of rockets at the end, so didn't have the poke to keep going. And it's messy. I don't know how SOFM died, but it really shouldn't be happening, right? Very split. The team wasn't coordinated, and they just weren't able to lay it down the poke. So look at a replay. What is he doing? I really have no idea what the game plan was. This is a massive miscommunication. And then what was that? I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless. I'm sorry, but I don't even know what to say in this replay. I'm seeing these things and they're just
I'm seeing these things. What are these things? How do I teach these kids? But in all actuality, it's a very good decision from anyone's legend. Maybe not so much from SOFM.
Yeah, I mean, SFM, I don't know what he was doing. The Shy flashing and missing that shot blast, and then anyone's legend just cleaned up the fight. You know, credit to anyone's legend. They find the route in, they find the pick on SFM, they punish the mistakes. But Weibo, these mistakes are really, man, they are something. And now Weibo's still ahead in gold, but the soul is in the pocket of anyone's legend. And the thing is, that movement speed is actually a big deal, right? The whole game plan of anyone's legend is close the gap, get onto the enemy team. Movement speed helps so much with that. So actually has quite a bit of value here. They are trying to set up around that Baron. It's scary, right? The poke is there to be laying down. They're definitely feeling more confident now.
They are, and that confidence is key in this moment, right? We haven't really seen them be able to play to their win conditions. That's much different here in this game. Yes, they still find themselves at a goal deficit. Yes, they still find themselves in a very troubling situation against Weibo Gaming, who are scaling to infinity, it seems like. But they have a grasp on how to approach these fights. Maple is playing out of his mind on the Vex right now, and so is Betty. Xiaohao goes for the engage. The Shadow Surge connects onto Angel. Angel has to use the Valkyrie away, and quickness was also popped by On. Every time anyone's legend take a fight, it just seems like they come out on top.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem, right? Weibo don't need to be fighting. They need to lay it down the poke, get anyone's legend low, and then anytime anyone's legend try and engage, they disengage. They just chunk them. They keep getting caught in these moments, and I think the problem is Weibo's comp takes quite a bit of finesse to play, right? It's not as straightforward as see champion, kill champion, run at them, right? And they are just mis-executing time and time again. It feels very messy, very split. And I'm starting to feel a little bit worried for them. 1,500 still the gold lead, but anyone's legend are definitely feeling more comfortable now.
Comfort is king on the Rift, and especially when you're getting to the late game where literally the skin of your teeth that's going to decide the difference between both teams. And now that we have finally hit the 3-item spike for the major carries on Weibo Gaming, things get even more tricky for anyone's legend to navigate these team fights, to navigate the damage profile that's coming out from this squad.
Oh, I love these plays. When you send both solo lanes and just side lane, they both have TP. Angel doesn't, right? He took the barrier for survivability. If you send the Shy down bot, he will just die. So they're like, right, we have to start the Baron. There's no other choice. enemy team know this is happening. They have double TPs to come in, but it's going so fast.
They do. TP is now being called. Both of them coming in. The Baron already down to SOFM. Weibo Gaming, they need to get away. Valkyrie used. The Shadow Surge is in there, and anyone's legend will find one. They get SOFM. The Shy gets away, and the rest of the members do as well.
Successful heist. Weibo will absolutely take that, right? They call the blocks of anyone's legend. If you'll look it out, they haven't been able to do so. Ult's gonna miss from Maple. They'll lay down to Poke. You might have to give up mid tower, although Poke's got wave fear for days, so maybe not even that.
DDZ with the smoke screen, the flash forward, the quickness back from On. They've picked apart the fight though, and Maple already got On out of all of that. The tower falls, but here's the Poke from the Shy. A lot of low health members from anyone's legend, but they get out alive.
Yeah, I think the play probably should have just been to give up the tower. You've now lost 2 members. It's still absolutely weird for Weibo, right? Getting the Baron there, but a little bit messy on the back end. It was just the thing, right? Anyone's legend, I think they made a good play sending 2 down to the bot side, but you need vision control on Baron if you're going to do that. You need TP wards available, right? The only ward they had in the pit was that blue trinket ward over the wall. There was nowhere for anyone's legend to TP their solo laners in. If they were able to TP in on flanks, that is a very different story. Imagine if a Vex walks in behind you and you're trapped in the pit. It is so doomed. Ultimately, Weibo get in, get out. Still have the Baron, and it's now a minute until Elder.
That Elder fight, I don't think I've gotten to see one so far this season. There's been a lot of quick games and a lot of souls gone untouched, it feels like. But this one is definitely getting to that point. We have level 16s coming across. We still have unkilled carries on anyone's legend. Maple and Betty really trying to keep their team in the game. ZDZ doing just fine on the Graves from the top side. And even though it was quiet up there, he's making a name in these later parts as On almost gets taken out by Maple.
The Poke is so important here. Maple actually landed a fair bit on it On, but I want to see Weibo, they've got vision control, start laying down Poke on the critical members, right? Angel here with the package available. The damage to Chocho, not the most significant member. I need to see Betty getting chunked. I need to see Maple getting chunked if Weibo are going to come out ahead.
It's so ridiculous, and it's just unrelenting. Look at that, ZDZ. He's one of the tank, like he's a frontliner. He gets taken out almost. The death charge does get used by Chocho, as it was a package utilization by Angel. Here's still the Poke, but they need to get these health bars down a little bit more. Betty's still pretty much on. Oh my God, yes, that's what I was talking about. And Shouthouse dead. Quickness popped, and the blood is in the water. The sharks are swimming. Weibo Gaming are gonna take it. They get the re-engage from Betty, but Betty goes into melee range and dies. So much for 200 years. Weibo Gaming, pull it out of a hat.
Oh, we see Betty going for a swift one at the end, but it isn't enough, and Weibo finally play their comp how it should be played to a T. They lay down the Poke, they chunk out the members, and when they get them low enough, they go in. Flawless execution, and I've been waiting 30 minutes for it, but they get it when the time is needed, and now they're just going to be able to close out the game and the series.
That is all that matters. We said when it matters, you've got to pull the trigger. They did just so. They handed the first death to 4 out of 5 members of anyone's legend in that last fight. If that ain't a way to cap off the series, I don't know what is, as Weibo Gaming will continue to surge forward.
I just felt like they hit critical mass, right? That last fight, seeing the Poke come down, we saw the engage attempt coming out with the Nautilus trying to get the depth charge. That's the power of the package, right? You just lay that down, you don't get CC'd, you end up 2 screens away, the Nautilus ends up on the worst end, and that's kind of what I was looking for. That was the moment where the comp really came together, and yes, it was messy. Yes, it was very much not looking smooth sailing, but eventually Weibo closed it out. And at the end of the day, it's 2-0, right? A convincing victory for them in the scoreline, even if the gameplay did have some questionable moments. Credit to anyone's legend, though, they made it close, right? That game, they were punishing the mistakes. It just wasn't enough when it came to the later stages.
The Shy's just so nonchalant. I love he's just like the last one there to give the high fives. He's the last one to bow. He's just taking it easy, all right? This is just a typical day in the office for the top laner of Weibo Gaming. But the entire squad pulling out the stops here. Yes, it looked iffy, but they were at a constant 1 to 2K lead that entire time. Yes, they were losing kills. Yes, they were losing fights in front of objectives. They lost the soul even. But it did not matter when you have consistency in mechanics, consistency in playstyle, and just know how to be better.
Yeah, I mean, just be better, right? That's the game plan. I think I think the setup for the draft was a major thing, and I was very favored towards Weibo's draft in this second game. I think, especially based on how game one is. It's not to say that the draft is unstoppable, but the big thing is we needed early agency. And as much as we saw something from Anyone's Legend, they weren't able to accrue a lead of the back of it. And I think that's the problem, right? You needed a gold lead. And every time I saw, fight one for Anyone's Legend, but Weibo are still 2k, 1k ahead, I was just getting more and more. I was like, this is worrying, this is worrying. And eventually it did get to that point. We just need to see a little more momentum coming out from Anyone's Legend if they want to be able to match up.
And for me, it's also knowing when to fight, right? Like this whole conversation was how long is it going to take for Weibo Gaming to get, fed or at least start snowballing their late game advantages. But it felt like there were moments when Chocho was trying to force fights, but if there were a couple more of those, maybe it would have worked out a little bit more in their favor because they were winning those fights. Maple was picking them apart, and Betty had a ton of reliant damage coming from the backline. But it's those things, it's those small little bits. It's taking a fight that maybe you don't have everything available for yourself. You're a little bit mistimed with that engage from Chocho. And even though there were bright moments for AL, it still ends up in a 2-0 loss for them.
Yeah, and honestly, I would have liked to have seen a bit more engage maybe in the draft because Chocho being single target engage makes it a bit rough. But also, you saw like the longer you wait, the longer you're forced to wait to engage, the more you just get poked out. It becomes so hard.
I mean, especially when you got three, right? You got three people poking you down.
And you have a Trundle on the enemy team. Like Trundle's because he negates Xin Zhao quite well in the early game because he can match him, he can duel him. But it's just the fact that you just throw a pillar down, right?
Yeah.
Or if Chocho goes in, you just ult him and he just gets blown up. It makes it so tricky. But they put the effort in, and I am glad to see the second game was. There was more life in them in that game one. They were able to do more. So, Anyone's Legend, I think this is the expected result for most people with Weibo winning. But, I'm still glad that despite that, whenever we see them play, they are putting the effort in. And it feels like over a series, if game one goes badly, they will adapt, right, into game two. And they will try and fix up their mistakes. So it's still a positive to take away from this.
I got to check the LPL card of Weibo Gaming here, though. They might be the new kids on the block here this split. Not really new kids, but they just won a game in the LPL with 6 kills. I don't know if that should pass. I don't know if that's allowed. I got to check with management. It's impressive that it was that slow, steady buildup, even if I'm memeing a little bit. And they still, at every moment that they needed to execute, it worked out for them.
I love how you call them new kids on the block. It's just Suning.
That's what I'm
one,
saying. They're
right?
the new kids on the block, even though they're Suning. It's like somebody who puts on a mask and just walks in. It's like, yeah, I'm new. I'm new.
Yeah. Completely new. Never seen before. But yeah, I mean, I think they definitely had some more. I just remember that team fight where SFM just died randomly. The Shy did this scuffed flash shock blast that went in the wrong direction. I was just like, what? I don't know, man. I don't even want to think about it anymore. It's got a long day ahead.
Math, Ox, math. That's all I'm going to say. Everything can be boiled down to math. But it was a very impressive win from, Weibo Gaming as a whole. And I do believe that we have our interview ready. It's going to be Windy talking to Angel today. Can't wait to hear.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited Angel from WBG with us. So congratulations on this 2-0 victory. And my very first question about the bot lane champion choice, because in today's game you have chosen Xayah and Rakan, this body for both games. Tell us more about the background of choosing these two champions. 那首先恭喜你们今天2-0获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问一下下路的一个英雄选择，因为其实今天能感觉到你们2局都选出了霞洛这样的一个下路双人组，也确实发挥了很好的一个作用。所以说能问一下选出这2个英雄的一个背景会是什么样的呢？
首先我觉得我们校2个选手玩这2个英雄都是他们非常擅长的，然后我觉得这2个英雄其实在版本来说也是比较厉害的，同时也比较适合我们队伍的打法，所以就选了。
Definitely, I feel Huanfeng and all our bot lane players, they're super good at these two champions, Xayah and Rakan. And also, it feels like in the current meta, these two champions can be a very strong picks. And also, it feels like these two champions really fit so well in our playstyle. So that's a reason for us to just pick these two champions in today's best of 3. And my next question is about game 2, because in game 2, the opponent's team, they even get the Dragon Soul and they have so many kills in their pocket. But it feels like WBG WBG, you guys were able to have some gold leads, and tell us more about the mid-game communications in Game 2。那其实说到第二局，感觉对面是一度拿到了龙魂嘛，而且同时有非常多的人头入账，但是你们却其实一直从中期开始有一定的经济上的优势，所以说能问一下，可能你们在面对对方的一个情况下，第二局整个的中期会是怎么样的一些战术或者想法呢？
第二局，因为我觉得我们的英雄都边线比较厉害的，所以我们当时就推断出来，我们经济应该不会落后太多。然后我们打团主要觉得我们如果先站位的话，我们都是破格阵容嘛，然后我觉得打团其实是有优势的。
So because after the ban pick phase, we feels like in our champion choices, we have some champions that can be super good in pushing the side lanes. So because of that, we feels like we will not be in the disadvantage in about the gold in the gold difference. And also we feels like if we can have a very good position to have a very good angle in all the team fights, because we are having a very poking draft. So I think in the team fights we can get some leads and easily win all the team fights. And yeah, in terms of the team fights, as you have mentioned, I would like to talk a bit more about the last team fight in Game 2, because we feels like you guys were able to find such a good opportunity to suddenly close up the game. So tell us more about the communications inside the team in the last team fight about Game 2. 那就像你所说的，感觉你们确实打团这方面是打得很好，然后特别想问一下，其实第二局的最后一波团战，感觉你们也是有一个非常好的配合，出其不意，而且是最后非常迅速的终结掉了比赛。能问一下当时整个队内的一些沟通啊，或者说指挥是怎么样的呢？
就当时我们先提前在中路做好了拉扯嘛，然后我们大家就一起去找对面唯一可以开团的维古斯的位置，然后感觉对面特别急的想进中右那个草，然后我们就一直把那个入口给卡住，然后正好破到对面感觉都没血了，我们就一直追对面，然后就突然就把对面团灭了。
At that time, we were kiting around the main lane, and we would like to target on the opponent's Vex, because we feel like Vex can be the only champion for the opponent's team. They can do the hard engage, and also after that, we feels like the opponent's team and the opponent's Vex, he would like to make some hard engage around the bush or near the main lane. So because of that, we try to pay more attention to that. And after that, after the kiting, we were able to win the team fight, because the opponent's team, they really have a very low health. So luckily because of that, we were able to close up the game. Yeah, a very perfect team fights from you guys. And my last question is, before the Chinese New Year, you're going to have another matchup against Victory 5, and also you're going to be facing Rookie in the main lane. So what's your thoughts about this? 那其实，在年前，我们的 WBG 还会有最后的一场对决，也就是对阵上深圳威武。那我们的安卓选手也会和 Rookie 在中路进行一个交锋和碰撞，所以能问一下你对此有什么样的看法呢？
我非常期待那场我们跟 V5的交手，因为我最近看了 V5的比赛，我觉得 Rookie 状态非常的好，所以我希望我们下一场可以打败 V5。
So I really put very high expectations to the next matchup against Victory 5, because from the current matchups from Victory 5, I really feel the whole team and also Rookie, they really have a very good momentum. They have shown us a super good performance. So I'm really looking forward to the next matchup, and hopefully we can get the victory. Yeah, definitely we're all looking forward to this, and congratulations. 那再次恭喜你们，下一场比赛要加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Mazel, I think might have frozen.
I think I was. I think I'm back now, though.
Oh no! I was just like, I saw you just. You looked so in depth in thought. I was like, he's thinking really hard about what he wants to say, or maybe he's just not here.
There's a lot to break down for that one, but do want to give a huge shout out to Wendy and Angel for giving us that interview, giving us a little bit of insight into that crazy series from Weibo Gaming. I still can't get over that last game. It was so breakneck, so insane, and we also put a topper on everything. Angel gets the MVP too, so you get to hear from him, and he also gets the accolade.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of damage. Did that KDA,
That's
by the way?
insane.
What a KDA for an MVP.
I'm still checking Weibo's LPL card. I don't know, man. It's kind of sus if you ask me.
Did a lot of damage in that final fight. That was really the main thing, as we saw that setup, right, laying down the poke, The big thing was that package to avoid the engage. The Nautilus was the critical moment. But yeah, I mean, the main thing was that they came together, they figured out how to play the composition, and they found that perfect setup for it in that final fight.
A lot of Poco again, and we'll get replays of some of these moments, but it's
literally just the last fight.
Yeah, it literally is. It's
the
literally
only one
just
that
the
has replays.
And it's such a split fight here when you see the breakdown of it, but it's the constant poke from Weibo that changes that makes the difference, rather, as you see Xiaohao just gets obliterated here.
Poke is so disgusting, honestly. I mean, just keeps firing poke, and the thing is, Xiaohao doesn't even ult, because he's like, at what point, right? You don't ult to block poke, you ult to block engage damage. And fair play to Betty for going this super aggressive double kill that he got there, diving in. But this is the problem, right? It came too late. And that's what you have to do on a Aphelios in those long-range comps, is you have to like Gale Force in, burst them down, but they just didn't find the window. And that Corki was just a little bit disgusting.
It was indeed. I just think that, this Weibo gaming squad is definitely looking like a huge star power here in the LPL. But that's going to be it for our first series. Ox, you're one down. You got 2 more to go in the Spring Festival Super Weekend. We're going to be saying bye. We're going to be taking a little break. Make sure you stick around, though, because we have a special performance coming up for you for that Spring Festival Super Weekend. We'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.
what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. lover. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
对线 RNG 下路的话，对线强度尽量跟他们五五开吧，然后争取游走做的也比小明好一点。我觉得队伍现在可以敢打一点，然后运营也可以做得好一点点。
We're back, but I'm not Mazel. I am someone different. You know who I am? We'll
Where'd
find that
Mazel
out
go?
later. Yeah, I know. In fairness, I am Mazel. I just quick changed rather swiftly. That's all you needed to know. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are into the final day of week 2. I'll be taking over from Mazel after that very strange 2-game series that I feel like should have been a 3-1. He's still Ox. I am now Oshin. And we're going to be bringing the next series coming into this one. This one is a bit of a doozy coming in. It feels like there's going to be a little bit of a low-key banger.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I feel like game 1 was more of a banger than I had the right to be, but This game,
it had no right being as good as it was.
Yeah. This game's pretty hype, right? IG, RNG, both big names in the league that we can talk about endlessly. And I think there's a lot of top quality players on both sides who we can, well, I mean, mostly I'd say there's one person I want to talk about in particular. And coincidentally, it is coming up Year of the Tiger, and we have Xiaohu, who has been monstrous in the mid lane.
Monstrous for a little tiger, yeah. Xiaohu has very much fallen back into his lane, feeling pretty damn confident in himself. Look at this photo. I love this little graphic right here. He is just chilling with the Tigers right now. But again, look at those numbers he's putting up. KDA 7.39. That's an average over the games he's played. 31% damage of his team, or of his team's damage on average, and 5 solo kills. He has gone from, he's no longer top lane. He should be mid lane. He's gone from top lane to the mid lane, and he's feeling fine.
Yeah, it's funny that we used to have top lane on the graphic. I think that's the thing, right? RNG haven't looked flawless. They have been mistakes, but Xiaohu has looked really good mid lane, right? Very justified for this shift. There are still question marks about how this team is performing overall, but there's moments like in this fight where he just steps up and is the big carry.
Yeah, and it's just, you can see here, goes in, gets that triple fear, and is just turning everything on its head in favor of RNG. And honestly, it's been a bit of a silver lining. So yes, RNG have got a 3-1 scoreline. They are still doing very well, but they haven't been as convincing as we expected them to be. So it's still good to say that Xiaohu has been as good, if not, you know, better than he was last split as well.
Yeah, I mean, I remember this was at the start of the split. This was a moment, all right. This was, I think this says a lot about Gory as well. But level 2, solo kill and the Victor Corky match. Not what you see every day, but I think he has been absolutely stellar. The thing is, though, the team as a whole hasn't looked absolutely stellar. That's where the big question marks are. You know, there've been talking points about Ali in the top lane. There's been talking points about just how the game plan doesn't seem to be as solved. You know, last split, it was you play towards Xiaohu, you're crying on the Roman things, very straightforward. And the thing is, you know, they're still doing okay, but we will be very critical of this team because they are such a storied org.
And that's the big thing. You talk about why we're so heavily critical. You know, they're 3-1. They're still like, you know, 1 loss against FBX. They're also near that top of the table. This organization demands greatness. They're not just there to make worlds, to make playoffs. As Lyric said in the previous series with RNG, they are an organization that demands championships. So if I look at some of the trophy cabinet they've picked up, you know, 4 LPL championships, 2 MSI championships, 5 Worlds appearances. This is an organization that isn't just here to participate. They are looking to win the whole thing. And right now, it doesn't really strike me as a team that's going to be able to do that.
There's something missing there, though. there's something. Is there a certain title they don't have? I wonder. I wonder
if there's a team, that has that title that they might be facing today.
Yeah,
the all-elusive title for certain LPL teams.
Yeah, no Worlds trophy for RNG, and obviously they're up against IG, who don't have as many trophies in the trophy case, but they have the really important one, the World Championship one.
They got the skins.
Absolutely. And I think IG, I don't think the expectations are high, right? They brought in this roster a lot less storied. And again, yes, we've seen IG win Worlds. Yes, there is expectations. But I think we just have to take it as it goes. They've had some decent performances, but it kind of feels like they've been a bit hit or miss. And for me, it's kind of been like all about Sean in the jungle. And it's kind of been like, if he doesn't find success, the team kind of fails.
Yeah, it does feel like that. And you can say, like, it's a bit of a shun or bust. You know, this is a team that has a very defined identity, and they are working towards it. However, it's not the most perfect of strategies. It has, as you said, it has worked, or it has gone completely, you've been bluffing and you've had to fold straight away. So they're all in every single round. They're that friend you go and play a couple of card games with, and then every single hand, you're only trying to do it with friends, and there's all in every hand. They don't know what's going on, but sometimes it works, and sometimes you call their bluff.
Yeah, and I think times that it's worked is when the team have set him up and have played around him, and he's been able to find those moments, and it has snowballed the team and gotten them a lead, and they can make something happen off the back of that. But it's inconsistent, right? Because he'll go for those ganks, he'll go for those skirmishes, and if they don't go in their favor, then things can really end up backfiring pretty substantially.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, like you mentioned. It is the backfire that the the ricochet, I suppose, or the backlash that you get once this doesn't go, their way, when it doesn't really happen in the way that they want it to go. And that's where IG are going to have to be a bit more creative, maybe look to make, the hashtag protect Naney, as Lyric and Munchables have coined. It is something they need to go for, and it is just against these bigger teams that it does feel a little bit lost from IG, especially when you get against the likes of Tarzan, which we just saw there, who's just running the jungle, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And I will say that I think, RNG have shown that, like, they dropped the game against Everyone's Legend. They've shown they're not infallible. I think there is windows where you could take a game of them. I think the series is going to be hard for IG. They need to kind of have, it's like, like a roll of a dice, right? They need to get like 6s, 2 games in a row to really win this one. But I think they definitely can take a game. And again, Jun has shown that he can be successful. It's just the team needs to facilitate him. They need to play for him. He needs to find these aggressive plays and then not lose out on these skirmishes. And the problem is, I look at RNG, I look at Xiao, I'm like, could be tricky.
Could be a little bit tricky. And you talked about the series, and these are 2 of the most storied organizations we have. You look at some of their head-to-heads as such, it's a pretty damn huge amount of games that you can look into the past for these 2 particular teams. In terms of series, you've got 11-14 in favor of RNG, but in terms of game totals, 37-37, they're even Stevens. So today we will have a winner of the game total regardless of the series.
Yes, so I mean, RNG can clinch both if they end up winning this series, and obviously IG can win out in terms of games, which is significantly less important than series, but it's still something, right? You take anything that you can get. Either way, we'll see how that pans out in this one. And I think, again, we talked a lot about Sean. We talked about how he's a big aspect of how this team is successful. We also can look at the other side, right? When we look at the side of RNG, we have Wei in the jungle. Him pairing up with Ming has been so instrumental for this team. The jungle matchup is going to be a really big talking point for this one.
Yeah, and like we said, yes, RNG have more trophies in their cabinet. IG got the important one. IG are still 2018 world champions. You will never be able to take that away from them. We will never be able to not say that for this team. So for RNG, yes, you've MSI, yes, you've a lot more LPL championships, but you need to get that big one. And that's why this is still going to be a very, very storied, I suppose, story just matchup in general. It doesn't matter if the side of IG are on a big, massive rebrand, or not even a rebrand, a rebuild is the word I'm looking for. And you still have to put respect in the organization. They still have that all coveted, important title that the likes of RNG can sadly only dream about.
I mean, that's the thing, right? At the end of the day, winning worlds is such a big thing, right? Especially when we have these storied orgs who, as you said, RNG have won the LPL multiple times. Still that world championship title evade them. The fact they've won MSI multiple times, which is something that not many teams can say at all, right? Very select few. So RNG really looking to have a good split, but it's really looking towards the world championship. But I think regardless of these lofty expectations, I think they just want to sort of work out how they're playing as a team, find their form, and really have things pieced together, because I think overall, RNG have been a little bit hit or miss at times.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing that we want to see from RNG today, is getting that bar up to the level that we expect. Because again, this is still a team that arguably improved in mid lane and went sideways in top lane in terms of the improvements they made for this roster compared to 2021, where they won Spring, where they did win the MSI Championship. They got to quarterfinals at Worlds. So this is still a massively stacked roster in all positions. They just need to find it out. And it did feel like the last series they warmed a little bit into it. They felt like they found a little bit more of that RNG flair that we know and love, and I just want to see them warm into it a little bit more. It does feel like they've hit the ground a little, stumbling a little bit, and they just need to pick up the pace, find out how they run again.
100%. And that's the thing, is like there were criticisms for Crying on this roster and sort of his role in it, and how he's a bit underwhelming lane, especially compared to the caliber of players like Doinby, like Knight. But he was very convincing and very good at one thing, which is knowing when to rotate up the top. And I think that's something Xiao was very crisp up as well, was setting up waves. And so it was like pixel perfect. They knew exactly which wave to dive on. They stacked the wave. Very effective, very refined, and hard to deal with as a result. This RNG feels a bit more fast and loose. Bin isn't as sort of convincing as Xiao in that manner, right? He's a bit more like he wants to trade with you because he wants to trade and out trade you. He's not like, I'm going to set this up, playing the long game. And I think it's just become a bit more volatile, but still strong. It's just they need to kind of find that refined aspect to really deliver.
Yeah, and for IG, it's all about improvement. It's all about finding their place where they feel comfortable as such. And we know they feel comfortable with Shun, but again, finding more opportunities, finding more ways of making the game their own. And yes, Shun is a good player, but is he a, you know, I suppose I wouldn't put him in the same caliber of like Knight or Doonby or hell, even Xiaohu, people who I could just put the game on top of and say, you do your thing, you'll be able to win this whole thing for us.
Yeah, and I think you guys looked pretty okay. I think, honestly, that's the thing. Is like, I take this Invictus Gaming roster with a grain of salt, and I'm like, when I see positives, I'm like, that is a positive to see, but overall, they are struggling, right? They're not exactly going to be competing for the top of the table by anyone's standards, but it's still just seeing how far they can go on it. And even if they don't do like the best in spring, there's still summer to look towards, to develop towards.
Yeah, well, we're gonna throw ahead over to Wendy, who's going to be translating the performance for the Esports Spring Gala.
远尘淡漠，白又青花，
dust,
在衣美
light
飘飞
ink,
间，舞
white
者
and
行书
glaze.
一广
The
的
robes
展示了
fluttered
充
and the
满传
dancers
统
displayed
文化
the
的
blue and white
青花瓷。
porcelain full of traditional
丝弦
charm.
的声音一响，
As soon as the
我
sound
们
of the
就回
silk
到了
strings
天
rings,
青色的
we
雨中。
return to the azure
清
ring.
脆的瓷
As
器
soon
一
as
扣，
the
我
crisp
们就迎
porcelain
来了
knocks,
传统的佳
we
节
usher in the traditional
春
festival,
节。
the Chinese Spring Festival.
接下来的两支队伍
The
也
next
即将迎
two
来
teams
他们
are
的
going
重
to
要
have
一
their
战。
important
首
matchup.
先，就让我们
Firstly,
欢迎
let's welcome Invictus Gaming. Top laner Nanny, Jungler Xun, Mid laner 月开 Bot laner 小月季 Support Lucas, Head Coach 龙
让我们再一次欢迎 IG 战
Welcome
队
to IG.
欢迎
Now,
Royal Never
Let's welcome Royal Never Give Up. Laner Bin, Jungler Wei, Mid Laner 小虎 Bot Laner Gala, Support Ming, Head Coach Kenju. Welcome to RNG. The matchup of IG and RNG is about to begin. Crazy is our game.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Fantastic performance, fantastic translation. Always very, very awesome to see the traditional side of the league, I suppose, showing our uniqueness, getting ourselves, you know, it's not all about folding your arms in the esports pose. Sometimes it's about porcelain, and I appreciate that, Ox.
Yeah, it was very, very pretty and beautiful to see. And now we're going to see some beautiful League of Legends, I'm hoping.
We hope.
Fingers crossed, you know. That's
We
what I'm here
hope we
for.
get to see it.
We just saw a beautiful series between Anyone's Legend and Wavo, which definitely didn't have me pulling my hair out at certain points. And I expect some solid play here. And I think, you know, draft is having such an impact in these series. We'll see how this one pans out. Last series, Corki's such a staple priority pick, which I will not hold back, and I will say this pick is broken. And also Gwen being picked game one and banned away. There's a lot of power picks on the cards here. You know, we have all these scaling 80 carries, but there's just these picks that can really change the dynamic of how a game is played, and we'll see how the teams prioritize them.
We will see. If this is a big matchup for RNG, like we said, this is a moment for them to really push themselves forward and get themselves a big win, because they've got a massive series next week as well. They go up just before the Chinese New Year break, or the Spring Festival break. They go up against BLG, so you want to be hitting that ground running. I will say they are still undefeated since their first game of versus FBX, but again, you look at the people they have been playing. They won 2-1 against JDG, who haven't been looking so hot. They beat TT 2-0. Again, not exactly a stellar team. And then they barely beat Anyone's Legend there on Friday. So a lot of big questions coming out here for RNG, and I want to see more from them. Straight up, I want to see them dominating. Like, you look at EDG right now, they're a team that I could just look at and say, this team is just doing so damn well. I want RNG up on that pedestal as well.
Yeah, 100%. And it's kind of the difference we're seeing between teams like EDG, who, other than dropping that one game, have for the most part been very, very clean, and RNG, who's been a bit hit or miss, even against the weaker teams, right? You can understand you go against a stronger team, you know, there's a chance you're going to lose it. One team has to come out ahead. But these weaker matchups, they shouldn't be dropping games. And it's been a little bit hit or miss. It still raises questions about them, and we'll have to see how they manage this one. But the expectation is, for RNG, they should be crushing this.
Yeah, they should be crushing it. Big, important word there in that sentence. We'll see how they do. And for IG, it's all about improvement. This is an opportunity now for them to maybe cause an upset. Like you said, they got to roll 2 6s, but I was doing probability most recently. That's not as ridiculous as it sounds. It's not as hard to think about, you know, when you come into this matchup. And I'll do the maths now in a second, but for IG, if they can get the right draft, if they can put themselves in the right mindset, it is not impossible for them to be able to make the upset.
Yeah, we'll see the bans starting to come out. A little bit different from what we saw in the last game. Jarvan being targeted, as well as the Twisted Fate, and then Diana and Italy. So RNG, we talked about it before it, right? He's gonna burst, and they are really targeting him with these first 2 bans specifically.
They're very much targeting him, but that leaves open a plethora of champions. The Caitlyn, the Renekton, the Corki, these massive picks that are just so many. The Gwen, hell, we're going to get a lot of them coming out here right now, because IG respecting the Vex that were coming out of RNG. I actually do like this ban on the blue side, because they're saying, look, we recognize that you're just too powerful on this specific champion. We think we can deal with the meta stuff.
Also potentially opens up, we saw Corki first picked 2 games last series. Vex is something that can obviously pose that threat. She has such long-range engage, you can threaten a backline, so maybe Corki prioritized by IG could make sense, but RNG not really banning away the picks we typically see banned out here means that, you know, them being on red side, they will get, as much as they don't get that first pick Corki, they can take 2 here, right? Choice of AD carries, they can pick up the Caitlyn, they can pick up the priority of jungler. There's such a wide range of options here that they can go towards. They can even just pick up the Gwen for Bin if they're feeling so confident. But spoiled for choice is the way I describe it.
Very much so. And honestly, for Urkai, this is a perfect champion. It's something that he can do massive amounts of damage, which we have seen multiple times in multiple series, and still look good. I will say, it's very early days. We have seen a lot more of RNG than certain other teams, but RNG seem to be doing what they do best, which is pick something for Gala all split long, and that thing seems to be Aphelios. He has just been playing that so consistently, so constantly, that it feels like it's just their go-to now because, again, IG or every other team in the league have to prioritize bans elsewhere.
Yeah, Aphelios and Zhao, very strong red side 1-2 that we often see. Zhao kind of the cream of the crop in terms of junglers on the current patch, and Aphelios being prioritized by a lot of teams, able to be aggressive in lane, but still scales well.
I did 7 times so far this split.
He enjoys the champion.
He
IG,
does.
I think you want to match in terms of junglers. They go for the Lee Sin, which is there's sort of 4 high priority junglers and they opt for that one. I think here AD carry makes a lot of sense if you want to secure that now, but to be honest, there's a lot open available. I think you could let it slide and you could look for something like, if there's a top lane you want to prioritize, if you want to look towards the Gwen maybe, if it's a support, if you want to deny the Thresh. There's a lot of options here that it looks like they do want choice. They want to lock in the Caitlyn maybe? No, they go for the Gwen, and I actually like this more, right? Corki Gwen, so broken in the late game, and they've secured those 2, but RNG, we talked about this in the first series, Jace is kind of one of the few counters to Gwen who can punish her in the laning phase.
And something actually we never really mentioned there, as we had so much to cover in this very historic matchup. It's actually not South, it's Xiao Wuji in the bot side, so I'm curious to see how he's able to do. Again, this is a brand new bot lane. It's going up against the very veteran, I would say at this point, Gala versus Ming. So curious to see how this relatively new bot side does work out. They're going to have to deal with a couple of bans thrown their way because they're going to have to go against at least the Aphelios. I wouldn't mind seeing the Jinx ban as well, just to give you that ultra scaling in your back pocket. But again, the Caitlyn yet to be banned away as well. Lots of options here. And actually, just wanted to get your opinion. We are seeing, obviously, a lot of people are, started off the season with saying Caitlyn was absolutely broken, but RNG and a lot of other LPL teams have found out that if you just gank that lane very, very early with something like the Xin Zhao, you can take advantage of it.
I think that's the thing, right? Because of the TP changes, Caitlyn's been freed up to just push lane, crush the 2v2. You just have to make it not a 2v2, right? I think that's the thing, is that when TP changed, everyone was like, oh, we don't have a response to this, but there is responses. It just has to be measured. I do think in the right hands, Caitlyn can still be dominating, but I think RNG are confident they can deal with it. They will ban away the Jinx. Caitlyn available, Jhin available, so WG's got a fair amount of choices here. Is pretty comfortable, but you can see IG are targeting mid laners who will have pressure. Syndra's been taken out. You could look towards the Victor potentially, but it's not really the mid laner that has that much pressure to roam down to sides that I'm super concerned about. Zoe is more what I'm talking about, that early prio that can allow Xiaohu to affect the map.
See where they want to go now. Look at all those bans into mid lane. LeBlanc, Vex, Syndra, Twisted Fate, Zoe. So many picks taken away. And now RNG, they could look to go with anything they really want right now. They have so many things on the board. RNG, again, Xiaohu I am not worried about. It's so hard to ban this guy out. And he goes towards Orianna, which historically is still one of his most played champions ever. Like, the guy just plays everything and always has.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a bit of Orianna right into the Corki. It's a good matchup. You can just sort of QW auto and trade down on him, and you'll really have an easy time. You'll have priority. So I like this pick, and you also scale incredibly well. IG will lock in that tried and tested duo of the Caitlyn Lux, that really strong bot lane. But for me, IG have great scaling, right? They have a bot lane they can play towards with that really strong duo. But for RNG, I can see them just really trying to make their life hell through bot. If they start to gank the Caitlyn Lux, things will become out of hand quickly. There's Ming on the Nautilus who can set up ganks very effectively. Yes, IG have these very painful scaling elements to deal with later in the game, but RNG have a lot of tools to make sure it never gets to that point. And they have a good lane matchup top, good lane matchup mid, and then bot lane, as long as they get ganks, should be good for them.
Should is the big word there, but they go with the Caitlyn Lux, so like you said, it should be a pretty easy pushing lane, but we have seen before in the past how good teams are, especially in the LPL, at just jumping in on that level 2 or getting an early summoners out. I think it was like Nymera I was talking to on Twitter and saying teams are figuring out that because you're so far pushed up and you don't really have any natural escapes in the first few levels, it is very easy to punish something like a Lux or any real enchanter in that bot side. But the team's locked and loaded. IG got themselves a hell of a lot of late game scaling and not a bad early game either. So in my opinion, it's going to be on RNG to be the proactive ones to get themselves out onto the map and really make IG think about where they're going, what they're doing.
Yeah, I will say though, RNG still don't have a sort of a late game to really ignore, right? Jace scales very well, can do this massive shock blast later on. Orianna and Aphelios are problematic on top of that. I just think Gwen and Corki are a little bit nuts, but I don't think, like, it's not like IG will just hit a certain point in the game and it's like, okay, we auto win. They still need to come out with a convincing game. But RNG, I think they have the early agency in this one. I think that's the important thing. So we'll look to see how it pans out and look to see what Jun can do. And if it is going to be Jun or bust.
We will wait and see. It's game 1 of this best of 3. We had a 2-0 earlier. We'll see how this one starts. Both RNG and IG wanting to send themselves into the 3rd week with a win. RNG keeping that momentum going after that first game lost against FBX, and IG really trying to see if they can get their season started. Only 1 win on the board for them. So both teams desperate to take the 2-0, get themselves into a nice thing. And my God, look how pretty that is.
That's so cool, honestly.
we are done with static top, kind of like skylines. It's now animated skylines, and that's the next level observing. But now Bin gonna possibly find Nani, who's on a bit of a journey right now. Has the easy level 1. Not really hard for them to win that one, as you can see there. The skip and slash, very, very easy. Should be skip and snip, but whatever. I digress. And yeah, very easy to get the vision down.
We actually saw the Shy do a similar thing in game 1 today, where like he does the loop around, and then if you're sitting in that tri-brush and Gwen dashes on you, so her level 1's so strong, she'll just beat you up, force you out. We saw that happen to ZDZ, and he got chunked a little bit, had to be in a health pot. So then he going for a similar thing, but Bin, wise to it, doesn't get caught out. Just a little interesting. We always find these dynamics, particularly in bot lane and top lane, where like you try and cheese the other laner, find like a little bit of a health lead, find the jump on someone. So it's just interesting to see how these develop and how prepared laners can potentially be.
We'll see now, and already we start to see the power you get with that Caitlyn Lux, and already Nani and Bin taking a little bit of a trade. This is something that Bin relishes, though. Bin is one of those players that absolutely adores the 1v1, really wants to constantly going at it and limit testing, so if he can come out trumps with that, it is very much a good time. But now Xiaohu in a little bit of trouble here, does take an unfavorable trade just about against the Corki, and this is just common to see. You know that you've got the sustain with the biscuits, you've got yourself triple pot when you go with the longsword, so you're happy as Yukai to take these trades constantly.
Honestly, typically we see Orianna out trading the Corki, but what Yukai did really well was that he made the trade longer, right? You have strong bursty trades from Xiaohu. If you go QW auto, then you back off. You're going to be favorable. You have phase rush you can proc as well. But you saw just like the extended trade, right? Popping his E, getting the full Gatling gun off, and that's why the trade went in his favor. So pretty heads up play there. And it's only like a small micro thing, but it's still nice to see, right? Nice to see the back and forth and him not just giving up too much space in the matchup.
Not being allowed or allowing Xiaohu to bully him. You got to remember as well, last split, Yukai was the sub mid laner behind Cryin on RNG. So is still very aware of what Xiaohu do. There would have been scrim, but he's in that way. He's in a little bit of trouble with that pushing bot side. It's very difficult here for RNG to secure it, but with all the summoner, or excuse me, all the spells missing there from Lucas. Lucas on the Lux, not able to make anything work, so just going to be able to take that first scuttle. Not a big deal, the double scuttle, but it does mean that the full camp clear should go over the side of Wei.
Yeah, Wei's fine, just clearing this up. I like the use of the priority bot, right? This is a lane that Jun should be relying on to move, to assist him. It's one who's going to have him in favor. He gets that skull, he'll go top side, be able to pick up the top skull as well. So a bit of advantage found between those junglers.
And then set me up now. Where do you want to see these two teams going? Let's have a look to the future. Let me see if you're a prophet, my friend. As we want to see, where do you want to see both these teams attacking, and where do you think they're going to find the most advantageous spots for them to make the most of these comps?
For RNG, it's bot lane, right? Bot lane is the one you want to be set up on consistently. You have the engage threat from the Nautilus against a Caitlyn Lux. Make things happen bot. We can see Wave's already down there waiting for something to happen. For Shun, you have a bit of choice. Bot lane is more of a lane you want to cover and protect more than necessarily set up a gank, but you can be there to counter gank. On the other side, though, you can look to punish the Jace, right? If you set him behind in the matchup with Ghost available to the Gwen, you can potentially run him down. And on top of that, Jace is a champion who's very volatile, right? If he's ahead, monstrous, absolutely take over a game. If he's behind, really feels like a bit of nothing.
We'll see now if you're a prophet, if the teams are listening to your wise words from the sage. As we are going to have a Hex Rift coming in. Or not a Hex Rift, excuse me. First Dragon is going to be a Hex Dragon.
I wish we had a Hex Rift, man.
Yeah.
Honestly.
We hexing, baby. We hexing.
I love Hex Gates. They're my favorite thing they added to the preseason, man.
I love just the pure coin flip difference, night and day, between the two different dragons. Hex Drake, everyone liked that. We love this. This makes me smile every day. Chem Drake and Chem Rift, hate it. Whoever made this is the worst. It's like such a mad way of like two things came out and we've had completely opposite reactions from the community. It's honestly, it's impressive if nothing else.
It's really like the good twin and the evil twin.
Yeah. Right? It's a fun way to look at it. Now we can see Xiaohu doing exactly what you said he should be able to do. He's going to be able to get that advantage. And now with the level 6 here, Ming roaming up to try and maybe get something going for them. That's a great ward there to spot out Shun and Lucas, who were just roaming in around that Raptor pit. And that's something that I find with Lee Sin was a very innovative place to go. But now when you're on that red side, it's just something you have to ward because you cannot allow yourself to get caught out when you're pushing up.
I love the moves from Ming. So now mid lane is pretty covered in terms of vision control. If you look, they have control wards and both those side brushes. It allows Xiaohu to push his advantage in the lane without getting caught out by ganks necessarily because he has the vision cover. Wave once again heads towards the bot side. Make sure it's...
Oh, they get the flash forward as well. They're trying to kill off this kill right now. The ignite ticking. And that's going to be Ming getting first blood in that bot side. Great move and exactly what you wanted to see, Ox.
Yeah, beautiful. You find the engaged potential. You just burst out the Caitlyn, clean up on a kill, and then you can repeat that, right? You now have a flashless Caitlyn. It's an easy target to set up on. This is definitely a positive start from RNG. More of the same.
More of the same. They didn't, and you can see just how quick they were with that reaction, and that means they're gonna get the push in the bot side. Bin is pretty damn free to say, look, I know I can go a little bit aggressive and take all this farm that I need to take. And let's have a look at the replay here, and it just looks like, again, time and time again, we see with Ming, light binding's down. Here's an opportunity here. They need to catch out they need to catch out Xiao Wuji, and they do.
And the critical thing is he waited until he was firing the Peacemaker, right? And at that point, he's locked in the animation. He can't net away. It was very good timing in that regard because it's the one moment where he can't use his bit of mobility to escape. So great timing to find that punish. Now, we do see Ming hovering on the top side, just making sure that Bin is in a comfortable position, making sure that nothing untoward happens. He will get spotted out on this ward here. The thing is, that's the thing with the Caitlyn Lux, right? You can apply pressure bot lane, but you can't really set anything up. Gala's pretty comfortable and should just be able to clear this wave out as long as he doesn't get caught by a binding.
And that's the big if, because those light bindings are infuriating. I'm sure you have plenty of experience with them, as everyone else has. It's just such an annoying bot side, as we can see Shun working maybe towards this top lane. They don't have vision of exactly where he is, but Bin has an idea that something is happening. There's the flash kick, not quite going to get him all the way into Nanine. The flash away, but Shun was wise to the idea. And again, Shun or bust, IG on the board.
Yeah, really nice play. Honestly, love to see it. Slick move over, didn't give Bin the opportunity.
Yukai, that was so well calculated. Didn't flash, knew he could tank up the turret, or excuse me, the ultimate.
Oh, we might find him there if he just...
he's just recalling. He got out! He didn't miss, he got out. He was just a little bit too slow, so...
You know what? I'm going to say I think he might have missed as well, because I was a little bit off the mark from where he was. I think the hitbox might not connect, but regardless...
We'll have a replay. I'm sure we will definitely have a replay.
He got away. The big thing is he got away.
I bet you at dinner that he didn't miss it and the recall got out.
All right, sure. We'll have a look. We'll have a look if we see it. If we get to see it this replay. By the way, I said top lane is lane you can definitely gank. You burn the flash off the Jace, so now let's have kill potential for the Gwen a bit more freely. And on top of that, if you set the Jace behind, it's going to be advantageous. Mid lane is going in favor of Xiaohu, right? He's expecting this matchup. He's applying some pressure to Corki, which is quite difficult to do. But now RNG are fishing. Oh, great grab.
Great hook there, but you can see just how hard it is to lock people down. They will get the Moonlight Vigil, and they will trade it off for the ace in the hole, but now they know that Wei is here. Wei has the Crescent Guard to try and separate them out. Zhao Wuji in a hell of a lot of trouble. The hook will completely miss. The Light Binding stops the Nautilus from going in, but it does not matter because Gala gets the first kill. They will force the flash out of Lucas as well, and this bot lane is just being repeatedly hit over and over again by RNG.
Yeah, Lucas surviving isn't a big deal. The main thing is you kill the AD carry, you deny the farm from the Caitlyn, and this is exactly what RNG need to do around this lane. This lane is great for IG if there aren't ganks, but as soon as they start to come in, RNG find favor.
Yeah, and we got to see the package was used into that mid lane, forced the flash out of Xiaohu, so there was why that summoner is now down. But with the pressure you have bot side, being able to push that in, knowing you have just absolutely full reign, you can take that first dragon. That's going to go over to the side of RNG. Next dragon is going to be a mountain, so Soul not going to be either of those two. And ooh, Shockwave doesn't quite land there, and that's going to be the summoner down for Yukai, or excuse me, for Xiaohu over Yukai.
Yeah, still fishing, but I like Xiaohu is applying pressure in this lane, but we see Shun finding success, right? Burn the flash mid, managed to get that play out the top lane. He's there on the top side, allowing Nenny to crash the wave, apply some pressure, get a plate. But still, I'm concerned about this bot lane, right? You pick Caitlyn Lux because you want to get a significant lead, and RNG are the ones who've been able to shut down. Gala is now at 800 gold up in the matchup, and if Spellius gets fed, it is going to become problematic.
It really, really is, and that's the adaptation we're seeing from a lot of teams. Again, like we talked about, the Caitlyn was seen as this OP, never let through, you just can't let it have its own day, but again, with metas and with the way teams are, they will find opportunities, they will find ways of making it work for them, and it feels like Caitlyn isn't just that catch-all anymore. And speaking of catch-all, might be Bin being caught out. We're going to see him maybe use the To the Skies, and as soon as he does, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Shun already making his way towards that top side. They will get the re-kill off, and actually just gonna see if he stops them off right here. Nani waiting to the last absolute possible second. Gonna use the ultimate there. We can see him jumping into the skies, gets the knockback. Nani not really getting the best of trades and has to walk away, almost dropping down. Not really the trade you want to be seeing there for Nani in the top side.
Oh, that was really desperate, honestly. There was a massive wave as well that he just ignored, that just died to the turret. So he missed out a ton of farm. You can see there's a pretty significant chest lead. Oh.
Nearly getting on top of there, but you can see Ming Spider-Manning his way over. Now Xiao Wuji in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get locked down there by the auto attack passive. Has to flash himself away. They do use the ultimate, but now the rest of IG are here. There's the ace in the hole. You needed to block that one way for your support. Ming does go down. There's a shockwave just to disengage, but they do land a sonic wave. They're trying to see if they can do something more. They almost get down on top of Shun, but another great light binding there on the Xiao, who means that Shun is not done. And IG come out with 2 quick kills.
This is for sure not a bus game. Shun is on point, landing these sonic waves, cleaning up the kills, and honestly, RNG just a little bit overzealous, stepped up too far. They're like, you know, it's that reiteration. We have to punish this bot lane. We have to punish this bot lane. They go way too deep, and it was just an overreach, right? They didn't have the backup of the team. They didn't have the backup of Xiaohu and Gala initially, and as a result, IG clean up in the skirmish. We now have a 3-0-1 Lee Sin with that Gordrinker finish. Now, Yukai might be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, he has flash, so I think he's just going to be able to get it away from them. Yep, doesn't even need it. Yukai knows very well how Ming operates on this Nautilus and was able to get himself away. That being said, despite all that's said and done, it's still about 1,000 gold lead for RNG. They still have massive advantage here for this Aphelios, who's no longer 800 gold ahead. He's nearly 1,800 gold ahead. So it's just getting a little bit worse for them. They need to find an opportunity here, and Shun's running out on this Rift Child, as you can see, so he has to drop that immediately bot.
Yeah, and honestly, it's so bad sitting on the Rift Herald for a long time on Lee Sin because you don't have access to your ward or ward hop, right? So usually will be able to get in range, so he picks up the plates there. So it's still a decent Herald. It's not the best, but you get the 2 plates, you get it on someone you want. That's fine. We'll get a replay of that skirmish, and it's just, this is a very big overcommit, right? Wei is alone here against 2, isn't able to get on them instantly, and then Ming, like, look how deep they are. Look on the mini-map where Gala and Xiaohu are. They are so far away. They burn everything to get in range, and it's like, well, Now there's 4 members of IG in position. We see Ming block the ultimate to trying to keep Wei alive, but it's just not enough. The Sonic Waves keep connecting, keep going in, and in this situation, Xiaohu ends up overstaying. And speaking of overstaying, Bin just gets caught out as well. This is a great game from Shun. He is really rolling the 6 on this one.
And you mean you highlighted it in the pregame, Shun or bust, and Shun has come in with a vengeance, with a fire in his belly to say, I am going to take away this win from RNG. 4-0 and 100% kill participation in the early game. Wei is just here to try and clear out this wave. Shouldn't be able to do much more against Nani's Gwen. And this is where the game gets a little bit scary. This is where this game starts to get a little bit away from you. You're now relying on something like Gala, who is very far ahead, to start making plays alongside Ming to get RNG back into this game.
Yeah, and I mean, RNG still have strong skating around the composition, right? And they still have a pretty good team fight. But I'm seeing a Gwen who's taking this tower, who's going to be pretty comfortable. I'm seeing Yukai who's in a rough lane, but is scaling up comfortably. And WBG is now in a much better position than he was before. So overall, IG, things are looking a bit rough at the start, but they have bounced back significantly. And now, just slightly behind in gold, they're setting up for this dragon. I think Yukai should have backed the package by now. I didn't get to see it because I was looking at the replay, but I think he should have it here. Yeah, he does. The fight's kicking off.
Here we go. They're going to drop down the Nautilus Ultimate and the Crescent Guard. There's going to be a Shockwave only landing onto one. They're going to use the Light Singularity as well, or excuse me, the Final Spark to get down that harassment. Wei in a lot of trouble, but he has nowhere to go, and he will fall. Gala goes aggressive, and Gala finds the kill. They'll block out the ace in the hole, but after all said and done, you lost your jungler. You cannot contest around the dragon, and that should just be the dragon going over the side of IG regardless.
Yeah, Yukai is just pumping the damage numbers with that equalizers. Hit 4 members with it and burnt them down. A massive amount of damage. Just easily secures the dragon, right? They were so low, there's no way they're going to contest it, especially because we saw Wei go down. But we do see Gar able to turn things around. And this is kind of how the FLS is playing at the moment, right? With Gale Force, with Press the Attack, you go in and you burst down squishy targets, able to find the Corki there. But ultimately, I think IG still happy with how that panned out.
Very happy, I would say, as we can see as well on the top side. Bin got the push into the top lane, was able to answer back for that turret. So 2 turrets to 1, dragon apiece, 6 kills to 3 to IG, but despite all that, still a slight gold lead there for RNG. And let's have a look at how this fight goes, because that package, like you said, just able to do so much at separating everybody and also doing so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, didn't actually catch Wei with a burn, but Gala, Ming, and Xiaohu all get toasted by it and just have to retreat. They then catch out Wei. He ends up going down on a rocket, and it's just like there's no way you can contest that. But Gala does manage to dash in and get the kill after his initial root setup. So positive play from him. Yeah, a lot bin, in fairness, a lot bin. But the thing is, his flash will be back up for the next dragon, so it's not too concerning. That is literally how the FLS has to play this game, right? When you're faced against things like Caitlyn, Lux, Corki, you can't just sit back and be that face melter. You have to get in people's faces and melt them. So still melt faces, just differently.
You can't sit back and face melt. You got to go aggressive and face melt. I like it. Well, speaking of going aggressive, RNG punishing the fact that IG went for that Rift Herald and committed quite a few members to it. So that's not only 1 tower, it's 2 towers and a tier 2 at that. So already we're seeing a level advantage for Bin. We're already going to see them trade it back down into the top side. So there will be an answer here for the side of IG, but very quick macro decisions coming out from both sides. Tit for tat, they want to try and put out as much as they can to get as much of an advantage as they can.
Feels like RNG have been pretty sharp on like setting up ideal situations in the side lanes. So Bin's getting more farms, so he's able to pick up these towers, going uncontested, because IG keep feeling like, you know, they need a group, and then Nenny ends up isolated, gets poked out, and that's where Bin can really flourish. And so despite the fact we have a kill lead for IG, RNG are up in gold. And if you look across the board, we see Bin up in farm, Xiaohu up in farm, Gala up in farm as well. They've managed to accrue this advantage because of how they've played the lanes out and because of how they've picked up farm in the side, whereas it's really IG who've done well in the skirmishes. It's kind of worrying that despite that, they're still down in gold.
That's the big thing. It's the gold that is keeping RNG at just keeping the pace. And you know, already, again, 100% kill participation here from Shun, 4-0 and 2, doing fantastically. Just finished off his Hysterics gauge, so going to have that extra little bit of survivability. And funny thing is, despite being 0-2 for Bin, he's about 35 CS up. He is actually still winning out on this matchup. He's still a level up on Nani, and that's just a testament to how much power you can get with this Jace. They put in so many resources to try and put him down, and he's still ahead.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's going to be such a monster in the later stages, especially when RNG are generally kind of, medium to short range, apart from the J Shock Blast. If you land a big one onto like the Corki or the Caitlyn, it can be really problematic. And Bin will just one-shot the waves, throw down some poke on an Nini and walk off, and there's not really much that can be done, especially because, like, in this matchup, you can get harassed down by Jace, but because he has Phase Rush, he can easily just get away from you as well. It's so hard to stay on him. That's why typically Gwen will take Ghost to stay on her target in sort of duels and extended lanes, and Bin just isn't going to let that happen.
Is not, and curious to know, I don't know if that graphic is popping up on the, I think it's damage maybe, or possibly...
I think that's the gold icon, the little L.
Maybe
the
the,
right.
oh yes, you're right. So maybe it's gold advantage. So you're right. It was about 3,600 in favor of. It's a gold. Yes, it has been told by my director. As thank you very much,
I think it's gold
Shelly.
sources though. I don't think it's advantage necessarily. I think it's like where he got gold. But,
Yeah,
we can only
maybe,
speculate. My Chinese isn't quite up to scratch.
How dare us? How dare we? As Bin now jumps onto Nani, who now sees an opportunity maybe to go ham on him, and that's going to be the flash burnt again. This Gwen with the Riftmaker becoming a bit of an issue. Ming going to go and use the ultimate over the wall and use his own little dredge line. They'll jump on top of him to the skies and back to the fountain. That's RNG finding themselves a nice little quick kill. Very well played there by RNG.
Yeah, Nenny finding the window to run him down when they're both healthy. He hasn't got a chance to get poked out though, but Bin manages to get away, pulls in reinforcements, turns it around. Good execution from RNG. It's starting to feel a little bit tenuous right now. I keep trying to coop up mid and apply some pressure. You have to be concerned, right? If Engage comes in, your Caitlyn Lux can easily be picked off. Waves hovering around the side, and we see Xiaohu moving over. They need to back away.
All right, Dragon spawning in 30 seconds or a little bit underneath it. How do you approach this now as IG? Where do you look to try and make this one work for you? As I say that,
Not
Lucas
like that.
is already dead. Never mind. They got the pick. You can't even contest it. We'll talk about that next Dragon.
Yeah, so don't do that is step one, right? Step two,
Hindsight's
well,
2020.
that's what I'm here for. That's why you brought me onto the LPL casting team, that can provide the insights like that.
Yeah, the beautiful past tense insights of like, don't do that, but do this.
Yeah, well, I think the critical thing is there is that pick potential. You really needed Yukai and Nenny to be there, right? The package is available, is such a powerful tool. Nenny as well wasn't actually alive, so they know there's no threat of the Gwen keeping in. This is when they're in an advantage, and Lucas just disrespects the ball, just doesn't think about it, right?
5-level difference between that Lux and Orianna. Like, what did you expect was going to happen? Oh my god.
I don't think he did expect it, right? I don't think he
That's
saw the
true.
ball on the ground. A little bit rough. A little bit rough, honestly. An RNG 2 dragons in pocket. It's still a while away from Soul, so it's not too concerning, but you're starting to see the threat, right? The thing is with like the Corki, with the Caitlyn, with the Lux, they function well when everyone is a healthy distance away. They really like their personal space, and RNG are doing their best to not give them any.
Vex is not in the game, but like you said, personal space is the name of the game right now. And that's the big thing. You've got a Caitlyn Lux and a Corki. You're looking to harass from the side. You're looking to set people up and away. I thought he had the package there, and I was like, oh god.
I was about to flip out.
He'll be mauled.
I lost it.
You would have lost it. He's like, I just hear like a Discord like Purdue, and it's just like, wait, where did he go? But yeah, like again, you're looking at this team, you're looking at these champions, and you're saying that IG need to be bringing down the health bars at least to about 2/3 before they look to try and make a fight work with Nani, and it's just not really happening, or rather, RNG are not allowing that to happen as we move further and further into the mid to late game.
And now they're in control, right? They have the lead. They have that mid-tier 1 down. It's very easy for them to push the waves in, move through the Baron area, sweep out the vision, and they can just repeat this, right? Push mid, rotate over, make sure there's no vision going through, and then it just forces eventually IG might have to push into check, and that's when you get the pick. That's when you translate.
We'll wait to see where they want to go right now. 3 minutes till Dragon spawns. There's no real reason here for RNG to check down towards this bot side. No real reason for them to overextend and push. They're going to have to deal with that side lane and bot lane. They've already got Xiaohu in top on the minimap to push in top lane. Already got the Shadow Flame as well, so that pen becoming a bit ridiculous. Yukai is opting into a Hex Drinker as well, so he's trying to deny a lot of that magic damage. And I say a lot of that magic damage, it's just Xiaohu. He just needs to survive the burst from the shockwave, and that's enough for him to be scared.
I'm pretty sure he had that in lane. I think there was like a lane pickup to have early. It's what normally happens is like Corki does obviously a ton of magic damage and the pen's really nice, but he scales better with raw AD. So often like I've seen more Mortius picked up for the AD factor and the defensive aspect. I've seen even Death Stance picked up because obviously it's good against AD threats and gives you a lot of AD. So it's interesting to see how like the Corki build has developed a bit to add like a defensive element, not just going for the pure poke. But yeah, I mean, at this point, RNG, it's up to them to set up this dragon, and it's up to IG. They need to find a favorable fight that works for them.
I just noticed as well, Nani actually went with the lethal tempo onto the Gwen and top side. So if they're able to find an extended fight, we'll get extended range. So curious to see how well or not well that works out for the Gwen. I know the Freak from the LCS, it prefers the Conqueror, but it's something that you can alternate to.
I think it's really strong in. I think Conquerors tends to be better in team fights, right? Because once you stack it, it adds on to your ult and you can just do a ton of damage. Lethal tempo is generally better in the 1v1 because especially early you can stack up that attack speed with your E and just end up winning out, you know, in those sort of skirmish situations. But I think both are fine. I don't think that's really going to be the difference maker here.
I like to pick out little nuanced things.
It's always nice. I love talking about little nuanced things. I feel like that's something I spend a lot of time doing, but I feel like now minute 4 dragon, this is where the setup needs to start to come in. So there's still decent control from RNG towards the Baron. It's important to mention just in case they try and threaten it, but there is some vision over there. I believe the scuttle has been secured by AG, so they don't need to worry too much. And now it's about getting control over the dragon area. Mid wave has been neutralized, so now RNG are moving and looking to fight over this next wave, right? They want to get the shove in, they want to then be able to move through the river and just lock IG out.
Look at the top right. Look at that little ward, that little sneaky little pink ward that snuck itself in. So you'll have the package and a potential flank here for both Nani and Yuakai. So RNG, do they look to try and just brute force this and do IG allow it? They're pushing forward. They still haven't got that one. Very important to know on the minimap. Top left, just behind everyone of RNG, there is a fantastic ward. They got rid of it. They dropped down a pink. No, you had a TP ward. Oh, I'm so sad. IG will get caught out now as Yuakai gets the shockwave right to the face. They're going to use the final spark to see if they can start pushing these health bars down. And now they fully engage. They go in with the package and they try to make this one work. But you can see already with the Crescent Guard that Sin Zhao's just not going down. And Nani will fall at the trade, though, of top laner for jungler. But you've got red, white, and boom! Look at the damage from the accelerated shock blast. Yuakai and Lucas are the only two left alive. And they have to back away. And they don't care about Dragon right now. RNG are going to go straight down for Baron.
IG got so low there, and it really looked like, you know, okay, they're getting out, there's Corki to poke, and the shock blast just comes in and just decimates them. It's enough. Wei may not be up, but they don't need him. They have more than enough damage to be able to pick up this Baron. Dragon's gonna left untended. I think they usually might just pick it up and sell, but Baron is the big reward. RNG clutching that one out.
Big win, and they get the Baron. That means they're going to be able to have that very prominent split push. They're going to be able to push in these waves. Gala just picks up his Infinity Edge, so if he wasn't scary already, he is very much now. They're going. Oh god, I thought that was from the other side. I don't know why. From my head, I've seen too many of those stolen.
His own AD carry.
What a Chad gamer. But there, Lucas already down to 1/3 HP, and we haven't even gotten to the fight yet.
Yeah, so the shockwave comes in, but Ming's not in position to follow. They're trying to force the package, and then they end up getting forced and crowded into this poke. But critically, Xiaohu flashes out. The package doesn't actually connect onto anyone that's significant. Bin does get chunked, but like, look at the damage coming in return because everyone was poked before. And watch this shock blast from Bin. Oh my god, it's so much damage. You guys lucky he didn't get caught by it, but not lucky enough to avoid the wrath of Gala. And now, oh, fight breaking out.
They're gonna go and chop at Ming. Ming's in a lot of trouble. Ming is dead, and not quite sure exactly how that one happened. I think Ming tried to go a little bit too far forward with the dredge line and just got caught. So that means he loses his life and loses his Baron buff. Bin pushing in the top side, picks up a tier 2 and has to back away. So this is going to delay that Baron buff play from the side of RNG, but not so significantly that they shouldn't be able to get a lot out of it.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, they are still substantially ahead, but Dragon Souls could be a while away for either team at this point because that one was secured by IG. If RNG don't get much from this Baron, we could see the game just stalling out longer. And this goal lead is really significant now, but the longer the game goes on, the less and less significant it'll be. Ooh, you got to be so cautious, man. Gala is fishing for these moments.
You can tell just with the way the game is front loaded right now, the damage that you can get off so quickly with any of these carries, these massive late game threats. It does make us double take and kind of go, what's happening?
I just find it so funny that, like, you know, we had a Felios used to be this pick where, like, you sit back, everyone would run into you, and you just melt them. And now it's just like, you're literally an assassin. It's like, I mean, Gala played so much Kai'Sa. It's like he's playing it like Kai'Sa, right? You just dash in and look to one-shot someone.
I mean, I'm pretty partial to the Gala Kai'Sa. I can't tell exactly why, but it makes me happy. It makes me see that, you know, this guy is not afraid and he is becoming a fantastic successor. Wow, Nady taking such a chunk, has no magic resistance. With that magic pen you're able to get from the Shadow Flame, it just becomes such a nuisance. But again, when you're able to get that aggressive, when you're able to put yourself into such a position that, you know, Gala is no longer in Uzi's shoes or in Uzi's shadow. Gala is the AD carry for RNG, and you have to respect him.
Absolutely. You just, I mean, pen items are so broken, I'm going to say that, but there's so many threats on this side. There's so much poke ability, there's so much zoning potential, and RNG easily pick. Oh, I mean, just as I'm saying. How? I was complaining about Corky after the previous game. How Jace, man? How illegal is poke?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, I tell to every single time I play with my friends, they say this thing is broken, that thing is broken. If everything's broken, nothing is broken. That's how this one works.
Broken. Poke is unfun to play against.
It is.
And annoying. And there's too much magic pen lethality, and that's my statement. But yeah. We see
that's your story and you're sticking to it.
I think Ming just fishing a little bit too far forward, you know.
Yeah,
Didn't
wasn't
really have to follow
prepared.
up too close to the tower. Not really going to pay off in that situation. But yeah, I will reiterate my point. Poke is broken, and we've kind of seen that being the dictating thing here, right? In that last fight, the one where RNG got the Baron off the back of it, it really came down to Bin landing those big shock blasts consistently. And the thing is, there's so many squishy members you can just nuke on both sides, to be honest. If we see the poke connecting, that's where the real threat is. And of course, Corky can fire out his poke more frequently than Jace, but Jace is just so hard to avoid in such a long range.
Such a long range. Shun now walking in, trying to see if he can get a little bit of that vision taken away. Minute 10 until Dragon spawns. It is about a 6,000, maybe 6,500 gold lead in favor of RNG, and they're coming back onto the rift. Shun needs to be so careful. Does have the safeguard to keep himself safe. Not quite sure what Ming's fishing for, but he did catch himself something. Shockwave lands, and they get themselves the hook down, immediately jumping in. Bin takes down all of that damage. You can see him already coming in. There's the double, triple. They may just want to try and give Bin a penta. No! Gala says absolutely not. I'm the only one who's allowed to have a pentakill here, but they will end up getting a full house. Trips upon double, and that's going to be all 5 dead. Clean ace for RNG, and out of nowhere the game is over.
Actually could have been a penner as well, and Gala goes and denies it. Bit of a scumbag move. We see RNG 10,000 gold ahead at the end of the game, convincingly close it out. And again, it's just they find a way into the fight. They find the poke. Felt like the gold lead was a bit too much to deal with, and that's the thing, right? As much as the Corky, the Gwen were powerful, this Caitlyn Lux lane didn't really achieve what it wanted to, and we saw the momentum was just never really there for IG. Despite the fact John had such a good early game, the game as a whole didn't go in their favor. More towers in favor for RNG, and then when it came to those fights, the poke was laying down, the engages were there. It was just crisp play from RNG.
And that's the big thing, is that we mentioned right at the start of this series, Shun or bust. But you can't just rely on one carry. We have seen it multiple times in multiple iterations throughout the LPL's history, that you have to have carries in every single role. And it feels like RNG right now are getting to that point. Mid lane, top lane, their bot lane is looking super solid. Jungle as well. We've seen Wei pop off. This feels like it's becoming a team that can just carry and win from any particular position. It does not matter. And for IG, yes, the Lee Sin got ahead. Yes, you looked fantastic. But if no one's able to capitalize off that, Lee Sin doesn't really do a lot in those mid to late game team fights.
That's the problem, is that Shun got ahead specifically, but he didn't get his lane as ahead, right? Wei actually went and made sure that Gala was fed. He was the one who went bot and found a lead there, right? I think that's the difference, is the fact that, you know, the bot lane suffered so much for IG, and despite the fact we saw cleanups on the skirmishes, it was still the Caitlyn falling behind, not able to lane well. You need to provide that cover, and then as things transgressed in the mid game, it felt like RNG had a better read of the map. They knew how to spread people out just to accrue resources, and it's this slow build up of a lead, and yes, there were mistakes, but eventually they just shot ahead. And I mean, look at the damage Bin managed to deal there. He's just insane. But I think the main comparison is, look at the bot lane of IG, right? Barely had any damage coming out from the Caitlyn. Lux almost doing more.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Lux almost doing more than the Caitlyn, and it comes down to the fact that I feel like Caitlyn is no longer one of those perma-ban picks, in my opinion, right now. There are maybe certain teams you want to ban that away from, maybe like the likes of EDG or even Huanfeng, but it does feel like this is no longer a blind pickable bot lane you can go into. There's too many answers now into the Lux, and you don't get as much of a benefit. So very curious to see how the meta develops. I feel like this is going to, you know, continue on as we move out throughout the split and throughout all the different patches. But big win there for RNG. It took a little bit of a while. They had a bit of a shaky early game, but honestly, that's probably the best we've looked from the RNG of Lux so far this split. And especially after that maybe 10-15 minute mark, they just looked solid, and it didn't really feel like they were ever going to lose the game.
Yeah, and I think the thing for me with the Lux Caitlyn bot lane is, you know, this lane works very well into enchanters because you have great kill threat and you also scale very well. Into things like the Nautilus, it's risky, right? Because as I said, if ganks come down bot, you will have a problem, and that's the thing. You have to play for your Cait Lux. If you're gonna pick it, it has to be your primary focus, and it wasn't really there for IG. So I definitely think teams can make it work, but IG back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board. They have a little bit of time before that, and so do you. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will hopefully have picks and bans for Game 2 very, very shortly after that. So we'll see you guys very soon.
To thrive in the LPL, teams must find a true leader. Someone who will not falter in the face of adversity. Someone who has seen the hardships and fought through them all. One who will stop at nothing to achieve every victory. A player's ceiling is always attributed to their age, but I'm telling you right now, age is only a number, and it's one that does not define V5's rookie. Measly barriers like that will not hold him back.
这位选手的话，就他风格也偏就是打法比较进攻型的选手嘛。因为我跟他对战好几次，我每次赢的时候都是我中路有线权的时候就比较好赢。
Blast themselves into this game. UB in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jump forward and finishes safe. The double kill. And I sure hope so he would win. And boy is she. The triple for Rookie as he gives us a masterclass.
2021 was not a year of victory for Victory 5. But this year, some of the greatest LPL puzzle pieces have come together to ensure that will not be the case again. The deadly duo of Rookie and Karsa was a huge addition in the offseason, and they are here to make their mark for V5.
Stay here, damage across the team. Carson, he's still looking to steal. Does not have splash available. Double smite available, you're right. He has one as well, and Carson gets it. Rookie with a kill. Pew chased down as well. There's no way he can escape.
Former brothers now cross swords. Jackie Love must arm himself to the teeth and prepare to take down once fond friends. And there will be no backing down this time. When pride is on the line, there can only be one winner.
Sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gone, but Triumph's on the wing. It's a choke, and top esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. It's dicey, but Jackie Love's still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away, matches the counter strike. A quick QSS. Zenith's actually dying though. Zenith is dead. It's a triple kill.
Although a bright star, Jackie Love is never alone. You can always trust his knight in shining armor to help him in battles to come.
It's Knight Silas, Chain Lash, Kingslayer. 1v2 me, bro, I dare ya.
On one hand, you got Jackie Love and Knight, two of the deadliest carries in all of the LPL. On the other, you have Karsa and Rookie. Brilliant minds come together to potentially form one of the scariest mid-jungle duos of all time. The lights are on and pressure is high. Only one team will stand victorious. So let go of the past and take hold of the present. Top Esports versus Victory 5.
苏北勾勒出情话，笔锋浓转淡，瓶身描绘的牡丹，一如你初妆。冉冉檀香透过窗，心事我了然。宣纸上走笔至此各一半，有色渲染仕女图，韵味被私藏。而你嫣然的一笑，如含苞待放。你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青花瓷，自顾自美丽，你眼的笑意。色白花青的锦衣，跃然于万地。临摹松铁落款时，却惦记着你。你隐藏在窑烧里千年的秘密，气息里犹如绣花针落地。帘外芭蕉惹骤雨，梦幻惹童女。我路过那江南小镇的等你，在泼墨山水画里，你从墨色深处被隐去。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青花瓷，自顾自美丽，你眼的笑意。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青花瓷，自顾自美丽，你眼的笑意。
我觉得目前版本上路偏强势的英雄就是有两种吧，一种就是那种长手的发育能力很强的英雄，像杰斯、蓝枪、阿克尚这种，还有另一种就是近战战士型的这种英雄，像卡梅尔、武器、格温这种。
There are two sides of a coin. two sides of every matchup, two things that you can decide. There's only one thing that happened in that game. Ming popped off. Ming's your player of the game. That's all I gotta say. I don't know where I was going.
Yeah, I have no idea where you're going with that. I'm not even sure the relevance.
I was watching the interview and I was reading, obviously, and he was talking about, oh yeah, there's two types of champions in top. You got like heavy farmers, you got your melee engages, and I was like, what can I do with this? Not a lot, but we'll try. We'll move forward and see what we can do with the blue pill or the red pill, the farmer or the engage. That's where I should have went. But yes.
Completely ignore that.
Forward.
Ming, really solid play. We saw the Caitlyn Lux left open. We saw them targeted. The aggressive Nautilus pick, consistently finding those engages, sometimes a little bit overzealous, but there were often opportunities where he set up the plays and he was the one initiating. So just solid play for Ming, and the confidence we see from this player to go up against the Caitlyn Lux, knowing that they can formulate these plays and punish the bot lane. Moments like this, catching out WBG when he was locked into his Peacemaker animation, so he can't net away.
Yeah, big moments there that really did solidify that bot lane lead that eventually led to Gala being just a monster. And I'm always an advocate for some support love, you know, some move. And this is here, like, he just fully commits and says, no, we keep going, we can keep doing this. I just need to get you in shockwave range. And he just constantly fishing led to that, you know, kill onto Uakai. And then when your Corki's dead, there's not really a lot of follow-up damage. And yes, the Gwen is still great, but what else can they do? You can see once that immunity goes, they are so squishy.
Yeah, I mean, really catching as many people as possible. And that's the thing, is like, often we see Nautilus, like, sometimes if a team lacks AoE engage, they can struggle relying on just a Nautilus because he's very single target. It just felt like the consistency of hitting these dredge lines, landing the ult on a key target, it felt like they had more than enough to deal with these longer range threats.
More than enough. And again, like we said, best we've probably seen from RNG so far, the split in terms of just dominating their opponents. And that's what we want to see from these guys on a consistent basis. Can they continue it into game 2? We'll have to see. They are back on the red side. It is still IG on the blue, but IG, they got to figure out something, because that Corki first pick just didn't really give them the impact they wanted. And again, yes, we'd Shun or bust, but Shun wasn't really able to do much past the 10-minute mark, like we mentioned.
Well, what I like is I'm not a big fan of the Victor pick on the Corki mid, because he can apply some pressure, but I think a lot of people haven't really been doing it enough. I think if you can make it happen, like when we saw Xiaohu against Gory, that's the sort of thing you want. But this is Xiaohu bringing out the Orianna, like the Vex, Syndra, and Zoe were banned. They put so many bans to try and make Uakai have a comfortable laning phase, and he still got bullied out. Took a while for the Corki really to become relevant, and then we have the Jace putting down so much poke. I think RNG's just draft made sense on so many levels. Despite the fact IG had power pick, RNG had the right setup and the right lane matchups.
Right setup, right lane matchup, and this time around is IG saying we cannot give the Corki away and seeing what they can ban away. Honestly, I don't even think this is a real big problem for the side of RNG. I think you ban a LeBlanc again. I think you give the same bans you did in game 1 and you just get rid of all these massive AP threats, so Shun and the rest of IG can't play around those. No,
Lee Sin ban. So, you know, I fair. Shun had a good game, right? That was the one thing that really went in favor of IG, was the Lee Sin gameplay, challenging in the skirmishes. So I'm not against that one being banned away. And now we can see what IG look to prioritize here. They could take the Zins out themselves, look to deny that one, but they actually want to go for that Aphelios in the bot lane, denying that away from Gala. We will see him on something else, which is a bit of a rarity. I think RNG, you can just take the Zins out in this situation. You can just pick that up for your jungler and then probably match AD carry and then leave your third pick to sort of deal with some of the pick something in a different area. But I don't think you want to reveal too much, because you really haven't seen much of what IG is committing to.
And neither team really went towards that Thresh in the first game, but I feel like RNG may go towards it now, because Thresh and Jinx and denying it away from the Aphelios, again, gives you so much priority. And we saw how much of a presence they can give into that bot side to get Gala ahead, to put him on a pedestal to say, you will do the damage. And Gala is performing. Again, I say this time and time again, I feel like Gala is just becoming one of, you know, one of the better AD carries we have in this league. He's definitely in the top 5, you know, creeping towards the top 3. We'll see if he's able to do again what he did in game 1 now that he's on the Jinx.
Yeah, and they deny the Thresh. Thresh really good with the Aphelios, really great pairing, but also works well with the Jinx to add the element of safety. IG, they just take the Zins out. We passed over time and time again, and then they will also lock in that Victor, so we'll see what RNG want to pick. I think they could take, they have choices between basically jungler or mid here. Do they want to prioritize something for Xiao to answer the Victor? They're going to opt for the Viego, sorry. We have those big four junglers, right? Jarvan, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, and Viego. With one of them taken, two of them banned, it kind of meant you had to take Viego there or lose it. I think here you just ban supports, right? Nautilus often picked into the Thresh as a good matchup. That one's going to go. IG, you can just look towards mid laners. Anything you're concerned about Xiaohu bringing to the matchup? Actually, not even going to go that direction. They're going to buy away the Jace from Bin, which I think is a good call.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is a great call from the side of IG. I feel like it's just... there's not enough bans to ban out Xiaohu's champion pool. He has too many options. He has too many things he's so good at. And we haven't even gotten to the fringe picks like Lucian yet. So a lot obviously would be very difficult considering the picks they have so far. But these are the things that can work. And with the Gwen, the Jace, I wouldn't be honestly surprised to see maybe a Camille ban coming out here for IG.
Yeah, I think you can set yourself up for that one. Anything you'd be really concerned about in potentially bringing out that he could either have counter pick on, because I think mid lane is going to be that next pick for RNG, and then they'll leave counter pick for Bin to be in a really comfortable position.
We haven't seen it in a very long time, but I would love to see Lucas back on the Bard. Last time we saw it, it was a win. It's actually a lot of wins. It's one of his most played champions historically. He's 17-3 on the champion. I just want to see Lucas give something to Xiao Yuji that he can look and be impactful on. That's what I want coming out of this bot side, as we now see RNG hovering with the idea of a couple of different things. The Camille was banned away, like we mentioned, but now you have the pick of the litter. The Vex is available. The LeBlanc, which was banned away by RNG in game one, could be the option here. And yep, they're going to lock it and load it. So basically, Xiaohu saying anything Yukai can do, I can do better.
Well, the big thing with the LeBlanc is that you pose so much threat to the Victor being immobile. It's really going to make mid lane hard to deal with. Now, we'll see what IG want to take. Gragas is a great blind in the current patch in the top lane. Provides decent peel, but also a potential engage threat. So I'd be fine with that. The real interesting one's going to be the support pick. I feel like, you know, Thresh tends to be a good match on Leon, and the dynamics changed a bit by Glacial Augment, but I'm not sure how stellar it would be here. We could see an Enchanter pick up here, honestly. We could see them go for something like the Lulu in this situation. They're actually going to go for the Seraphine, so not quite, but similar, right? That really strong scaling pick, the AoE shielding, the big charm that can connect with multiple people. This is IG committing heavily to the team fight, and we'll see what RNG want to opt in here. I feel like Bin could potentially take something that he's just comfortable on the top side. Against the Gragas, you're pretty easy to scale on, so you know, Graves would make complete sense to be a fine lane and then would become pretty monstrous later on.
Yeah, and this is a career first for Lucas. This is going to be the first time we've ever seen him at this level with the Seraphines. So big moment for him. See if it's able to work it. I won't say I'm not disappointed that we didn't get the Bard, because I do love me some Bard play, but not to be happening this time around. And it's going to be the Graves locked and loaded. So you will have pressure in this top side, but I feel like the Gragas is becoming that catch-all in top lane, because you can mitigate it and you can also diverse, be very diverse with your build path as well. So a lot of options here for IG, and again, I don't think they have bad engage. I think they actually have a fantastic one, but whether or not they can get it rolling for them is the big question.
I think that's a big thing, right? Their scaling is excellent. I mean, that's pretty distinctly obvious, and the team fight is going to be really strong, right? 2 strong backline carries, 2 good frontliners. They have the Seraphine act as an enchanter on top. Really will hold up well in the late game. The problem is looking at the early pressure, and I'm particularly worried about this mid lane matchup, right? We saw last game Xiaohu really applying the pressure. This isn't even potentially more punishing matchup. The 1v1 isn't necessarily the most major thing, but it's the fact that any time Xiaohu can just dash forward, land a chain, if Wei's there, if Ming's there, the Victor's dead. And then you just repeat that, and suddenly you have all this pressure around mid. We saw last game Ming moving mid to set up vision control. If that happens again, it'll be like this big pocket of pressure, this black hole that just bleeds out over the map, and IG will really struggle to regain control. So it's about stabilizing the early game for IG. RNG lets Xiaohu move, set up for control of mid, and he will take over the game.
It's about, again, we've seen this time and time again, RNG relying on Xiaohu to, as you mentioned, take over the game. Put themselves back up at the top of the table, get themselves a 4-1 scoreline, and a 2-0 today, a convincing 2-0 at that, would be a great way to start it. For IG, it's about making this competitive. You know there are weaknesses in RNG, there are ways of getting in underneath their armor, you just got to find a way to crack it, and you have options, you have ways of doing that. It's all about whether or not RNG will let you. As we jump onto the Rift for the second time of this best of 3, RNG 1-0 up, IG looking to try and make that a 1-1. or if RNG are going to be sending us to our match of the week quicker than we expected. It's all going to happen on the Rift now. So you see both top laners fighting each other. Nany going to back himself away. And again, something that we see all the time. Going to start with that tier. I do like this pickup. It means that you can go into the Fimbo Winter, which is a very powerful item. And it also just helps you with the sustain in lane.
Win is so good for Gragas. Just the fact that one of the big things is when you go tank Gragas, you sort of have mana issues, because if you go AP, you can build like an Everfrost or something, and then you have that providing all the mana. But all time Gragas is like going to tank items often doesn't provide mana unless you grab things like Frozen Heart, which can be a bit unwieldy. So Fimble a great addition. You get that shield whenever you slow or immobilize a target, which is 3 abilities out of your kit. It just fits him so well. And obviously, if you have a large mana pool, whenever you cast your abilities, you get health back. So it kind of just works out in that way. I like to see Bin actually not even warding the blue. He just stands there and watches it, right? He's the human ward, making sure they know where Shun is starting. And I think that's important, right? We saw Shun have a great early game, great game in general in game 1. And we said Shun a bust, right? So they want to know where he is. They want to track him.
That's the big thing. They want to know exactly where he's going to try and make an impact, as we can see Nany. Also, I just said, I don't mind that as well, because he knows he's going to lose the push. It's just going to happen. There's nothing he can do, even if he's at the lane right as it hits the edge of tower range. It does not matter what he does in this lane. So very, very nicely done there by him to make sure they have pretty decent idea of what they're going. And we're not going to have a horizontal map either, so both junglers happy enough to take up their own farm, and Yukai, seeing if he can put down some ward, will get the early vision onto Wei. And again, good little tabs being kept up, but this is something that we never really got to notice. But when RNG were being kept down by anyone's legend, it was because anyone legend were keeping tabs on Wei.
I just love the fact we have these human wards coming in. Like, they'll walk in and spot for themselves. They won't bother waiting the ward. And honestly, it makes sense, right? Instead, Yukai puts his ward down in that position, covering the sort of entrance to the jungle. So a bit of a better spot overall. But they are keeping track of the junglers. They need that awareness. And it's particularly important for Yukai. I think this game is heavily going to be dictated by whether or not he can stabilize mid and be safe, right? You can see he's doing fine trading with Zhao, who 1v1. That's expected. It's when ganks start to come in that's a little bit concerning. But speaking of ganks, Jun is looking top.
He's looking top, and he's bypassed the ward as well. So Bin going to be in a lot of trouble. Nany will have the flash body slam available to him. Doesn't even need the flash, as Bin recognizes he just needs to push this wave. He's dead to rights. There's nothing he can do. We've seen this before. First blood going over to Shun on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, he just knew there was no way he was getting out. The lane is way too long, way too much opportunity for Shun to catch. So he doesn't bin anything. He just clears as much of the wave he can. I think it's the correct call, but yeah, overextended, got caught out. The ward did not cover him in that situation. And considering how much effort they went into tracking Jun's start, right? They knew exactly where he was going to path towards. A little bit criminal that you still get caught out by a gank.
Get caught out by a gank. Well, speaking of getting caught out by a gank, it's going to be the Felios trying to trade this one back. The exhaust does come out, so they get the cleanse and the exhaust. Good summoner trade there in favor of RNG, but this bot lane is still very powerful. And very quickly, while we're on the bot lane, Gala got his 1000th kill today. I'm not exactly sure when he got it, but he did get it. So congratulations to Gala, already hitting up those record boards, seeing as many kills he can get.
Yeah, really solid performance, honestly. I think there was 5 big kills he got in a pentakill that I remember you always like to talk about.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, so far though, IG looking pretty positive, right? They're actually up in gold on that first kill, but Yukai hasn't really been threatened mid, been stable. As much as we saw those summoners bid in the bot lane, they didn't bid any flashes, and those summoners are short of cooldown, so it's positive. It's still early, but yeah, I think IG doing okay.
Yeah, they're doing fine. But again, this is what's similar to what we saw in game 1. IG having a great early game, got 6 kills about the 15-minute mark. We're able to get 2 of those kills onto, or 2 of those deaths, I should say, onto Bin. As he now goes toe-to-toe with Nany. But it didn't translate into an awful lot after that. It was the kill into objective, and this is what we always talk about. The very easy way of telling between a good team and a great team is a good team will get a kill, and that's the objective. A great team will turn that kill into an objective. A dragon, a tower, a baron sometimes as well. A nexus, you know, that's what happened the last time.
Objective.
I wonder if you get any objective bounty for that, but that's the big thing. So I want to see what IG can do. The putting Shun down this bot side, but that just means that Bin knows he's fully okay to be very aggressive in this top lane.
Yeah, and he just keeps harassing Nenny down. Now, he does have biscuits available, so he should be able to sustain up. And obviously, his passive is doing a lot of work as well. But Bin, unrelenting. But he just wants to get a shove in. Low on mana. He doesn't really want to overstay any more than he needs to. Will likely just reset off the back of this. And Xiaohu now 6 available. Does pose even more threat in the mid lane. But again, the vision control's been solid around mid. The control's been pretty decent. Yukai's been okay, just farming up, and he's holding up pretty well in terms of CS. The only real discrepancy is in the bot lane, and I think a big reason for that is because of those summoners being down, but also just the general threat, right? Anytime Ming walks up, you're thinking, is Wei here? Can he lantern him in? Can he threaten and engage? And as a result, you can see yourself getting zoned off a decent amount of farm.
Oh, Xiaohu needs to be very careful. He's going to have to invest his own flash to keep himself safe and alive. Wei is there, and he's just going to try and dissuade this Xin Zhao, but Shun is not deterred. He will keep pushing forward, and that is just a big advantage now. Xiaohu losing his flash this early is going to be very, very detrimental for his roaming capacity.
Yeah, really nice for Yukai as well. No longer have to deal with that, but I just really love the mechanics of what Jun did there. So stacked up his Q on the clones, then he could flash instantly knock up.
Oh, Nani, that was so nice. He nearly gets himself a solo bolo in top side, but with Wei here to try and just keep him away, he's not going to overcommit to it. But Nani, that was slick.
Yeah, and he trades summoners, right? Trades flashes, and because he chunked Bin out, the dive wasn't really going to be possible, so nothing comes from it, and IG able to secure the dragon on the bot side essentially for free. Really nice play from Nenny there.
This is a bit more positive from IG in the early game. They're going toe-to-toe in these lanes and coming out on top. And again, Wei's not having the impact he had in Game 1. In Game 1, he was bot side, getting summoners like Flash, getting themselves back into the ascendancy, but not really having that same impact. And look, it's to be expected. He is on the Viego, which does rely very heavily on that Heartbreaker, which has just been hit right now. But this is a big moment right now for the side of IG. You've got yourself, you're still behind in goal, but you've got yourself a little small advantages. You need to make the most of them.
And the main thing is that they're not falling massively behind, which was my concern, right? Especially Xiaohu and the LeBlanc. So it hold up okay. Nani makes the decision to back off instead of overstaying in the top lane, which I respect. Doesn't want to get caught out, but we do see Wei and Xiaohu now fishing for Yukai. He should just back off here and should be safe. Always have to be a little bit concerned.
Easy safe though. He's gonna have to probably invest his flash right now. He does, but he waits a little bit too long. They're able to trade him back out. Xiaohu takes up the kill in mid lane. Nice combination there between the mid and jungle of RNG.
Man, I saw it as well. Like, he just had to clear the wave, walk away, and then he was like, oh, I can trade with Xiaohu here. And I was like, no, please, man. You did so well. Just don't. And this is kind of, you know, the thing, right? It's so easy for the gang setup to come in, throw LeBlanc kind of a Victor. He's now flashless, a little bit concerning. It's definitely later than I think RNG would have won, but it's still, you know, 9 minutes in the game. There's still plates open and available. Now that the flash has been burned from Yukai, he has to play so careful, so safe. And if they can start to capitalize on that, we can start to see them spread their pressure around the map. Look to dive this bot lane in particular. If you have a Seraphine bot, very easy setup just to blow her up as soon as you get on the tower.
Be careful though, there is some pretty decent lockup here from the side of IG. The big AoE ultimates as well for the Moonlight Vigil alongside the Seraphine ult can be pretty devastating. IG though going to use this opportunity to get themselves a Rift Herald, and Shun has been very quick on the map. He's been very good at this early stage to be ahead of Wei, get those objectives and try and make something snowball. You're going to see the Super Mega Death Rocket come out, and now Xiaohu Ji's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to back away from this turret, and that's just going to be free plates in the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, they have to respect this. You have to back away. You know the dive potential is there, and this is going to mean more and more advantages for Gala. I still think it's okay, right, at the end of the day, that you do have a really strong scaling lane with the Seraphine in particular, but we'll have to see what Shun can do with the Rift Herald sort of capitalize on the advantage they got top, because right now it looks like Gala is probably just going to pick up as much plates as it's worth. In fact, look, 3 plates down bot lane. So at the end of the day, you know, Herald is worth 2 plates. If you just use it to take that, wouldn't exactly be favorable in terms of trading.
And that's the big thing. Yes, it can lead into a tower, but you look at all these lanes. Top lane, about 20 CS behind. Mid lane, about 10 CS behind. Bot lane, 20 CS. These are all lanes that are effectively losing in the CS department. So this is a very difficult objective to make stick for you.
Oh, Yukai.
Oh, Yukai, you've no flash and you've nowhere to go. He's going to drop down the gravity field, but he's already been flayed. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But if you're on the side of IG, it's difficult, lemon difficult.
Yep, absolutely. And RNG, this is what they needed to do, right? This is what we talked about from the start. This is where you apply the pressure. Ming and Wei now moving now. And honestly, what was flawless is their pathing to purposely avoid that control ward. And it's a false sense of security, right? You guys like, I have a control ward. It's covering my the top side of my lane. I know I'm safe from there, but because they snuck in, they actually managed to catch him off guard. They get another kill. More advantages for Xiao, who's now 2-0. Oh.
Nani going in with the explosive cast, and actually the collateral damage misses. It's a solo bolo. Nani, well played, my son. Comes out with a kill.
Finds on a Bin, and Bin just a little bit disrespectful there. The thing with the Graves is that, you know, you can harass, and then sustain up with the Vamp Scepter. But if you go into those longer trades, if Nani's able to consistently get these resets off, and critically, remember, he has a Bramble Vest, so you're not actually healing that much when you're fighting him. And Bin just a bit disrespectful, but good capitalization from Nani.
Good capitalization. Did his grammar homework. That's a terrible joke. I'm sorry. That was just an awful joke that I felt I needed to make. 30 seconds until Dragon spawns. I can feel you staring me down.
You got lucky. I muted to sneeze. Otherwise, I
would have been
gone to town on you.
An audible takedown.
You picked your time well. I'll say that much.
That's what it's all about. Timing as a play-by-play. It's all about, you know, timing as such. But we are going to see the Rift Help being dropped into mid lane. It is only going to be those 2 plates. It is going to be pressure, though, around this Dragon. But you've bot lane pushing in. You have been with a TP advantage. This is a little bit of a risky one, but I feel like RNG just aren't in a position to contest. So good, quick moves from IG. They get themselves up to 2 Dragons. Sadly for them, though, it is only a Cloud Soul.
I don't know why, but when Nani was, like, channeling TP, I don't know why, I was just like, imagine if Ming just flash hugs him now, like, how rad would that be? But no, he's sensible. He wants to win this game. But yeah, I mean, RNG aren't really too concerned about giving the Dragon over. They feel confident that they can sort of capitalize later. They don't want to overcommit to a fight in that situation when they have to deal with the Herald. But it's good play from IG, right? Using the Herald, yes, 2 plates isn't that much, right? We said they would be trading down if they only got the 2. But because they use it to translate into the Dragon, it's still pretty solid. Now, it is a Cloud Soul, but I still think it has a fair bit of value in this game. And things like Aphelios and Victor can definitely benefit from the movement speed. But all in all, RNG still significantly ahead. Oh, Root coming in.
Root coming in. There's the Encore. They're going to be able to land up the beat drop as well. Double beat drop, but while that's been happening, they now just pile in onto Nani, who gets a good flash away and able to use his belly bop, but the Heartbreaker takes him down. It took 3 members of RNG, but they get the job done.
Yep. And that's the power of the LeBlanc, right? You bring it into the side lane, very easily capitalized, very hard to get away when there's double dashes coming out and the CC lockdown, even though the chain didn't connect there. On the other side, they are looking to threaten here. Remember, no cleanse available for Gala now.
No cleanse, but no Encore either. No Moonlight Vigil, big AoE ultimates that you're just not going to have available to you. Too risky.
Remember, he was very close to being Unleashed TP being available. If they went for a longer dive there, we could actually see Bin and Zhao who join on the back of that. So
with no response from IG, yeah, they are at the teleport disadvantage as of right now. So again, big moments there for RNG, and despite them losing all 3 major objectives that have been on the neutral side of things, they are still ahead by about 4,000 gold. They're going to be able to pick up this turret. It's going to be 4,500, if not 5,000 gold. Way back down towards this bot side, just making sure that everything's all said and done, and Gala denying as many minions as possible, doing the best he can do to make sure that this Aphelios never becomes the 200 years Aphelios that we know and love.
Yeah, and I mean, RNG just doing such a good job at like accruing these gradual advantages, setting situations up so they can get these towers and letting their laners flourish. And as a result, this is a 5,000 gold lead with a 3-2 kill score, right? Hugely substantial, and it's getting pretty scary, right? We have a gold bounty on Gala. He's currently 1,500 gold up. We have mid lane 1,000 gold up. Top lane 1,500 gold up despite getting solo killed, and now, yeah,
that's LeBlanc things. So you gotta remember, in a poke meta, it's pretty good to have poke champions, but when you have an assassin, still got an assassin. So I think for Xiao Wuji, that's just a little bit unfortunate. Loses flash in that as well.
That's the thing, is that Xiao can still land down some decent poke if he like double dashes in and goes for a combo. But yeah, I mean, Xiao really doing a lot of work right now. We said this guy has been stepping up this roster massively since his transition to the mid lane, and he is performing really well, right? And on this LeBlanc, a little bit slow to start. The 1v1 matchup isn't really the best for LeBlanc, but has found these abilities to set up kills. Now 3-0-1. IG gonna look towards this Rift Herald. RNG could call them out on this. TP available to Xiao, who's reset, and we'll see if they opt to go for it. It looks like they are.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to say, look, we call you out on your bluff, and we know you can't really go for this while the bot lane's being pushed in. They get the double up there, but it's not really going to land onto anybody. It's a bit separated right now from the side of IG. Aphelios is not with his team. It will be the Rift Herald's taken. Good hook there. That's onto the Seraphine. He goes in there with the Flay, drops down to the exhaust. They're going to use the Encore to try and get it, but Gala now getting a little bit excited. You can see him with these resets. He's trying to just get the damage, and you cannot run away from Gala. He is going to chase you down on this Jinx and keep getting those resets. Where are you going? It's all too clear. You're going back to the fountain. RNG, they lose the Rift Herald, but they do not care because a Super Mega Jet Rocket from downtown sets up Xiaohu. RNG are firmly in the driver's seat, and they get themselves the ace.
An ace there, and IG wanted the fight. They were ready for it, but they were so split, right? Xiaohu was just nowhere near the team, allowed Xiaohu to burst him out, and then how are you going to win a fight when the Aphelios is nowhere near, right? This was already stacked against them. They were already 5,000 gold down, and on top of that, they opt to go in a scenario that's just never going to work. So, like, we watch the replay. The Aphelios, you can't even see him, right? That's how far away he is from his team. He finally comes in the field of view, and Xiaohu just completely chunks him out. So look at Xiaohu on the side, right? He just cannot be in this fight right now. The chain misses, so he survives. But all this fighting going on the other side, they just don't have the damage to continue. Yukai gets chased down by Gala, and now you have this fully stacked lethal tempo Jinx who's just shredding down with resets. It was really... okay, I gotta say, it wasn't really gonna be a good fight for IG just because of the goal difference, but they gave it the worst odds possible by setting up in that way.
It just really isn't going their way, and RNG now firmly in the lead, nearly an 8,000 gold lead, just shy of it. They will have the Dragon as well. They are going to try and trade this off in the top side. They still have Rift Herald, so they can take a turret, but all these turrets are relatively healthy. You have objective bounties, but what can you do with it? And with everyone in this top lane, I feel like Bin just needs to back away. He doesn't need to be here. He can just let this tower go, because look at the rest of the map. Actually, as I say that, RNG, if I look at the rest of the map, are trying to come up here to defend.
Yeah, they're potentially toying with the idea, but realistically, they don't need to, right? Waves are going mid, waves are going bot. They don't have to lean so heavily, but Ming will come up to make sure Bin is covered. I mean, there's such about 8,000 gold lead now. Xiaohu has a Medjais with 10 stacks, and then he's tanky enough to sort of like withstand it, but he is so threatening to any squishy targets. Level 13, right? If you find Lucas 5 levels down, that much damage, he's just dead.
Yeah, straight up will die, and it's not really a great time right now for IG. RNG firmly in control, and again, we talk about what we, wanted to see from these teams coming into this. For IG, it was seeing if they could be more than just a 1-0 team, and I feel like Nani has shown up in this game. Shun has definitely still done Shun things, but for RNG, it was about dominating their opponent. It was about coming out and looking like the very clear favorites, as Yukai, in a lot of trouble, will be able to drop down the Chaos Storm, just not enough damage to keep him alive. We are going to see now Shun with Nani TPing in to see if they can maybe work something out, but they're just too far away with the belly pop off being used. You're losing on all other sides of the map here, IG. You cannot overcommit for this. They will use the explosive cast, but it won't knock Bing back far enough. He will flash away. There's the Encore coming out, but it doesn't land onto anybody. The Dark Passage. Oh, man. That's just so much invested, and they lose so much more elsewhere.
Yeah, they're just chasing kills. They're desperate for them. The lead is just growing. It's now 10,000. I mean, they will throw down the Herald top and take that tower, but even then... Oh, Ming? Not sure about this one.
I'm not sure about that one, Chief. Yep, Ming dies. You know what? I've seen it from the top supports. Hung, Chris, Ming, Mako. Sometimes you just go in and die, and that's just how it is. We don't question it.
You just want to help the enemy team.
Yeah, and sometimes you feel a bit bad about where the scoreline's going. We are going to see Wei with his smite just try and stop this Rift Herald charge. He will, in fact, get that done. So RNG will stop the push in top lane, but look at the rest of the map. Jinx and Gala and Xiaohu just pushing in that bot side, getting 2 tier 2 towers, so
yeah, I mean,
it's looking rough.
The towers is obviously a massive thing in terms of the gold, in terms of opening the map, but also think about how much farm is being missed whenever these plays happen, when you see all these people grouping up towards the top side, so many waves just sacrificed, and that's why there are massive CS differences. I really don't know what the game plan for Ming was there. Wei didn't have any ult. Like,
no health, really.
You know, we can only speculate what was going on in his mind at that moment. But regardless.
again, I give LPL support a pass every now and again. It happens to literally all of them. They just decide, like we saw in for Crisp in the last series there for BLG, where they were dominating and he just goes in on a hook with nobody and dies.
It's one of those great wonders. Like people wonder, you know, is there life in the universe, other life? And then there's also, why do LPL support just randomly decide to die?
Yeah,
It's
the
just
big
perplexing.
questions.
The big
questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
The mysteries of the universe, as we do like to say. Oh, Lord. We like to have fun here at the LPL. But coming back into the game, we are going to see the Baron now being threatened here by RNG. They're seeing if they can get some vision control up. And straight up, this is going to require a miracle from IG. It's going to require Xiao Wuji and, of course, Yukai to just absolutely get the most amazing combination of AoE ultimates, like a explosive cast into a belly bop, which is 5-man, into so much more. RNG just kind of toying with the idea. We will see Xiaohu force the flash away, but that's the explosive cast now committed, and on that bot side you have got Bin pushing that one in. So RNG not really being the cleanest around this Baron setup, and they still have to respect IG because they can still throw it away.
Yeah, Nini did a great job there, because what the goal from our RNG was force IG to push through, and then you kind of pincer, right? Xiao, who comes from the side, is able to pick them off. Would have easily killed Jun there, but Nini blocked it, and then also forced Xiao Hu's flash by threatening him with a cast. So they approached that very well. It could have been an easy Baron pickup for RNG if they managed to kill the enemy jungler, but they managed to hold on for a little bit longer. Now, pingers are coming out for that dragon. I think RNG will just probably pick this one up as soon as it spawns. Maybe, I don't know. They did have an assist ping on it, but it looks like they're moving towards Baron. They're not really that concerned. Then it's not gonna. They're never really gonna get soul in this game. It doesn't feel like, unless it goes super late. And it looks like they are now moving over. Yeah, assist ping's coming out, so they'll just pick up the dragon. Why not? You know, bit of extra added combat movement speed, but actually they might have just paused Jun.
And he has to use the Crescent Guard to keep himself alive, so that's definitely going to be the dragon, and they might lose this as an opportunity now to try and push and force towards that Baron side. You can see them cheating up towards there now already. Xiaohu finishing up that Shadow Flame, and just so much, a little bit early on that Gala. Expected Xiaohu to double the store in and try and maybe get them all low, and honestly it was as good of a play as any, because I feel like Xiaohu will literally 100-0 everyone except Nani.
Yeah, but I feel like the...
Oh, they're committing, sort of. They're actually going to get the TP there out of Yukai. And as you were saying, nothing else really happens.
Yeah, we'll see IG trying to group together, make value out of the Seraphine, but RNG will just defend. Fishing for an engage. Xiao, who's so threatening.
He is so threatening. Lucas gets tagged just barely, and you can see already just how much he's going to be able to do on top of him. Gala gets one rocket off, and they're already having to use the healing from the Seraphine. Yukai just walking around, and this is where the game gets a little bit more difficult. He's going to go straight down onto the Yukai, and he's out of this fight.
Yeah,
one distortion.
I mean, you have the sustain for the Seraphine, but I just don't think it's enough at this point. They need to back away if RNG pick and engage here.
It could be desperate. Ooh.
Oh my lord, oh my lord.
But the rest of the team, though, Gale Force has to be used defensively, and now the cleanse as well. Xiao Yuji having to use 2 massive cooldowns as they get the flash out of Shun as well. Yukai, oh sorry, he's not Yukai, Xiao Wuji, and not quite able to get the second kill. Gala does pick up one, but now you don't have flash, Crescent Guard, you got no way of getting to this pit. It feels like this is going to be Baron.
I just don't understand why they were like opting to like 2 of them are recalling, 2 of them are staying in the jungle. It's like, all back off as a group, getting your base, reset them. Like, you can even walk back to base. It's not that important. You're not saving that much time. But just like the decision making there was so weird. Like, you have to respect this enemy team. They will just run you down. That's 11,000 gold ahead. Don't give them these free opportunities. But RNG, they punish. They're unrelenting. Now have Baron in hand. They can easily set up. And remember, there's only 1 tower outside of the base of IG left available. Yeah, like, They should know that this entire jungle is warded through, and they overstay the situation. And then on top of that, what makes it even worse is that they save the summoners for so long, right? Like, you're flashing after the final auto is connected.
Yeah, it's a bit of a feels bad man there. And now RNG 11,000 gold, if not 12,000 gold ahead. They are just pushing and prodding. It is starting to feel like an inevitability. Nothing really else to talk about. And where do you go? Like, again, I feel like it does feel a little bit negative on IG, but unless RNG really royally messed this up, there's just nothing you can do. And I was going to comment on how great the CS was from the top laner of Bin, despite all the pressure he got. But Gala's right there with him. Gala has 290 CS at 26 minutes. That is absurd amounts of CSing, and it just shows you how far ahead he can be. He's a full item and a half. He's literally a rapid fire cannon, i.e. above the Aphelios. That's how fed he is, and I'm going to stop myself and stop gushing over Gala's. This is going to be the last fight, I feel, from IG. They're just trying to see if they can fish for something. No Chaos Storm. There's the Encore coming out. They catch Gala, and Gala's dead. Big catch there, but it's a 4v5 because look at the mid lane. While this is happening, Bin saying, see you later. I'm playing PvE. Gotta grind out those levels, get those structures, and he's going to be able to knock down the inhibitor. So yes, you catch Gala. It's a massive shutdown. But look at the damage coming out from Xiaohu onto Nani. They will actually catch it. The Seraphine as well. Flashes away, pops down the exhaust to try and stay alive. Nani is dead as Bin finally joins his team and goes, oh, hey, guys, remember me? I'm the massively fed Graves. Yes, they lose the threshing as well, but it's going to be the Tin Out falling. Bin finally joining, basically solidified that whole fight.
Yeah, they get the pick on the Gala, but they don't really have gas in the tank to follow through. When Bin finally joins, he's so strong right now, can just absolutely shred everyone. And Xiaohu's so threatening. It's like they bin a lot, they get Gala, sure, great, but you're still so far behind. Even if you take Gala's gold out of the equation, I think RNG is still close to having a gold lead, which is insane to say they're that far ahead.
Just look at this replay, because again, it's a great catch here onto Gala. Gala does not have any cleanse, or excuse me, has cleanse, but as soon as that's down, they can use so much more onto him. They know he doesn't have that summoner now.
Yeah, and Lucas does a pretty good job of catching him with the ultimate. I think he just disrespected the range. Just got caught by
passing
it.
through Urukai.
I think as you overstay when like lanterns and cool things have been used, just a bit of an overstep from Gala, and now both summoners are down. But the problem is, like, even without Gala, right, RNG are still monstrously strong.
I was going to make an Attack on Titan reference because it is Attack on Titan Sunday, but it actually might be a spoiler, so I'm not going to say anything. So I'm just not going to say anything. I'm going to move on as the third dragon for RNG going to be taken, fifth one of the game. And yeah, it feels, I will say, and this is more of a criticism on RNG than it is anything else, it does feel like this game should have been over about 5 minutes ago. This game feels like it should be done and dusted. There's not really a lot can do. It's definitely over now.
That'll do it.
That'll do. All right, cool. All right, RNG. You heard me talking smack, and you decided to smack back, but again, it does feel like this game should just be over right now. Ming fishing for hooks, seeing if he can catch anything on the end. They are pushing in this mid lane, but you don't have Baron, and this is where the game starts to get a little bit more difficult. It's still an Aphelios. You still have decent wave clear, even with the Victor dead, so there's only so much you can do on this relatively short-range comp.
Yeah, I think the problem is as well is that the front to back of IG is pretty good, and if you disrespect them, you dive in and get caught by the Seraphine, you have the Aphelios AoE, you really could throw the game, so you have to be really careful. But then, fortunately, Lucas just throws out his ult and whiffs it, so now you feel more comfortable, right?
Yeah, you do feel a lot more comfortable, but
maybe
you're going to have to see maybe a little bit too comfortable. Wei will, however, use that comfort and say, see, it's fine, totally calculated. They will finally get the siege down onto this bot lane turret. They will finally break open their second inhibitor, but at 29.5 minutes, feels a little bit too long. There we go, flash in, trying to get on top of him, and another great lantern there. The Dark Passage doing so much work, and this is why we think that Thresh is so unbelievably busted right now. He just makes up for it. Do they not get that inhibitor? How much HP is that on Observers? Please show it to me. I know you can't hear me. I know I have no control, but please, never mind, they got it.
They got it.
Okay. Thank you, Xiaohu. I was about to get very annoyed. Very, very annoyed there. But again, more and more pressure coming down to IG. They're still in the game, and to add testament to something that Draco said yesterday in the LEC, it's not over till the fat lady sings, but she's warming up. She's getting ready.
It does feel pretty doomed though, right? I'm gonna bring you snap back to reality. It does feel pretty rough, but RNG are taking it slow, and that does give more windows to IG. But it's 8 towers to 1, 15 kills to 7, 13,000 gold lead. Soul coming up in 250, but I think Baron is the priority now. And we talked about before, not having the Baron made things pretty hard to push in. Oh no, they're getting... Oh my... You know, honestly, Xiaohu missed the chains on Shun, hit it on Lucas. If he kept going, probably would have killed him, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I do worry, though. Again, this is a bit of a 8 turrets to 1, 3 dragons to 2, a 13,000 gold lead. This should be over. This game shouldn't even exist on the map right now. 14 stacks Medjais for Xiaohu. Basically a full item Jinx and full item
they're waiting
Bin.
for 25 stack Medjais, right? You need to fill the book.
Stats upon stats upon stats. Stat dash, as the NFL would say. But yeah, Baron taken. This is probably, hopefully, touch wood, going to be the final push coming out now for RNG. And this is the thing, and as much as I like to meme it and say that RNG should be winning this right now, the longer this game goes, the less relevant that gold lead becomes. And this is where it gets a little bit scary because the victor is still getting big. The Aphelios will get the 3 items if you don't end this on this Baron push. And that's where the game becomes a bit more of a coin flip.
Yeah, give IG another 30 minutes and they'll be ready to
Not even
fight.
30, I think 5,
Yeah.
honestly. Look, here we go, TP coming in, but they notice it straight away. They have wards on it. Nani is trying to come in on top of this and maybe look for some kind of engage. They drop the box.
Mid.
And look at bottom mid. They've got the 2 solo laners there from Xiaohu and Bin just pushing this one in. They will take down the mid inhibitor one more time. Now, super minions flooding into that Nexus, flooding in to try and take down these Nexus turrets. They stand, but only by a hair's length. Finally, the final turret does fall in the outer turret lane. As we can see now, Bin going in, trying to use the collateral damage. Will not get the kill, but again, getting excited on the Jinx means that you get those extra attack damage. 1 turret remains, 1 structure remains, and that's no health bar whatsoever. The Encore whiffs through as Bin goes golden to keep themselves alive. Navy is dead. All structures are done and dusted. RNG are going to finally take the game, take the series, and they will end this week with a 2-0.
It's a slow one, but they made sure they didn't take the risk, right? They slowly played it out with the Baron, had their solo laners push the waves in, and then started to corral them in like lambs to slaughter at the end. Executed well at the end. It was, as I said, slow going. They definitely amassed a pretty significant goal lead and then took a while to work with it. But I think a lot of that was down to respect for the enemy composition. At the end of the day, RNG did not want to give over a game like they did like against anyone's legend. They wanted to secure that 2-0 convincingly.
Yeah, the Year of the Tiger, the little tiger in the mid lane, did a lot of damage at the end stage. And I still think there's a couple of question marks over RNG, the decision making around how they should have ended that game. It should have been an awful lot cleaner than it was.
Yeah, I think, I think there's definitely some criticism we can lay down, but I feel like we're seeing smart play out of RNG, and I think that's my main positive thing for them is the fact that they're accruing these leads because they're playing the map well, right? They've understand of how the comp wants to work. They know which lanes need pressure. I think that's the main thing I'd say that they nailed today was they knew which lanes need pressure and they're very good at setting up for it. I think particularly because Wei and Ming are such a good pair together and good at affecting the map wherever they want it. Game 1, they needed the gang spot lane. They set that up. They made sure the Caitlyn Lux got punished. Game 2, they knew that mid needed to have a bit of pressure so that they could allow Xiaohu to move around the map, and they set that up. I think that was probably the issue for IG is, right, in that Game 1, they had the Cait Lux and didn't really set up for it. So still a lot to work on for IG. There was moments we saw where there was like, okay, there's positive aspects here, but overall, it definitely looked like a pretty sizable advantage for RNG in terms of the matchup strength.
Yeah, it did feel at no real point did RNG lose the momentum that they had built up. It felt like they were in total control throughout pretty much all of the game, apart from that first game early stage. So great for them. They go into a 2-0, and then they can get ready for, like we said, their big test coming out next week. They place BLG, in just before Chinese New Year, the last game before we go on a little bit of a 2-week hiatus. Because, the LPL starts, it doesn't stop, but then it stops for a little bit and comes back. And that's how we work it on this side of things. But again, still very good for them. 4-1 now in the standings and climbing pretty steadily. They just need to, if they can keep winning while still figuring stuff out, this team will be formidable. And it's, again, why we have to keep keeping tabs on them the longer we go on to the season.
For sure. And I think that's the thing is that it's not a rush, right? I know we have huge expectations for RNG, and I know we felt like, right, they've kept AD carry the same, they've kept jungle the same, they kept support the same, they moved the top laner to mid and got a top laner. It feels like this team shouldn't have missed a beat, but they did. But that's fine, right? You have time to develop things over the season. The meta has shifted. I think this team is looking like they are gearing up to be a solid contender in playoffs, and I think that's where the expectation should lie. For IG, it's rougher, right? It's definitely
Aphelios
rougher.
damage. Ugh.
Yeah, that is
nice,
not too
but,
positive. I think, there was good one. I think Nani performed really well in this game. I think there's credit there. I think Yukai did a pretty solid job despite the pressure that was applied mid. There were some mistakes, obviously, and he got jumped on. But considering how game one went in the mid lane, I expected him to get bullied a lot more and punished. But I think IG have some shining lights. It's just they aren't on the level of RNG, and I think it is going to be them working up over time as well, right?
Yeah, and again, like for IG, this is a rebuild. This is a from the ground up. Like you look at every single one of these players, none of these are from the original roster that won in 2018. They've lost the Shy, Rookie, Baolan. They are, they lose everything that they've worked towards, and this is why we have to figure out what they are, who they are, and what they can do coming into the rest of the season. I feel like it is very much, as you mentioned, a development split, something they can work on throughout and improve on from as well. Like, maybe pick up a new whatever. I'm not going to mention the position because people will take it out of context. So picking up different pieces to work with the current pieces, that's how you build that roster. It's something similar to what we've seen OMG do so far this split as well.
For sure. And, again, like John said, John a bust, but like you have to credit him, right? Similar to how we had Xiaopeng on TT when we had all those situations where he was like super aggressive setting up the jungle plays. It was like it was him or bust, and then he ends up getting moved to a different roster and actually performing pretty well. So there's still a lot to be seen, but I'm feeling pretty positive overall.
I think so. I think a lot of people can be positive. I think if RNG can take the win against BLG next week, that is a massive vote of confidence to your entire endeavor throughout the split. And again, like we mentioned at the start of this matchup, this is a team, this is an organization that expects championships. They expect to be going to MSI to defend their title. Don't forget, they are still the reigning MSI champions. The LPL has the MSI and World Champions both in their leagues. So we are going to send it over to Wendy, though, who's sitting by with Gala for an interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited Gala from RNG to join us. So congratulations on this 2-0 victory, and now RNG is on 4 winning streak. Tell us more about why this RNG is so strong currently. 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮，用一个2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。那现在 RNG 也来到了4连胜，所以说 Gala 能不能和我们分享一下，你觉得能让现在的这个 RNG 打得这么好，状态这么火热的一个原因是什么呢？
我觉得就是我们每场比赛打完嘛，就是会总体的一个复盘嘛，然后就是不管是输赢都会去找问题，然后努力就是把我们团队就是做的就是往完美的方向去做嘛，然后就可以越打越好。
So I think the reason for us to have such a good performance currently is because we have a very detailed feedbacks after every single matchups. No matter whether we lost or we win the matchup, we'll have very good feedback. And after this, we try to find out where we made the mistakes and make some adjustments or the changes. We try our best to have a very perfect game in every single matchup. So I think that's a reason. Yeah, definitely you guys have shown us a perfect performance today. And in game 2, I want to talk a bit more about the champion choice, because in game 2, the opponent's team, they have chosen the Seraphine support. It's definitely not a hot pick currently, so I'm very curious about your perspective towards the Seraphine support. 那其实说到今天的第2场比赛，对面选出了一个当前版本不是很常见的辅助英雄萨勒芬尼嘛，然后呢，所以说在打完了第2局之后，也比较好奇Gala选手可能对目前版本的一个辅助萨勒芬尼有怎么样的一个看法呢？
这个英雄因为我们平时训练排位都很少碰到嘛，然后就是这个英雄就是当对面选出来的时候，我们就比较懵，然后觉得就是这英雄应该是个比较打团比较厉害的英雄嘛，就是团战中就给队友 buff 的英雄。
I think in the current scrim and also in our solo ranks, definitely Seraphine support is not a hot pick. It's not commonly to be seen in all the matchups. So that when the opponent's team, they have chosen Seraphine, they have locked down this champion, we really feel a bit unexpected and we're quite surprised about it. But I think Seraphine can be a very strong pick in the team fights. She can really perform so good in all the team fights. I think that's the strength of this champion. Yeah, thank you for the sharing. And my next question is about the team fight from you guys. In game 2, around the second Rift Herald, while the opponent's team tended to get the Rift Herald, you were able to find a super good opportunity to just like kill all of them and also control the whole situation. So tell us more about that team fights. What's communications made from RNG? 那接下来想问一下关于第二局的非常漂亮的一波团战，就是第二条先锋团。其实对面是拿到先锋的一个情况之下呢，你们是非常好的抓到了一波机会，然后呢，从那一波之后就感觉你们完全控制住了局势。所以说，能问一下，当时那波第二波的先锋团，你们是怎么来进行沟通和处理的呢？
我们那波先锋团就是我们先把就是兵线先吃掉嘛，然后过去就看情况打，就是对面如果就是上头的话，我们就可以看情况反打，然后就是看情况打嘛，就算没打起来的话，我们也不会亏。
So at that time, we tended to clean all the waves, and after that, we tended to find some opportunity to make the hard engagement if the opponent's team they would like to engage on us, because we just made our adjustments based on the real situation. Because we feel like even there was not a team fight around the Rift Herald, we still can be able to control the situation. So that's the communication we made during the Rift Herald team fight. Yeah, thank you for the sharing. And my last question is, after today's game, Gala, you have reached the milestone of 1,000 kills in LPL. It's definitely a long journey, so I'm very curious about your thoughts, and maybe do you have any words you want to say to all the fans that's supporting you and also supporting RNG? 那最后一个问题也是，其实，在今天的比赛结束之后，我们 Gala 也解锁了在 LPL 的千杀成就。在恭喜 Gala 的同时呢，其实我们也觉得这是一段比较漫长的旅程，所以说也想问一下 Gala 有没有此时此刻有没有什么想法，同时有没有什么想要对一直支持你、支持 RNG 的粉丝朋友们说的？
就想着就是希望以后就是可以杀更多嘛，然后往更高的成就去那个打，然后就谢谢一直以来支持我还有 RNG 的粉丝们，就谢谢大家，我们会努力越打越好的。
So I really would like to just kill more enemies, to just reach the even higher, to have more milestones in LPL. And also the thing that I want to say to all the fans that I really appreciate all the support and love from the fans. Definitely we'll try our best in the future in every single matchups. So thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望在未来的我们 Gala 也能够大杀四方。So back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And it's as simple as that, Ox. Beat champions, kill champions. Easy. Keep doing it. 1,000
and
kills.
You were criticizing my analysis earlier about just the simple things, right? Straightforward.
I put my hands up. Put my
Destroy
hands
their
up
nexus.
and say it.
It's that easy.
It is that easy, man. And look, that's why you're the analyst and I'm just the play-by-play. You tell me the how to do it, I tell you what's happening. But what is happening right now is we're going to be putting some praise onto the man in the mid lane, the little tiger of RNG, Xiao, who was our man of the Rift. Honestly, it wasn't really going to be anyone else. 6-0-4. Just a monster on this LeBlanc, and you just couldn't really move anywhere for IG without expecting him to be there.
Yeah, really found the momentum in this game. Credit to Wei and Ming for setting up the laning phase and getting it rolling a bit more. Obviously, LeBlanc really excels when she's allowed to set up ganks for her team, and then he just had so much presence. This is obviously that first one where they're able to find Yukai here, but then he just followed on from there, right? Once he got Xiao Hu a lead, he'd go into side lanes and pick people off, constantly find those sort of isolated members to kill.
Yeah, big movements that were made where we're very much Xiaohu integral kind of set up for. And even just stuff like this, just straight up finding a small opportunity. Nothing else is happening on the map. No one else is really in trouble. And except for IG, they were in a lot of trouble, specifically on the Felios. Xiao Wuji not having a very good game.
Yeah, it was just a rough one. And honestly, I think RNG played their comp to a T. A little bit slower, maybe. We talked about how I was thinking they'd get things rolling a bit earlier in the mid lane, but they were kind of risk averse, right? And I made this comment about EDG as well, where there were plays they could have gone for and they held back. And I think at the end of the day, you're a top team playing against one of the weaker teams. There's no point to take these unnecessary risks when they can backfire, right? Take the higher percentage play, and I feel like that's what RNG were doing.
That sounds very LCK of you. I don't think I approve of that messaging coming into this one, but we'll see how it ends up all working out. We are going to send it to a quick break, but when we return, we have our match of the week. Rookie on V5 going up against Top Esports Knight. This is not a mid lane matchup you want to list. We'll see you soon.
To thrive in the LPL, teams must find a true leader. Someone who will not falter in the face of adversity. Someone who has seen the hardships and fought through them all. One who will stop at nothing to achieve every victory. A player's ceiling is always attributed to their age, but I'm telling you right now, age is only a number, and it's one that does not define V5's rookie. Measly barriers like that will not hold him back.
这位选手的话，就他风格也偏就是打法比较进攻型的选手嘛。因为我跟他对战好几次，我每次赢的时候都是我中路有线权的时候就比较好赢。
Blast themselves into this game. BB in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jump forward and finish the the double kill. And I sure hoped so he would win. And boy is she the triple for Rookie as he gives us a masterclass.
2021 was not a year of victory for Victory 5, but this year, some of the greatest LPL puzzle pieces have come together to ensure that will not be the case again. The deadly duo of Rookie and Karsa was a huge addition in the offseason, and they are here to make their mark for V5.
Stay here, damage across the team. Carson's two smite seal does not have splash available. Double smite available, you're right. He has one as well, and Karsa gets it. Rookie with a kill, Pew chased down as well. There's no way he can escape.
Former brothers now cross swords. Jackie Love must arm himself to the teeth and prepare to take down once fond friends. And there will be no backing down this time. When pride is on the line, there can only be one winner.
Sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gone, but Triumph's on the wing. It's a choke, and Top Esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. It's dicey, but Jackie Love's still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away, matches with the counter-strike. A quick QSS. Zenith's actually dying, though. Zenith is dead. It's a triple kill.
Although a bright star, Jackie Love is never alone. You can always trust his knight in shining armor to help him in battles to come.
It's Knight Silas, Chain Lash, Kingslayer. 1v2 me, bro, I dare ya.
On one hand, you got Jackie Love and Knight, two of the deadliest carries in all of the LPL. On the other, you have Karsa and Rookie. Brilliant minds come together to potentially form one of the scariest mid-jungle duos of all time. The lights are on and pressure is high. Only one team will stand victorious. So let go of the past and take hold of the present. Top Esports versus Victory 5.
Smile on your face. In death there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. There's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Ooh. try to struggle free. It's nothing personal, it's you, not me. You, not me. Oh, oh. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had it coming. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Ooh. You had it coming. Ooh. You had it coming. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Ooh. You had it coming. Ooh. You had it coming.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope without a chase. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spring worlds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. And every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. And it's not the time to quit. Pull yourself together, whoa. And let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
感觉就配合的还是可以有更加，还是有很多地方可以进步的吧。然后我们也在就努力双排啊，找一些联动的方式。我们都是来自于不同的队伍嘛，然后我们就各自有各自的打法，然后我们就在努力想办法把我们各自的打法结合起来，然后找到一个最适合我们的吧。
We're back! LPL last game of week 2. I am Oshin, he is Ox, and we have our match of the week. I would never thought I'd be saying this with these two teams, but Victory 5 going up against Top Esports. Victory 5, who have basically just brought in arguably one of the best mid laners in the league and one of the most consistently best junglers in the league as well in Karsa. Just making Rookie and Karsa making this roster move, and obviously Top Esports improving their top side and still having monsters like Knight and Jackie Love. This is, for all intents and purposes, a clash of the Titans.
Absolutely, and I mean the mid lane has to be the focal point. Knight against Rookie. Both of them last split, their teams didn't have the hottest performances, but I'd say Knight in particular looked stellar, but Rookie is obviously a mainstay in the league. He's just showed so many flawless performances, and honestly, this is just a hype matchup. It's a shame that Corki exists because I really don't want to see them play that. I would rather see them go toe-to-toe on things like the LeBlanc, Syndras, the Vexes. I want to see them clash.
And this is the big thing we want. We don't want a farm fest. We don't want Victor versus Corki and then they go to the team fights. We want to see these guys going toe to toe. And the thing is, looking at how these two guys have played, they are the catalysts for their team. In this clip here, you can see RA find themselves a pick, but Knight turns it around. Knight brings it back on the Tryndamere and just makes it so that it was in the favor of Top Esports.
Absolutely, and I mean, both of them have played Victor to just like a really insane level, but it's so good to see them they have such an eye for when they can make the plays, when they can go aggressive, when they can step up and sort of bridge that line between the dangerous positions where you see other players get caught out and the position where they can street carry. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, and that's the big thing as well. It's fun. And I think this is something that we love seeing from these two mid laners. And just consistently, this is the Victor play that you're talking about. Look at Rookie. Look how close he is. Just constantly putting out damage. Consistently being within melee range. And yet nobody touches him. That's just how good of a play. Even when they get on top of him, they still don't even do any damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such good awareness, right? It just really looks like he's on a different level. And I'm so excited. I've been waiting all week, honestly, to see this matchup go. I also, this game was so fun, by the way. It was just Rookie absolutely bullying the enemy team, and in particular iBoy, every time just killing him whenever he found the window. But yeah, just great performance, and I want more of that, right? I want the hype, I want the head-to-head, I want to see the teams playing around it, I want matchups to be interesting. Not Corki Victor, but yeah, we'll see.
Please, please. Like, it's like a monkey paw. I'll take anything else other than that. But again, like, this is obviously what we're going to be focusing on. These two guys are going to be the biggest things that come out of it. Historically, this has always been a fantastic matchup. Rookie versus Knight is something that has been going toe-to-toe for quite a few years now. You think back to probably one of the first times they ever really had high-stake matchups. It was IG versus Top Esports in the regional qualifier for 2019 Worlds. Went to all 5 games. And of course, Rookie was able to knock back down Knight out of that and keep himself going back to the World Championship to defend his title. These two mid laners know each other. They fought against each other loads of times. They have history with each other. But again, it's not just about them. It's not just going to be about that mid lane as much as it's a large part of it. It is about those other lanes as well. And for specifically V5, I think I gotta think about, Rich or Poor. How is Rich going to look in this top side right now? Because he didn't have a bad debut, but it definitely needed a little bit more of a push, to say the least, from his jungler.
He looked like he fit in, right? His Gragas game was fine. Like, he had some good moments, right? I think that's the main thing, where he set up the team. And something I particularly want to praise him for is when he would find priority in the side lane, he'd move up towards mid, and then he'd threaten with an engage. And honestly, in team fights, it was pretty serviceable. But for the most part, it's like, we saw him play Gragas. We saw him have a Graves game as well, which wasn't as stellar. But for the most part, I think he looks fine. I think that's, the question's Rich or Poor. Around in the middle, right? I'd say is my judgment of him so far.
We're doing all right for ourselves.
You're doing okay, yeah.
We have a little bit in savings, the pension plan's been set up, so it's a ticking away. We're not doing too bad for ourselves. You just bought a second-hand car, but it's decent. You're getting places with it.
I think it's an upgrade from Invincible because Invincible looks a bit rough. And I think, you know, he's what Victory 5 need, but I still want to see a bit more and I want to see how he holds up in this one. But the other thing, because we're talking about the new addition to V5, is the fact that, you know, for top esports, we have Xiaopeng, who they've been running with more frequently, right? Who they've been using in the jungle and has been performing really well. And the way I kind of see it is it's kind of like the TT hyperbolic time chamber, right? His time on TT, which unceremoniously, I'm just going to say, that team did not work well. It was rough, but he was like the shining light of early aggression for it. And it's like, imagine going from TT, where you have to like try and do everything and still lose, to top esports, where when you find an early lead, it's like, I got a Knight and Jackie Love on my team. Like, you know, you get them ahead, it's golden.
It literally takes off the training weights and he does like a Rock Lee and just like becomes like instantly super fast with all these extra things that aren't on him anymore. And honestly, like, you know, we have mentioned that yes, Tien did come onto this, but Xiaopeng has, as of late, been the preferred jungler. He has been the guy they have wanted to go with because it does seem to be working an awful lot better for the side of top esports. They seem to be linking in an awful lot more, and we'll see how that trend continues into the split. But for the moment, it is going to be a very curious one looking at that. And again, you know, the TT hyperbolic time chamber is very real, I feel like, because Xiaopeng has been having very solid performances.
Yeah, he's looked good, right? I think the thing is he's had that early aggression still, that sort of killer aspect. We've seen him play a range of things. Like, we've had the Nidalee, and he's looking for those early pressure moments where you sometimes wouldn't even see some of the top junglers go for these because they're a bit more methodical. But when you have such strong laners as top esports, I feel like you can go for these aggressive plays. I feel like you can just rely on them giving you lanes that you can just influence slightly and push them in one side or the other.
Yeah, and that's where we want to see him do today. Again, big moment for him and has looked very, very good and consistent. Really enjoyed watching him play. And again, like you mentioned, linking up with Jackie Love. He's not the guy getting the kills here, but he is the guy basically setting up Jackie Love for effectively what could have been a triple kill there. So really nice play coming out here from the side of top esports, but it hasn't always been 100% clean. And this is where we have to have a real conversation about top esports and with Victory 5 as well. With the names they have on the roster, they should be coming in absolutely swinging. Still, you know, yet to really see enough from V5 to make a full call out. And for top esports, it has been a little bit rough and ready.
Yeah, and I think that's, I'm just going to say this. This is why this series is going to be a banger, because we have mechanical gods and a bit of messy gameplay. So
this is the LPL. That's what we live for here.
I feel like that just describes the entire league, right? Mechanical gods, messy gameplay, because I for sure think this one is going to be a heated matchup, but the execution can be flawless.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing, this is probably the only real time I'll say it, this is a series where crazy is our game. This is the game. This is the one where this is probably going to be the most true out of all of them, as we wait to see now where these two teams want to go. And again, this is where I love looking at the drafts. I love looking at where the meta is right now, because for a lot of the other teams, it's very bog standard. But for these guys, you know, when you have likes of Rookie, Knight, Jackie Love, you know, Karsa, they can just throw out curveballs. They can come out with you with something that's completely off the wall. Maybe not so off the wall like SOFM, but definitely something that can work for your team. So for V5 and for top esports, I want to see maybe a couple of bit of innovative picks, look to be proactive around the map and pick stuff that will be able to make the difference in those big team fights and in the lanes themselves.
Well, I think the big thing as well is there's so many powerful picks that you have to think about, like things like the Gwen, things like the Corki, we have the Aphelios, which has been highly prioritized, then Zao really strong in the jungle. There's so many things you have to think, what can we risk giving over, right? What will just be too much of a problem to deal with? And I'll also be interested to see how the game plan ends up developing in this one. I'm particularly interested around the mid lane matchup. I feel like we could just end up having like a bit of a scaling matchup in the mid lane, but we've seen both of them like have massive games on the Victor. I feel like if you give one of them a pick where they can carry, where they can 1v9, they absolutely will. So be interested to see how it ends up being contested there.
And it's something we actually didn't even mention at all, but it's Karsa going up against his former team. This is a Karsa revenge match, if you will. Who won the breakup? You know, was it top esports saying we got someone new, we're looking great, or is it Karsa saying no, you weren't good for me, I'm glad I'm out of that relationship? We'll have to wait and see. So want to see Karsa really put out for it. And again, Karsa has been He's a divisive figure, I feel like, in the community. In my opinion, Karsa has been one of the top junglers throughout his entire career from LPL, which is incredibly lengthy. Even back when he was on Flash Wolves, and he has been just one of the best junglers in the world, in my opinion, for that regard. Maybe as of right now, he's not having Canyon levels of performances, but I still think that he has the ceiling in order to produce that, and I want to see that come out a little bit today.
I think I found that just generally people are quick to turn on junglers, right? They'll be like, oh, this jungler is like amazing, and then like 5 minutes later, they're like, nope,
and then
terrible,
they ignore the
never good.
the 4 losing lanes.
Dude, it's true in your solo queue games. Every jungler knows the pain of going through that when all your teams spam pinging you. But also, like, you look at this, so many instances where like players like Bengi or whatever have been really successful, and then like afterwards, looking back, everyone's hypercritical. And, some criticism is definitely fair, but I think it's so easy to just blame your jungle, and you should stop doing that because they're trying, okay?
I think that's the big thing. Everyone's trying. Everyone's looking to go for it, but I still think this is going to be a very hype matchup. I think something that as well is going to be very interesting to see is how do Photic and PP God do up against Jackalov and Shwo. This is two big kind of carries for the side of top esports. If they can hold their own, not necessarily even just like win it, if just keep themselves from opening the floodgates, they should be able to transition that and again rely a little bit more on Rookie. But like we mentioned earlier today, you cannot be a one-note team. You cannot just have one good player in one good lane. You need to have multiple carries in multiple lanes in order to be considered one of the best teams.
And we get the Rek'Sai ban coming out. You love to see it, honestly. I think it's just a lot of respect there. But yeah, Renekton and Caitlyn taken away. If a LeBlanc with the Jarvan. So Jarvan off the cards kind of means that, these are mobile lady carries have a lot less issue to worry about. So definitely could prioritize those highly. I feel like Jackie Love would be happy to take Aphelios if this Jinx is locked in. And it is going to be secured. So we could see like an Aphelios Xin Zhao 1-2 from Top Esports. That's a very popular one.
Wow.
And they will just instantly lock that one in. On the other side, if you are after the Thresh, now is the time to pick up a V5. I think in terms of junglers, Viego is still open and available if you want to take from the big four, Xin Zhao, Jarvan, Lee Sin, and Viego. But they're going to go for the Trundle, which does match up well individually into the Xin Zhao and can duel him. And then it looks like they will just pair that with the Thresh.
They'll pair it up. They'll get themselves going onto it. And again, the Gwen, this is a very very quick pick and ban coming out right now. And this is going to be boom, boom, boom. See exactly where they want to go for it. Now you see for Top Esports, they're going to be able to prioritize those bans at the top side. V5 going to opt for a little bit into that mid lane, so waiting to see where they want to go. And my god, this is pick ban speed run right now. They're just going through these so fast.
Yeah, they know what they want. And the thing is, Top Esports, they pick the Gwen on third. It means they can ban away champs that he's going to have difficulty with. The Jace is gone. We've seen that matchup a lot and how Jace can sort of pull out ahead. The Kennen isn't really something that's going to massively punish the Gwen, but has that team fighting power. So giving Zoom the best matchup possible. The V5 TF God, and they actually go for the Rakan in this situation. So we'll see what support Top Esports picks. I thought they would have gone for support here, but it looks like they might want mid priority, right? We said Victor could be a contested pick. If you don't pick it here, we'll probably see it go to the other side. So now V5, they need their top lane matchup. And I think probably we'll expect maybe the Gragas for Rich is a fine matchup to sort of just neutralize the Gwen. And also he had obviously that good series before. And we'll see what Rookie goes for. He's actually going to bring out the Azir right now.
Okay, this I'm a little bit happier with. It's not exactly great, but I'll take it because I thought it was going to be the Corki. They are going to lock that one in, so that's going to be Rookie going onto that. Something that we know every single time Rookie can perform on it. This is just one of the standard champions you can play in the LPL and know that you're just going to have it in your back pocket. And now we get the Akali in top side as well, so this could be tank Akali in the top lane for Rich.
Yeah, and it's actually one of the worst matchups for Gwen right here. Two worst matchups, I'd say Jason and Akali. So I love that Rich has the confidence to bring it out. I was thinking maybe just the Gragas to neutralize, but he's going with the confident pick where he wants to challenge Zoom and pull out ahead. We'll see what Top Esports want to go for in the support role. Braum Aphelios is a very old school combo we used to see back in the 200 years era. So you can stack it up very quickly and they will just lock it down. Bear in mind, a lot of auto attackers on your team to easily stack that up. Wow, that's a quick draft.
Yeah. Take a breath, my son. You got to do my job there for a second.
We kind of flew through that one pretty quickly, but a lot to talk about and take away here. Both teams, a lot of scaling options. I feel like, V5 have kind of answered quite well, right? They have Thresh and Braum, which is fine. Jinx can outrange Aphelios later, even though early he's going to be able to have a bit more pressure. The Azir into the Victor is an interesting one, which again, Azir has a lot of surprising priority in lane from his soldiers. You have Trundle into Xin Zhao, who can obviously match him. You have Akali into Gwen, which is a good matchup for Akali. I think V5 just kind of picked to have favorable matchups. Whereas on the other side for top esports, it feels like if we get into those close nitty-gritty team fights, then they'll be pretty hard to beat.
Honestly, I feel like this Azir pick is going to be, it's Rookie's third most picked of all time. I believe he's played 60-something games, and I think it's actually, this will be his 62nd. And he's 34 wins, 27 losses, so something he's incredibly comfortable with, and it's something that can have that little bit of extra factor. Yes, the Corki into the Victor will have the poke, but you get the poke while also having that Emperor's Divide, while having the Shurima Shuffle to make plays. And what do we talk about coming into this series? We want to see both these mid laners on playmakers, and this is something that V5 now have. It will take a little while to scale, but it's something that they can work with. On the other side, top esports, a lot of scaling, a lot of wave clear, and a lot of ways of just making things work in the individual lanes. Very curious to see how it goes. I think, like you said, very quick draft, because I think both teams got exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was definitely the end a bit of innovation. I would have thought, thinking about like, okay, what do we want to bring here? But at the start, it was just flying out. They'd clearly planned this very obviously as to like what they thought the enemy team would pick and what they'd do in response. I think the thing with V5's composition is, right, we talk about the range advantage. Oh, that's just, I know I've seen it, but it's
so
still
pretty.
so sick.
So pretty.
But yeah, like the range advantage a Jinx has over Felios, the range advantage Azir has over Victor in the later stages, and the fact that, you know, Azir and Thresh can enable that by maintaining the distance with things like the Lantern, the Flay, the Emperor's Divide, we have the Pillar as well. So I think V5's comp might be a bit harder to execute in team fights, but a lot of potential there. Whereas top esports, man, if they just group up and just hit targets and push forward, and as long as they can connect onto the right targets, they should be pretty good. But I'm interested to see how these lanes pans out. You know, we see Xiaopeng be really aggressive in the early game and try and instigate and make things happen. If you could do that here, it would definitely pay off.
It would be massive if they can make it work, and we can now see both top laners going with that Ignite, both top laner going with Conqueror as well. It is a press the attack here for Karsa on the Trundle, so looking for that early skirmishing power, of course, and actually lethal tempo here for Xiaopeng on the Xin Zhao. So definitely a little bit more variety in the ruin choices for a lot of these guys, and we'll wait to see how this one works for both of them. As we can see already, Rich getting jumped on by Zoom, and Zoom is just trying to keep him away from those first little few minions. I do believe they both got experience. No one got a minion, and now they can go back to actually farming.
Yeah, that's actually how you play Akali level 1. Is like you're so useless. You just hit your shroud and soak XP. Like it's not a fun time. Akali does gain momentum, right? The more points you get in your Q, the less energy it costs. You can start to trade frequently. But also when you have your E, W, and Q, that's when you can start look to proc your passive, trade a bit more, dash away from the Gwen. Gwen notoriously strong level 1, so you know, I said this is a hard matchup for Gwen. It takes a while to get going, but Akali will eventually find a foothold and really start to have a presence in this matchup.
Yeah, nicely done here from both teams to get exactly what they want. See where they can make those movements happen. Both junglers going to be starting on their red side of the jungle. Actually, excuse me, it was blue side. Yeah, sorry, it was blue side they both started. They're now moving into their red side. I forgot it was Trundle and Xin Zhao and how just destructive, crazily fast they are. But it is going to be a little bit of pressure here for the V5 bot lane. They have to respect the Thresh with that Glacial Augment. We talk about it so many times, but that little bit of extra CC and, of course, the damage reduction can be so massive in those early game skirmishes. But where do you want to see now where these junglers go? Where do you want to see them prioritize? And do you think that we're going to see much action in this early game?
I don't think we'll necessarily see a ton of action in the early game, right? I think, you know, Rookie has priority, but he's hard to gank. Oh, speaking of which, he's gone a little bit too aggressive. Yeah,
not
if
a great
passive
trade
on him. If he had the Brawn passive on, he would have been in trouble. I think mostly, I think you let the lanes play out in terms of V5, right? You know your bot lane and mid lane are pretty safe. I mean, even every lane is kind of safe, right? They all have like ways to get out of ganks. So Caster just kind of needs to facilitate them when they are overextended, like bot laners right now. Be in position to assist. It's really Xiaopeng who can start to like make something happen a little bit more. And I think it's more opportunistic, right? You spot moments where like Rookie might be overextended or out of position, and that's where you look to capitalize.
See what they want to do, where they want to go. We will see Zoom getting a little bit of an early recall off, as he does have the priority in that top side. Goes back. It's what we call a cheater recall. If you're watching LEC, you will know that Medic made reference to that. You go back and exactly as he said, you get yourself a Doran's item, you get yourself back into the lane so you can kind of control how this matchup goes. Gets himself another Doran's item on top of it. I'm not quite sure if he started with the ring or if he started with the blade. I think he started with the ring because he has 2 pots, but again, good start here for Top Esports. And again, dead even from the gold side of things. I want to see where the junglers can make an impact. And once we start hitting level 6s, that's when this game will start to open up just a little bit more.
Yeah, it's also looking at what the supports can potentially do to roam. Oh, we're seeing Rookie, applying a lot of pressure to Knight right now. Just jabbing him with the soldiers, and a little bit difficult for Knight. I think he just wants to get the wave pushed in so he can reset. Rookie a bit more focused on hitting Knight than he was on hitting the wave.
Well, there's a Mountain Drake to start us all off. Both junglers now getting onto their second clear. Actually, we yet to see Karsa go back, so he'll have a little bit more gold in his back pocket as he goes back for the first return. Waves being pushed in either side, and you can see as the laning phase goes on, after you get like, you know, a couple of levels, it becomes a little bit easier for the Akali to be able to trade off, even behind technically in terms of a back. Not the worst situation to be in. Your 5-point strike will do a lot of damage to the back line. You just have to hit them twice and basically last hit them at the first few levels, so not the worst in the world. We will see Xiaopeng now roaming down towards this bot side. We'll know that the Krugs have spawned. Cook does not land. That could have been very detrimental for the side of V5. I'm almost, they're probably past or unknowing to them, probably very happy they did not hit that hook.
Yeah, and I've loved seeing this kind of ebb and flow of junglers, right? When PP God and Protic was shoving in, they had coverage from Karsa. When I went the other way, Xiaopeng shows up, and then they've kind of gone back. And again, the junglers are being there, so they know if the enemy jungler turns up, I'm there to cover. I'm there to defend my laners. I'm happy with them just playing it out as it is. I just need to make sure that nothing untoward happens caused by, you know, Karsa or Xiaopeng showing up on the opposite side. So it's nice seeing this ebb and flow, but it looks like Xiaopeng might be looking for an opportunity here. The wave is pushing into Top Esports, so they might set this up, but Karsa's there.
Yeah, Karsa's here. Now they know Karsa is here. They're going to drop down the hook. It's Glacial Augment as Zhou gets himself to stand behind me, but you can see everyone just jumping around. They have so much mobility on both of these supports for themselves and for others that no one ends up going down. It's just a trade of health bar. Xiaopeng needs to be very careful, though. Pillar of Ice does land. Now PP Guy is left on his lonesome. First blood is almost certain to go over to Top Esports. Look at Rookie. He's been the first one to roam. He's got ultimate available. They'll get the heal out of Jackie Love. They come straight onto Karsa. Zhou is taking a lot of damage. He just about survives. He's still alive. Flash forward. Photic will pick up a kill. And after all that scrappy fighting, it is still a 1-for-1. Both AD carries getting themselves some first bloods.
But it's a win for Top Esports because they managed to get Knight pushing the wave in, getting some plates. He's in a comfortable spot, and now they might fish more. Knight, he could be caught.
He could be caught, and it's actually Karsa who gets himself caught out. Xiaopeng was ready to go ahead and capitalize on a bit of a lazy move, but now Xiaopeng in a little bit of trouble. Will get hit by the zap, has no flash to get himself away, and they'll trade it back. Both these teams tit for tat, 2 for 2.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth here. Both teams just sort of exploding out in the bot lane play, and then it spreads up to mid. And overall, I think both teams can sort of walk away okay with how it went. But the critical mistake here was kind of V5 trying to go in and Xiaopeng, but then not committing, and then PP God ends up getting split off from the team. They can't follow up, and you have to respect the Braum in this situation. This is why Rookie doesn't actually dive in and doesn't go too aggressive, because he actually has to respect the fact that if he gets up close and personal, he will get run down. And honestly, I think he actually didn't have the Emperor's Divide then. I called it wrong. Was on cooldown going into this play. Was level 6, but didn't have it.
I wonder why he didn't.
I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I
Yeah.
assumed he had it because he came in level 6 and then he didn't use it. And I was like, oh, it's on cooldown, but he didn't use it. So he must have used it before. Maybe to trade with Knight or something. But I was a little confused.
But similar to what we were saying, you know, it's just kind of one of those mysteries of the world that you just don't
I
have
will be
an
left
answer to.
wondering until later when I watch the VOD.
Yeah, when we watch it. I don't even think we saw it on the VOD, to be perfectly honest. I don't think we saw it at all.
Yeah, but if I watch it back, I can see. Okay,
Here
now
we go.
Steve even going to replay. So
Thank you.
perfect.
Yeah, he actually just goes in, tries to get a little bit of a move. I actually think, yeah, just disengages, uses it as a,
Didn't
as a
even
way of
have to
pushing
wait
the wave.
long. Perfect, right? And honestly, that could have been a big difference maker. If he did have that ult available, that could have been something that could have turned that a bot lane skirmish into more kills. He just fished for something on Knight there, but Knight having flash doesn't go too hard now. Herald secured by Top Esports. They're the ones to make the first proactive move. We'll see what they can do with it. It's actually going to be leeching Leah from Rich, so it's not the chem tanker Carly. It is going to be the more AP focused one. Yeah, very sad.
Yeah, bit of a sad moment there. But now Shro here, the Moonlight Visual comes out. No real lockdown just yet. We'll have the Shroud available to him very, very soon. We'll use the Perfect Execution first part to use it to get onto the Braum, get himself out, and that's going to be a pretty easy trade up. And again, we're just seeing very, very similar trades coming out right now from both sides. You can see on the bot lane, it is going to be Zoom backing himself, but making sure he's not being taken down. The Rift Herald in top lane does, though, mean that Top Esports will have the trade, and there's a lovely little setup there from the observers. You get the dual screen of both objectives being taken at the same time.
Yeah, and one of the things is that, you know, using the Herald means you're splitting the gold with your jungler, but the thing is, because you know, you need Karsa to help you take the tower, they're going to end up splitting the gold anyway, right? Because Karsa, as a Trundle, does so much damage to towers, you're just going to end up splitting it. They're still going to fall behind, right? There should be a second tower taken for Top Esports. They got all that first tower gold on the Jackie Love as well. We do see maybe a bit of an overstay. No, they will be able to get it here. Rich playing with fire. He's got the Lantern.
Rich, okay, Lantern saves him and he has the Shroud. They did get the exhaust out of him, so 2 towers to 1. That does go in favor of Top Esports, and they got themselves about 1,500 gold lead. That is the power of the Rift Herald. That is the power you get when you have that early tempo, and it's why you can't really just trade off when you have that Rift Herald in the back pocket.
Yeah, and it is Top Esports made the more proactive move to get there, to secure it, and then this is the payoff, right? They've got a sizable gold lead off the back of that. They have equal goal in terms of 80 carries, honestly, is the critical thing, but a lot of money onto Xiaopeng as a result of him being in range to pick up that. And even Zhou has a pretty decent lead of a PP gold, which is not relevant, right? Sports, whatever. But still, Top Esports starting this off strong. And guess we just kind of see how this ends up developing from here. I think the big thing is that both mid towers pretty healthy, and this is a game where both mid laners have a decent amount of wave clear, so it might be tricky to see those tier 1s go down anytime soon until that second Herald spawns.
This game is already getting me very excited because we're seeing just how smart both these teams are playing with the game. They're not taking unfavorable fights. They're looking for advantages while also trading in, making sure they're getting something, not losing anything. Yes, you get an extra tower on the side of Top Esports. And Joe goes in by yourself. You've no buddy with you. You can't really take this fight. He's going to use the Glacial Fissure to try and keep himself alive. It will just about. They will get a little bit more damage down to Karsa! Photic! Nice ultimate there from downtown. And that small mistake, very rightly punished there by V5.
That cleans it up, but look what Top Esports have managed to do, right? Zoom was unchecked, getting plates. Members are moving down, right? He's already got 1 plate. This is going to be a second. How much is that kill worth compared to all the gold being taken? Already, 2 plates is more than 1 kill, right? And they're going to continue to pick up more. Technically, kill and assist is worth more than 2 plates, but I digress, right? Top Esports answering, that's the key thing.
Again, it's hit for tat, pushing in, getting a, you know, there's no force without an equal reaction. You cannot just push and not expect a pull. There has to be something there for Top Esports, and this game is still very, very close. I will say though, the kill going over and the gold going over to Photic is massive. You're able to get this rapid fire Jinx going early. If you're able to get them into a position to carry, this could be huge for V5. Let's have a look at the replay, because again, Zhou kind of just walking off, expecting himself to be okay, and he does end up dying, but they have to invest a lot from the side of V5.
The critical thing is normally when you're warding as a Braum, you need someone to jump to, right? And he didn't immediately have that. It took a while before Knight arrived. You could jump to him. He shouldn't be going alone, and there's a nice snipe from Photic to pick that up.
See now Knight taking a little bit of harassment. No Emperor's Divide just yet there for the side of Rookie, so he wasn't going to be able to go for it now. But now we start to see where this dragon starts to spawn. 40 seconds till that becomes onto the map. It feels like we've been in this game for much longer than we have. We still have turret plates. There is still plenty of standing gold available, but both these teams are playing at such a high pace.
Last game from last series was a lot slower, so I think this just felt like so much quicker, even though it's honestly been a fairly par for the course. And now Dragon at 20 seconds, right? V5 has secured the first. Top Esports looks to be positioning around, but there hasn't been too many efforts to get vision control. V5 have been focused on the mid priority, and we'll see if they try and push in now, but at the moment it looks like they're taking it slow.
Taking slow, both the mid laners in the bot side, both top laners have themselves TP. If you can catch Knight, it would be huge. Karsa's there. They might have to blow his flash. He's going to get hit by the glacial, the frozen pillar.
That's huge. Ult down, flash down from Knight. That's big team fighting tools unavailable. Top Esports are still going to start off the dragon and try and pull it out, but they definitely lost a lot of value off the back of that.
They still have a Gwen, no Rift Maker for either of these top laners, and basically still waiting on the first item for your mid laners as well. This could be a big pivotal moment here for both these sides. Dragon, 2000 HP. Karsa is in the pit. They're going to go straight away. They don't want the Dragon. They want Rookie, and he is turned into fried chicken straight away. The Crescent Guard just stops any kind of damage coming out from Photic. Immediate turn there. Xiaopeng sets up the play. They get the Dragon.
And that's the aggression from Xiaopeng you love to see. Rookie, Flash available, Emperor's Divide available. You have PP God there with a Lantern and none of it goes up. Instantly takes him out. Really solid play, and that instantaneous pick meant it doesn't matter that Knight doesn't have Ultra Flash. It literally means nothing because they get the objective, and now it's a Chemtech Soul on the map. It's that big one, the one we always talk about, the one dislike.
For better or for worse.
Yeah. So it's going to be a high priority in this game, right? And we'll see the replay. So I believe what might end up happening here is Xiaopeng ends up stacking up his Q on the Dragon because Rookie isn't given time to react. So I think, yeah, he stacks up. There's one, there's two, Flash, and then he instantly gets the knockup. So really smart play to use that technique, stacking it up on the objective and then instantly getting the knockup on the Rookie so he can't outplay it. And that's kind of, it catches people off guard, right? Because if you look at the composition of top esports, they don't have any instantaneous hard CC, right? Like the ult from Braum's very slow, you know, Knight, Gravity Field has to stack up, Xiaopeng has to stack his autos. It all feels like you have time to react, and Xiaopeng did a great job to catch him out there.
We've seen the trade happening. There's going to be a TP in top side. The Rift Herald was secured here by V5, so they don't lose out on that objective, but it's now 3 turrets to 1. Jackie Love in a little bit of trouble, going to be hit by the pillar. They tried to drop down the traps, but Jackie Love very calm, very collected, recognizing that he does not need to use his flash to get himself away. He's had plenty of time to walk away from this, but now Xiaopeng, he's actually going to get caught out. Yes, he is, and I don't think he's going to have a lot of options available to him. There's the Glacial Fissure, going to be used to get the Pillar of Ice down. He does have the Crescent Guard. Can he get on top of this Blast Cone? Oh, that was so smart from Rookie. They stop him from getting the Blast Cone away. Rookie gets some revenge. Nicely done there by V5. They now have an opportunity where they're 4v5 on the map.
Yeah, long chase, they do get the kill, but the thing is, I don't really think they translate it into much, right? It took a long time to do that, and at the end of the day, there's nothing really to take on the map, so definitely worth doing, don't get me wrong, but not really much capitalizing on the back of an action. In fairness, Carson and PB got both burning their summoners there, their flashes, so not really much payoff. Now, we do have Knight with the Luden's Echo in this game, not going for the Crown of the Shattered Queen, which, honestly, the Akali is a backline threat by all means, but I feel like Rookie and Photic, you know, they have these longer range threats that probably proc it quite easily. I like the Ludens for extra burst when you do get in range.
Yeah, it's the Luden's Tempest, actually. It's no longer the Luden's Echo. I'm going to push my non-existent glasses up and snore as the actually crew come in. I'm only teasing. I have to take the wins sometimes because I very rarely get wins over the analysts. You know, I have to take the small little ones.
You say you know items, then name every single Ornn upgrade.
Name every single Ornn upgrade. I couldn't even tell you one. Like, I'll be totally honest with you. I couldn't even name one of them. But you know, maybe I'll come back to you after I've Googled it.
Yeah, I can hear the keys tapping away.
Yeah,
there.
just a little like, give me a second, click, click.
It's always whenever when you ask someone in a question when they're by a computer, and it's just like, I'm thinking.
Mechanical keyboard starts going. I do know. I think it's like Lord Warden is the Immortal Shield Bow one or something like that. That's the only one I know.
Oh, yeah, that's the only one you know after you stall the conversation out for 30 seconds. Wow.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But that, in fairness, if I wanted to be really an ass about it, I could have just been like, you know, let me just look up all these things and quickly wrap them off. But anyway, we digress. There was nothing happening of interest on the map. It is about a 1,700 gold lead, which isn't that much to talk about. But PP God in a lot of trouble. You can't lantern yourself, and now the TPs are going to be committed. Zoom, though, needs to be very, very careful. Both TPs came out. That was the Akali joining and the Victor. So no TP for Knight. A minute till Dragon spawns. Both teams have a Dragon each. And Joe's taking a lot of damage. This is the rapid fire cannon build that we're talking about. This Jinx is 202 and feeling fine. They will have a lot of damage, and with the Rift Herald in hand, they can put pressure on mid.
Yeah, V5, look at that massive wave stacked up bot lane. Someone needs to answer it. It's way too much gold. They got the Herald down mid. This is a perfect setup for the Dragon from V5. Top esports, I'm not even sure they can contest this easily. Like you see Rich pushing it in and the tower down for the Azir. V5 are really stacking the deck on this one.
They are just getting all those little advantages that we talked about earlier. The Rift Herald being able to use that for pressure. They haven't turned for the Dragon just yet. Still 20 seconds till it spawns. But with the Shurima's legacy now in that mid lane, you can see just how confident Photic feels with PP God and Toad.
Yeah, not really sure on Costa's decision to go up top side into the skull. I feel like the play would have been to go into the bot side river and establish vision control, because now somehow Top Esports have routed you and they're in the river. You should not have let that happen. You have a pillar to block them in, and they got to the objective.
They got to the objective, but look at Rookie in the mid lane. Rookie's just going to go for this. They may just try and take a steal off of this. Yep, they're going to miss it completely, though. They tried to go for it, but now they may look for a pinch. They're seeing if Rich can do anything here. Doesn't get hit by the concussive blow. They're still going back onto this, and Rookie got the mid tier too, so it's a trade of power now for power later. Gold basically even. They will get the push in mid lane as well, and it looks like they're going to try and translate that into another tower in top.
Honestly, like the mid lane tier 2 doesn't give that much gold, right? It wasn't the one that was given extra value. It was only the side lane tower tier 2 that was. So it doesn't really give power now in terms of gold, but it's like the map controls, right? Having that ability to push in deeper, push deeper waves, lean towards that Baron, have control of that. It felt like V5 were like, you know, we're not too bothered about second dragon. Both teams are so far away from Soul. Even if Top Esports get the next dragon and the one after, it's still like a 30-minute Soul, right? V5 are factoring in that they can have a plan in place before then. Right now, they want that tier 2 taken. It puts extra pressure on this tier 1 top. It means that it's easier to play for Baron, right? Because Top Esports have to move so far away from the safe haven of the towers, because they're mid, they only have the inhibitor tower open and available. So we'll see how that ends up paying off for V5, or if it doesn't.
This game, again, tit for tat. It's a push, it's a pull. There's an unmovable object and an unstoppable force. Both these teams know where they are strong. They know where they can take fights. And they know that they can't just let something go for free. They've now equaled out the gold, basically. It's only about 500 in favor of Top Esports. There is a dragon in favor of Top Esports, but they're still a good 8.5 minutes away from a soul. So that's 30 minutes effectively on the clock before, you know, you're going to be going for that soul point. And that's where this game can even flip on the Baron take. You could look to try and open the bases. This Akali, this Gwen, both getting very, very relevant. Both these AD carries sitting on 2 items at least. It's starting to ramp up bit by bit, and both these teams are not giving an inch.
Absolutely not. Both teams just trying to find as much momentum as possible. 400 gold difference at this point. It's really down to the wire. And both AD carries looking strong. Remember, Photic with those resets could make a big difference, but both teams have such prominent backline threats. We'll just have to see who can sort of find access to them. Photic taking a big bit of poke, but probably isn't too concerned.
The extra bit of safety. As I say, Photic, he's going to have to use his flash and his cleanse. He just about survives the power of the Gale Force of Felios with those guns, with that Graviton. You have to respect it. So that Summoner's down now for the V5 AD carry.
Massive mistake, honestly. PP God should have been there ready with the lantern for him. If you're going to walk up like that, you have to think of Aphelios as like an assassin. That is how he plays against these longer range carries.
It's getting so tense. You can feel the pressure building, bubbling over just a little bit. But for the moment, that mid lane tier 1 will stand, but I don't think they can make it stand for much longer. We'll see Rookie using the Streamer Shuffle, get himself over the wall into safety. So by pure pressure alone, Top Esports are able to push in mid and get themselves their 4th tower of the game.
Yeah, and now both teams can sort of answer their side lanes, right? We see a big wave pushing up top that someone needs to collect. We see a big wave pushing bot that someone needs to collect. So we have that build up of pressure. It ends up blowing over, and we get the tower taken, and then both teams go and answer, pick up jungle camp, pick up those waves. Oh, Rich. Oh. Wait, he
Knife doesn't let anyone steal his camps. Not even he'll have to commit the. You know what? That drops ult. Giga Chad walks away.
That is such a Chad move, honestly, from Knight. Doesn't chance it. Doesn't care one bit. He's like, you ain't getting this grunt from me. I mean, it's gonna be up for Dragon, so who really cares at the end of the day?
That's amazing. That's such a, like, you know, uses ult on Grump refuses to elaborate, walks away. Like, that's so funny. Well played there by Knight, I guess. And I did a little bit of research before we were going in, just to go on a slight tangent, because I found something. Do you know what an Ornn upgrade on Eclipse is? It's Syzygy. S-Y-Z-Y-G-Y. Ziggy. I feel like they just let a cat hit the keyboard with that one.
But that can't be real, honestly.
It is, I swear to God. I just Googled it because I was actually... Ziggy. S-Y-Z-Y-G-Y. That's what the upgrade on Eclipse is called. So look, you know, the more... Honestly, I kind of want more orange now because that's what I want to call that item. It's pretty great. It's pretty damn great. Anyway, I digress, as we like to say on this.
We've been doing a lot of digressing. Right?
We do that a lot. I find we both end up going off on tangents. But with 20 seconds till Dragon spawns, this will be soul point for top esports, and V5 find themselves now in a little bit of a disadvantage. But remember, Photic has no cleanse. Photic has no flash. That is massive for the side of V5 and top esports, and get on top of that Jinx without the Thresh being in a position. But as I say that, Shao Pung has been caught, and now his Crescent Guard is down. He will not have the same survivability. Top esports got to back away.
Yeah, they poke him out, they burn him down, and I think that might be enough for them to just head over and pick up the Dragon. This would be V5 equalizing 2 for 2. And the response from top esports is going to be push up mid. They can rotate towards Baron, establish some vision there, but I don't think they can do much more than that. Top esports losing out in this regard. Actually, they might actually take this mid lane tower. It's a little bit risky, though.
It's a little bit risky. They need to be very, very careful as PP God and Rich were walking over. They get a lot of chunk damage onto it, but they will not get the tower at the end of it. So 2 dragons apiece, 1,000 gold lead for top esports. It's basically just in that little turret they took as an advantage. So not really a lot for them to talk about just yet. And Baron is something that both these teams could shred. And there's no vision here for the side of V5. Top esports might just go for it.
And the thing is the chem fog's there, right? It's so hard to move into. They use the Jinx rocket to scout, and then they throw the blue trinket down and follow up. They're going to try and zone them off. They're just trying to zone them. Yeah, they're not trying to stop them from getting in.
I mean, that was very premature, though. You've got Rookie now coming in. They're going to fully commit to this Baron. Can they get away with it? No, I don't think they can. They're going to have to try and commit to it. They will secure the Baron, but the Victor is now dead. There's the Shrima Shovel between a rock and a hell of a lot of soldiers. And look at Photic just free firing. 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4. He's going to try and get this one. No, not quite able to get it. You only get one of the Baron buffs out. It's a 4 for 3 trade as top esports go for the flip.
Oh my god, that came down to the wire, and you saw Rich. The critical thing is he killed Knight on the back end, but he couldn't get back over the wall. He had no way to, so he's just sitting there watching the fight go on. We see as it breaks out, this is the danger, right? You're against this Jinx and this Azir, and you get trapped in the pit. So we see, first on the side, Rich just killing Knight, and then being stuck over the pit with nowhere to get over. And then Rookie with this huge Emperor's Divide. Everyone is trapped in the pit. It's perfect scenario for a Jinx, just a free hit. But the thing is, Rich isn't there to assist, so he's just kind of watching. Zoom eventually gets the cooldowns to dash over the wall. And the thing is, right, in terms of team gold, top esports can kind of be happy with that because they only traded 1 kill less, but they got the Baron gold, right? But the thing is, V5 got their gold onto Photic. 5-0-2 now on the Jinx. That is a pretty big cash in. I think they can be more than happy with that one.
It's just such a close game. 1,500 gold, and you can see the Baron play is only about 1,000, so not really exactly the kind of play you want to be getting as you take that big purple ward. And they only have 1 Baron buff left as well, and everyone can deal with it. The Akali has decent wave cleared now as she finally gets up to her 2nd item. You have very good items on the Jinx, 3.5. You even got the Hex Drinker as well, just in case the Gwen or the Victor gets on top of you. And that was, again, with Photic having no summoners. They were very much at a disadvantage, but I feel like top esports just went for something and very much felt pressured in doing it because it was probably the first time they lost an objective without gaining one.
And that's what's going to make this next fight so interesting in 2 minutes, right? So it's going to be 3rd dragon for either team, so it's definitely going to be a high priority because by all means, you don't want to give over 3 to the other side when it's Chemtech stall. But the thing is, right, Photic's the only one who has summoners. I mean, Joe has flash. Outside of that, everyone burnt their summoners in that fight. So it's really going to be Photic having that edge over everyone else when he's already so fed. Now, Zoom, pretty high leveled. He obviously survived the end of that fight. Level 16 has a farm advantage over Rich. And with the Baron buff as well, it's actually kind of tricky to hold him in the side lane. But you can't really dive in Akali. You can just kind of sit under Shroud and play the wave. 1,500 is gold lead, 1:30 on this next dragon. And really, I think those summoners from Photic could be critical. They could be pivotal. We're not going to see flashes from anyone else but Joe. And really, his is not that impactful. It comes down to how the team set up for it.
I mean, the big thing I'm looking at right now is that will Knight have his flash? Will Jackie Gold have his for this impending fight? That's the big thing. It depends on how they can delay this. They will take the tier 2 in mid. They have themselves a little kind of minion. going to last for about another few seconds, and then he'll go down. Yep, that's the Baron buff's now gone, so they don't need to get that mid-tier 2. Both 80 carries went back. They both finished off big key items. Jackie Love now with that Infinity Edge. He is the 3-item 200 years of Felios that we all love talking about. Cosmic Drive was finished off for Zoom as well quite a bit back. While we look at the other side of things, you can see with that Verdant Barrier 4, Rich, he also has the Shadow Flame. So big power spikes coming in, and I feel like Rookie's going back just to finish off his Zhonya's here to try and make sure he has that little bit of extra safety for the Azir in this incoming team fight.
Well, let's see what he has enough to buy. Looks like he doesn't quite have enough for the Zhonya's, so he just got the Codex. But either way, you can see V5's trying to get control of this area and push in. Top esports have to be really respectful. Level 15 Jinx with 4 items, super threatening right now. Has the summon advantage over everyone else. No one is really that close. And remember, like, V5 will just take this dragon. If you opt to try and stall it, they will just take it. So V5 laying down some poke. Not letting top esports get a foothold, but they are going to try and push through mid, get the wave priority, and force it that way.
All right, very, very quickly, how do you want to approach this if you're top esports? It's very clear you can't walk that far forward. You have to try and go for it. Where do you want to go?
I think you just have to give it up. I think it's too hard to push in when you don't have the vision control. You can't get in through the chem fog. There's Rookie and there's the Jinx. You know, to just accept it's gone, back away. The real way you want to fight is you want Zoom on a flank, you want Xiaopeng coming in from multiple angles. You want to make things difficult, right? If you're playing front to back against this V5 composition, it's a bad time. You're running through Trundle Pillars, you're running through Emperor's Divides, Thresh Boxes, you have long range of Photic and Rookie. You need to approach it from a flank and approach from multiple directions, because that's how it becomes difficult. If you just run straight at them, you'll lose.
This game, and this is only game 1, by the way, everyone watching. This is game 1 of this best of 3. This is exactly why this is our match of the week. You can see both teams going tit for tat. But if you weren't here and you're only joining us now, the pick ban was probably the fastest I've ever seen. But I will have to stop myself. Photic with PP God doesn't know the Xiaopeng is off to the side, so they need to be very, very careful with how far forward they push. You can see good damage. Actually, not really that great damage with the Unbreakable coming up. Zhuo able to tank that up while they clear out that mid wave. Both the Gwen in bot side and the Azir in top lane trying to get those side waves in order. Both teams hovering around, seeing what they can find, fishing for someone just to take that step too far forward, which could end the game.
Absolutely. It's such down to the wire. Like, one mistake could be such a big difference. And the big thing, right, is V5 are happy to stall this out, right? If they play it slow for that next dragon, that is the pivotal one. Because if they secure it, they get one of the, the strongest buff in the game, right, in the Chemtech Soul. Whereas it goes in the other direction, top esports get one more dragon, right? Really not that big of a deal. So very much going to come to a pass at that 3-minute point when they start to play for that one. For now, though, both teams are fishing for mid-price control, seeing what they can do, pushing and prodding at the other team.
Let's have a look at the items right now. You do have a stopwatch on Rich and a fully completed Zhonya's there for Rookie, so both those guys will have stasis. Zhu has answered in kind. He has a Zhonya's of his own, and actually Xiaopeng as well, but no stopwatch or Zhonya's for Knight, no stopwatch for the Aphelios, so we'll see what they're able to do. They are going to see the Ice Pillar go down. Shuo has to use the Unbreakable, otherwise he would have taken about 2 crits and probably died. Photic with that red buff will be able to keep himself alive and keep himself safe. They are going to see the TP in, but it's a little bit far away. Rich will use it if we're going to see it engage going in. There's the Glacial Fisher coming in. Xiaopeng tries to jump down at the Photic, but Photic stays alive. Now Rich is in a wrong place all by himself, and they find themselves the pick.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the play was from V5, right? They just TP Rich in for what? To contest the mid tower so they can throw one down. They end up getting caught out. Photic nearly dies, burns both summoners critically, and Rich goes down, and now they head onto the Baron. V5 trying to approach, but Knight is still so threatening.
He's so threatening. Here we go. Carson trying to run in, but Knight just keeping everyone away. The Super Mega Death Rocket not going to be enough. That's Baron for top esports. They get themselves the big purple worm, and this time around, they're getting people out with it.
I don't know why V5 forced it, right? They should have been happy to stall it out for the next dragon. Next dragon, they either get Chemtech Soul, and even if top esports take it, they only get 1 extra dragon, right? It's so heavily favored towards them, but instead they opt to go for this. I don't know what the plan was here, right? They're like, let's run up mid and throw down a tower. They get engaged on, Lantern very late for Photic, and then he ends up having to burn both summoners to get away from this situation. Rich goes in very out of sync with the rest of the team, gets stunned so he can't dash out. Just messy from V5. The top esports do not hesitate to punish.
Now we come back into the game, and We see a GA here for Jackie Love. The push in mid lane is going to be answered here. There is still plenty of wave clear available, but this is where the Trundle starts to lose a lot of its value, in my opinion. The Anonymous change on him, so he's just a big meat while he is a pillar bot at this point to try and set up the rest of his team. But outside of that, he's just not going to have a lot of value. We can see Xiaopeng still hunting, still being aggressive. A minute until Dragon spawns. I feel like Top Esports are just going to be able to get that by pure right, and that's going to mean that the side of V5 will not get themselves a soul. It will be soul point for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think it's just too difficult to move through, right? The zone control so powerful, and the chem fog makes it a pain to try and push through when you don't have vision already established. So easy to get jumped on, so easy to get threatened. V5 going to try and walk up mid, but I think it might just be doomed on this Dragon. Got to respect the Baron pressure.
No Banshees there for Knight as the zap does hit, but they might just break open the base right now. But again, Top Esports, you have to be so careful. That is a near 6-item jinx you're going against. You are looking at 3.5 items onto the Azir. This team can turn it around. Both these teams, if they find an opportunity, should be able to burst down pretty much anybody. There's not really a lot of protection on either side except for a couple of Zhonya's to delay. So both sides very well aware that one mistake could literally cost them this game.
Right, Dragon spawning in a few seconds. Top Esports, by all means, have mega control over the area. But they're looking for something.
Right. They're looking for something, but that wasn't really there. There's a good glacial fixture there from Zhuo to just delay everyone out. But look at Rich. They're going to try and catch out this Brahmin. He has got flash. They aren't going to land the pillar just yet. And again, little small mistakes. They're soloing Dragon. They know that it's going down. Again, I feel like V5 recognized. I hope they recognize that they just have to give this one up. Zoom even tanks away the Super Mega Death Rocket. That's going to be soul point for both these teams. This is such a close game. However, I will say the gold lead now very much in Top Esports' favor. They've got themselves a 5,000 gold lead.
That's the thing. The gold just becomes less and less relevant as we get late in the game. Photic full build, right? The Jinx, every item needed is the massive threat. You've still got decent items from Rookie. It's really like Caster is going to be lacking gold a fair bit, but it's not really that important at this point. 3 dragons apiece. We have Baron in 3 minutes, Dragon in 4 minutes 30. I feel like the Dragon buff is just absolutely massive. We talked endlessly about this Chemtech buff and how broken it is and how strong it is and how much we hate it. But like it makes things exciting when both teams have 3 apiece. Really comes down on the wire. So whoever secures it is just going to get that massive advantage. Unless you've already lost the fight, right? It's just going to pretty much secure from then on. It becomes so difficult. It's like, let's say you kill Jackie Love. He just comes back and fights you again. And then he also has GAs. You have to kill him 3 times. It's pretty ridiculous, I'll be honest. And V5, with the Baron down, now feel more confident to push up. They have a big wave built up here with Rich. And they're looking to try and crash it in. I don't think they can do a ton with this, though, right? They should just go for defending and play this out.
They're catching the resets there from the Victor and the Aphelios. A little late on this. Actually, this might just be a tier 2. Yeah, they were just a little bit late in the rotation. It's not really that impactful. It's more just a trade-off of the pressure. And I will say just very quickly before we go into our next kind of discussion about where we want to see teams going, I love this itemization coming out from Chuo. He's got himself the Abyssal Mask, that extra little bit of just damage available to his team. He knows what his role is in these fights.
Yeah, obviously, the current iteration of Abyssal Masks, I feel like it's been changed so many times.
Yes.
It, like, drains MR from people around you. So I think the maximum, it depends on your bonus health. The maximum is like 20 MR, I think, which is pretty insane when you think about it. Now, Caster fishing for a pillar, but not sure that'll amount to much.
He'll fish and he'll catch, but it was a little bit of a red herring, as now we see Baron spawning in a minute 20, 3 minutes until that Dragon Soul, and it will be Dragon Soul. One of these teams will get a Chemtech Soul, and it's all going to come down, because even then, we saw it a couple of times where Top Esports got the Baron, but then they all died. If you get the Chem Soul and then you all die, you just come back, like we've mentioned. So you can actually turn around the fight and make it a full 5 for 5 or even a 4 for 5, whatever way works for you. So it is such a powerful tool available. There is a little war there behind enemy lines of V5. They are feeling very confident. They've got the summoners back on Photic. Everyone has summoners available to them across the board. The next fight is almost certainly going to be the last unless everybody dies on both sides. So not great guns here for Jackie Love, and he knows it, so he's going to try and get rid of those as quick as he can.
Honestly, it depends on what your goal is, right? If he's trying to like get long range AoE damage for backline, this works perfectly. You go for the AoE, you go for the lockdown. Obviously, we talk a lot about red and white being like the preferred, but I feel like the way Aphelios is playing at the moment, particularly into this long-range comp, you don't want that. You want Calibrum, you want Infernum, you want Gravitum.
PP God doesn't hit the Q. do end up missing that one there. Carson takes it laser to the face. He's already down to
Wait,
just below
Xiaopeng's
half
trapped.
HP.
Look at him. Look at him.
He has to use the crescent guard. He was caught between a pillar and a rock, and he could not move. He was basically CC'd. That's going to be the scuttle secured as Baron is going to spawn. Both these teams now pushing, but it is Top Esports who have the push in mid lane. They're the ones that have the advantage should they want to turn for this, but it looks like V5 want to decide to go for the Baron.
We're just hovering on the flank in the chem fog. They haven't spotted him yet, but they
know
cut
it's there
pretty
now.
easily. A team switch side, and Knight just keeps trying to harass and poke over the wall. Looks like V5 will just back away, circle around, get on their side of the map. Just feels so tense, especially with the chem fog there, having to play around it. It's such a... It warps the game so much, right? In terms of having to respect these flanks or respect someone pushing in. Both teams just going to reset, though. It's 1 minute until that dragon. And you see pings coming out. They know the enemy team's reset, so maybe they try and rush this. It could be risky, though.
Rapid fire cannon was just finished up there for Jackie Love. There is a ward, so they know this is happening. V5 do not realize they are sitting on vision. This could be absolutely huge for Top Esports. They should predict.
Know.
They now down 6,000 HP. They're going to try and go for the Xiaopeng. Not quite here. There is the box going down. The Baron has been secured, and they get themselves out. They can reset. They have done the heist. They have 30 seconds to get back on the map, though, because the soul is coming.
Yeah, they won't have vision in the air. Remember how hard it is to move through the chem fog. Instantly, Top Esports, they don't go towards the dragon. They go towards the chem fog. They want to set up there. They want to make it incredibly difficult for V5 to push through. Baron's nice, but Chem Soul is so much more, and V5 might have just thrown away their chances. They're going to try and push through.
Here we go. They're going to try and get them away from this vision. They know they're not going for the dragon just yet. It's not quite just spawn. They are going to find Xiaopeng, who has to flash away. He was seeing a lot of soldiers of Shurima running towards him, and he knew he was not a member of that state, so he had to get himself away. The dragon going down so quickly. It's secured. That is the Chem Dragon secured by Top Esports. It's a trade of the Baron for the Chem Soul, and I feel like Top Esports are going to be so happy with that.
When you ask, was it worth it? The answer is absolutely not. Top Esports now with the Chemtech Soul. They're not confident going.
Baby God! He's gotten caught and he's been ignited. He's going to try and keep himself alive. He's dead. He knows he is. He's going to try and delay for as long as he can. They invest so much to get him, but he just wasn't able to get his recall off. And now you're 5v4 on the map for about 40 seconds.
The big thing is, right, is that Baron isn't in the hands of Top Esports. Baron is the thing they need to take towers to push in to break the base, so they don't have that. But the thing is, Baron runs out. The Chemtech Soul doesn't. Top Esports have it for the rest of the game, and it's going to make fights so much more difficult to play. You burst out Jackie Love, you one-shot Knight, it doesn't matter. He comes back, he still unloads his combo. Yes, it does a little bit less damage, but who really cares at that point? You still have so much value. Team fights now just became incredibly difficult for V5.
And look at V5 as well, and specifically look at Photic. Boots are gone, Runans is in. He is as full build can get right now. Photic is the carry. Photic is the person you need to be keeping a hawk eye on in these fights. If he can get resets, if he can get excited, that's where V5 can come into it. But this becomes so much more difficult for the side of V5, like you said, because Top Esports can just jump in.
Machine, that's it. They gave them Chem Soul, so double the resets.
More resets, let's go! But again,
it's a shot, but
it's,
yeah,
I mean, you gotta take the wins where the wins come in. But we are getting to 42 minutes into this game. Gold means nothing. It is so close in this game that it's all about this next team fight. You have damage on both sides. You have summoners on both sides, except for the flash from PP God. PP God's Xiaopeng as well. So one flash not available for either side. And we have seen in previous series that yes, the Chem Soul is very, very broken, but if you don't utilize it correctly, you will just not get any value out of it.
Yeah, if you get picked, it has no value, right? It only has value in a team fight when people can, like, come back to life and then fight. If you're just dying, like, sure, you come back to life for a few seconds, but it doesn't really accomplish anything. So they have to be cautious. If someone oversteps, if someone overstays, they will still end up going down. Chem Soul is kind of irrelevant in that regard.
Baron buff has subsided. 3 minutes until that buff spawns again. But this time around, it's Photic getting hit by the Moonlight Vigil. That is basically just to get him away from the turret.
The zoning ult.
Yeah, zoning ultimate. In fairness, it did do its job. We now wait for the next big box. 2 minutes 40 seconds Baron. 3 minutes 15 till the Elder Soul. As we can see, V5, they feel confident right now to try and just catch people out. And again, we're seeing this around, not around objectives, but around these mid lane turrets or even just turrets in general. V5 feel like they have the advantage, but Rookie nearly half health with a laser. That was the end of it.
Yeah, they're going to give him the red buff so it can just heal him up over time. Oh,
nice. Photic, you don't have much protection, but he does have the Dark Passage, and now Top Esports feel like they have an opportunity. There is not a lot to do. They have to use the Shrima's or the Shirelia's Revelry to get everybody out, and now Top Esports, they're on the front foot.
Man, it's just such an ebb and flow back and forth. Both teams pushing and pulling. You have someone goes and catches a side wave, then comes back, but really at this point, the gold is meaning less and less and less. Experience is meaning less as well, right? Level 18 for Rich, Rookie, Photic. On the other side, Zoom, Knight, both level 18. Only Jackie Love out of those main carries not hit that point yet. But things just feel so tense down the wire, right? We're 44 minutes into the game. It's still game on, right? There's still a whole series to play after this.
We haven't finished the best of 3 yet.
Yeah, and these teams have still put the roll into it, and it really does come down to those critical moments. Knight coming back on the map, still hasn't picked up his final Zhonya's to round out his build. Now it's a minute 15 on the Baron, and then after that 2 minutes on that Elder. Had a lot of stalling, a lot of back and forth, a lot of pushing and pulling, a lot of picking and going forwards and backwards, and now it is the objective. And the thing is, this Chemsoul, massively powerful for Top Esports, but there's still the range issues of V5. You need to get close to them before you can start popping out your damage.
This is where both teams are going to start to position themselves. Rookie! Uses the Emperor's Divide and goes immediately into stasis. They can't quite get on top of him, and he has to flash. He will get himself away, but Karsa being 1v1 by Jackie Love. Rookie, the man that's the pillar, the foundation of this team, makes an incredibly rare mistake.
And the perfect situation is, right, if you're on the Baron already, V5 have to come into you, right? They have to push forwards, and they keep waiting for that hiding in the chem fog. And you look, whenever the vision's switching, they just don't see anything over there.
The chem fog makes it so hard to walk around. You can see with the Graviton, Photic cannot walk forward. He cannot be aggressive, knowing that that gun is on Jackie Love. They will, however, separate Top Esports, and Rich is looking for a fight. He's looking to see if he can get himself around. He has himself the Void Staff as well. He is going to 100-0 pretty much anybody, and now they know this is a 5v2. Effectively, there's the Moonlight Vigil. It lands, though, on the Photic. They're trying to jump straight on top of this. It's going to be Rich seeing if he can do something, but it's a fight on 2 fronts. Chaos Storm comes down the Gwen, pushing forward, and now it's V5 who are caught out. It's V5 who don't have themselves in the right order, and they're getting deleted. They're getting picked off and taken out. Joe will be killed off, and they will get him back into zombie form. But Karsa lives, and now it's a 4v4. This is so close. I think the important thing is, though, PP God is still alive. You still have the support for the side of V5.
I don't understand how Karsa is in melee range of Jackie Love and somehow manages to walk away. That just shouldn't be allowed, but it felt like Top Esports had the advantage. They killed Rich. Rich really not having done much in this one.
TP, they're going to still go for this one. Knight coming back in. He's going to try and join the rest of his team. He's now found himself in the chem fog. He has been spotted. He needs to back himself away. They know he's not with his team right now. And you got Zoom zooming in himself. It's an Elder Drake. This is the game-ending buff if you are able to get it. It's a 4v4. Rich has TP. Joe does not. So that will be Joe late to this party. Knight gets caught out, forced to flash away. The Gwen goes in, is immune, and tries to get the needlework to do some work. There is the soldiers, though, putting in work, putting in damage. Elder has spawned and is now the focus of both these teams. TP comes in. It's a 5v4. These pillars are just wreaking havoc right now for the side of Top Esports. V5 continue the Elder Drake. They're going to try and burst this one down. They get the scuttle, but nobody cares. Now, in a 5v4, can you do this? Joe is coming in. He'll have the Glacial Fissure. No flash, no exhaust. They go in. They're trying to go for the fight. There's the Emperor's Divide. They get one. They get two. There's so many GAs. There's so many Zhonyas. And now Rich has to get himself back out. He Shuriken flips away and keeps himself alive. Reset. Elder down to 4,000 HP. The Knight is dead, but the Elder has been taken. Top Esports get the objective. They get the fight, and they will eventually be able to push in mid.
They have the most powerful boss in the game. They got both of them. They managed to secure it. Xiaopeng does well on his smite again. V5 made it close. They nearly had it. They managed to get Knight, but they don't secure the objective. That's the critical thing. That is the difference maker. Top Esports just going to be able to push this in. It's 3 members of V5. There's no way they can hold up against the power of the Elder and the Chemsoul.
It's all about resets. Photic has to be the man. Photic has to be the guy to do this. You got Rich and PP God there to support him, but he has to be the carry.
Trying to
minion's
see if you can
gone.
do it. They don't have minions right now, and it's very difficult to try and take these all down because Photic, like I said, is doing serious amounts of damage. They're going to push in now with a final wave. This is it. Photic stand up or step out. He's going to get himself away, but he gets jumped on straight away. That's it. Game over. Nothing he can do. Nexus turrets fall. We will actually get 2 more kill on Rich, but they have the Chem Soul. He gets a triple kill. Can he end the game? He's going to spawn back up. They need to CC him immediately. They get him. Oh my god! What? What?
They managed to do it, Rich, after a whole game of doing barely anything, manages to get the 2 kills. They respawn with the Chem Soul, and they still don't end the game. Top Esports have Chem Soul, have Elder, and they still couldn't end. Knight now to defend solo. There is a wave, but this is a
30
Victor. Very hard
seconds.
to stop. I don't think they can end off this push. They'll try and get as much done as they can. I honestly think they should just go for Baron at this point.
There's the Chaos Storm to try and just keep away the wave, and it's actually going to keep Photic away as well. Yeah, they're going to turn away for the Baron. This game is not over, but you have not got TPs just yet. This game is still going. 49 minutes, and it will go well past 50. Let's have a look at the replay here, because Rich is just ridiculous in this fight. He does so much for his team.
I think they just disrespect the Akali, right? They start getting low, and that's when the R2 does so much damage, right? Jinx is chunking them out. Rich finds an opportunity, dashes in, gets the Q over, dashes back, sends them all into Chem Soul. The thing is, in Chem Soul, they can still damage the Nexus, so I thought that'd be enough. Xiaopeng, look how low it is. He needs 1 auto. PP God times this perfectly. I think maybe he even had a bit of timing.
2 autos.
I think the pillar might have blocked him from being in range to auto it. It was down the wire, right? Really, really so incredibly close. But V5 hold on for now. It's still Top Esports with the Elder Soul. Everyone's items are flowing in, right? We got full build on Rookie, full build on Knight now. We got full build on Zoom, on Rich. Everyone's got full build apart from the jungle support. We don't care about them, right? It's all about these carries. And now, Baron's in V5 hands, right? Elder's not for another 3 minutes. We might just get another stalemate.
1 HP. I literally just checked it. 1 HP. He got an auto attack off. Xiaopeng was 8. He needed 2. He got the 1 off, and then he died. He didn't have enough AD to finish it off, and that was the big difference. V5 still in this game. They're still pushing back bot side. They have the Baron buff for another minute 40 seconds. We are well past gold meaning anything, but for whatever it's worth, it's dead even. There's nothing between these 2 teams. Now, the inhibitors are being threatened on Top Esports side. This Jinx is pushing in. Gwen is going back, but she's going to be found. They're going to be found. Rich knows exactly what's going on, so they know it's a 4v4, but look at Rich in the bot side. They're trying to trade this one back and forth. The needlework will be used, as will the Moonlight Vigil, and Gwen has to leave. They can no longer fight this Akali, and this is a really bad situation now for Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they are trapped in their base, right? The Gwen's been forced away, but if Zoom resets, he can TP flank, right? They know Rich isn't anywhere near. I said the big thing was getting on the flanks, approaching them from behind from multiple directions. This is a perfect setup. They have wards, they're deep. We'll see if they try and make this happen. Zoom is about to reset, and I think they know. I think they know they can't risk it. If Zoom ends up behind them, it could be a disaster. They will back away, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the Baron push. Oh. Thing is, Knight had TP as well. If Zoom got to the Nexus, he could have just thrown... I'm assuming he had a ward when he went for that play. Probably would have been illogical to go with it without one.
Now.
I mean, in his trinket slot,
I mean, yes, true, but I think he actually has a blue trinket, if I'm reading that correctly. I'm not quite sure if he would have been able to have that, but...
I don't... It's so hard to tell, honestly, when it's blurred out.
It's on cooldown. But anyway, everyone's on full build. Everyone's done. Like this demonic embraces now. It's done. Like, it's tense as hell. Take a breather, everyone. Do not leave your seat. This is totally fine. This is why I love this league. This is the level of play that I have been waiting to see all year.
In a couple of seconds, we'll see Zoom's trinket come up. I think it might be the blue trinket. It's
Pretty
really
sure
hard to see when the color's gone.
It is very hard. No, it's yellow.
Yellow trinket. See, dude,
You're dead
look.
right. You're dead right. I concede to you, my friend. And now we're looking at elixirs. Now we're looking to see it's all about execution, as we can see Photic playing with fire.
Such, like, he is so ballsy. He just steps up, takes a laser. Like, I'm cool. I got a lantern. Like, come on, man. You ain't have flash. The
30
confidence.
seconds.
How does Top Esports have a Chem Soul, right? And they haven't won. But yeah, as you said, 30 seconds on the Elder. V5 have control of the area. They want to maintain that. They want to keep their backline safe. But Top Esports, they want to force their way in. They're contesting them in priority. They want to find a way to push forward to see if they can manage it. Watch those carries go.
Yeah, watch it. But also important to recognize as well, there is no inhibitor down now.
Mid.
Rich, they're going mid. They're going to try and just tank this one up. They just can. They can tank this up and end this game.
Running.
They're going to run it. They're not even going for the mid lane tower. They're just saying, you're separated. We know we can go for this one right now. It's going to be the Glacial Fissure coming down. They take away the inhibitor. They're going to go straight for the Nexus. They're going to try and just end this right here. Right now, the Victor is dead, but the Nexus has fallen. Top Esports pull the trigger. And that is only game 1 of this best of 3. Top Esports 1-0 up.
What a confidence play. You just run past them into the base. And like, I can understand if the Nexus was like isolated. Like, if the Nexus was open, I would understand that play is like standard. But the inhib is up as well. And they just charge in. They don't care. They take down the inhibitor. They take down the Nexus. And then obviously, because they have the Chem Soul, it's so hard to stop them. Even if you kill them, you got to kill them twice. But my lord.
Sorry, taking a breather.
What a hectic game.
Stay hydrated.
What a... I feel like analysis kind of goes out the window at those points. I feel like win cons and all that stuff like kind of dissolve when you get that late in the game. At the end of the day, Top Esports had managed to get the soul, and that was a significant event because it really made those late game team fights hard for V5 to have much of a chance in. They still gave it, right? But it makes it very difficult when you know you kill someone, they come back, right? And they can burst out the damage. Look at Karsa's damage, by the way.
Yeah, Karsa did not. Again, that's the trouble.
But it doesn't matter. You're a pillar bot, right?
Yeah, that's the big thing. But look at Photic's damage. Look at like we say like 32,000, 23,000 on Rich. That's pretty good. But when you're looking at 44,000 damage, what? Oh my.
I mean, it's just he kept rapid fire every time he had a rapid fire proc. It's like you just fire an auto every time. But man, we said both teams have strong scaling elements. It really came down to the scale. Anyone who had Gathering Storm is feeling like an absolute winner after that one. That is the game you take it for. But yeah, very back and forth. We obviously saw Top Esports finding that early momentum, and then it kind of went in the other direction quite heavily, got quite messy. But the critical thing is securing those dragons and their control of the area. We had the Chem Fog made it so hard to push in, and then as a result, we saw some questionable decisions, right? The big thing for me that stood out was V5 opting to go for the Baron and losing the Chem Soul for it. And that's the thing, is we saw Barons, we saw Elder Dragons, we saw all these buffs come and go. The Chem Soul remained. And at the end of the day, that's why it's so strong, because it's there permanently and it is, quite frankly, broken.
Yeah, I mean, it was why Top Esports felt like they could just run it down, in a good way. They could run it down in a positive sense, but we will send it to a break. Get yourself some water, use a bathroom break. We are coming back because we are going to have another game in this series, and if it's anything like game 1, I am excited. We'll see you guys very soon.
Yeah, I mean, JDG just kind of got stomped by EDG, but I gotta say, LPC looked pretty good. Like, he brought out the Samira and actually got a couple of solo kills on Viper.
Yeah, and on Samira, of all things, as well. Like, I can't really get my head around the meta. I don't suppose you have any tips or tricks that you can help me out with.
Oh yeah, this guy, hang on. This bad boy.
That's a kid's toy.
It has value, bear with me. So this is what us color casters use to figure out the meta. Do not tell the other play-by-plays. This is the secret unit that we have to use. Alright, let's start off with an easy one, right? Where does Caitlyn go?
Bottom.
That's right. In the bot.
Nice.
Alright, now, where does Thresh go?
Support.
That's right. Right there beside Kate. Let's go. Alright, we're 2 for 2 now. This is a bit of a tough one. Where does Tryndamere go?
In the top lane?
That's right. In the mid lane.
Yeah, boy.
Alright, nice job so far. Now, next one is Zed. Where does Zed go?
Mid lane.
That's right. Jungle. And this last one is my favorite. Where does Addy go?
Mid lane.
That's right. Top lane. He's a world champion, you know.
Nice. That looked good.
tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes so high. But baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things.
我是觉得炸人英雄还算是不错的，因为他打一些体系阵容就可以百搭，然后这英雄就没装备，就是很难推打塔，就他没装备也能很难推打塔。
Ziggs is good, but Ziggs was not what we're going to talk about in that game. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into Game 2 of this best of 3 between V5 and Top Esports. I am Mushy, and after taking a nice break, he is Ox. We're calming ourselves a little bit down, getting ready for this next pick and ban. But before we do that, we got to talk about our man of the Rift. It could have been anyone. In a personal sense, we said it just before the came back off a break. It was the Chemsol. But the actual man of the Rift is Jackie Love on this Aphelios.
honestly, just having these late game insurances meant that they were able to make that kind of a play, but the goal difference at the end, not exactly ideal.
Yeah. I mean, it felt like Photic was really this big force to be reckoned with on V5, but Jackie Love finding windows, finding opportunities, and it's like the play style of Aphelios when you're playing into a long-range comp is not like the old sit there, hope everyone runs into you. It's like you dash forward with a Gale Force, look to burst people out, and man, that was a long game.
I mean, to say the least, that was a long game. But you can see both AD carries were the catalyst. We hyped up the mid laners. It wasn't really a lot to do with the mid laners. It was more to do with the Aphelios and the Jinx, something that we are getting very used to right now. And you can see already just Photic having to back away meant that Jackie Love could keep going strong. And yes, Rich got the triple kill right at the end that literally defended the base, but it does feel like Rich wasn't really in this conversation for a lot of that game. So I want to see them maybe enact, bring him into this series a little bit more, bring him into this game a little bit more, because it did feel like he wasn't doing a lot until the end where he defended the base, which I suppose is the only important thing.
Yeah, but you got to think about it. If he'd been doing more earlier, would it have gotten to that point? And
True.
I think that's the main takeaway from this, right? It's so hard to break down such a long game because so many things happened at it, and really a lot of the early game things kind of became irrelevant. But the critical thing is, like, in terms of dragging stacking, V5 made some questionable decisions, like prioritizing the Baron when they had like 30 seconds to the Dragon's Soul, a little bit questionable. And we saw the impact that had, because the Soul meant top esports could just charge to the base and end, and there wasn't really much that could be done. Also, it makes you ask questions like there was the Akali question, the Azir. What didn't feel that impactful in that game? I feel like,
Trundle,
I mean, Trundle, I don't actually mind the Trundle, because Trundle neutralizes Zins out early, right? And then the pillar is actually quite a hard piece of terrain to play around, right? I know people are going to look at the damage and be like, oh, he did 4,000 damage or whatever, if it was even that. But it's like, the pillar is a hard piece of terrain to sort of play around. And there's a lot of champions, like, imagine if he was playing Lee Sin. In a lot of scenarios, you might have done even less, right? But
Yeah,
at the end
very
of the day, like, the Azir is like a late game scaling carry, and it just felt like it wasn't that impactful. So we'll see how things develop. Top esports now on blue side, and they're going to ban away the Trundle, so they're clearly taking issue with it. With that banned, I could see them just prioritizing Zinzao first pick, honestly, and it looks like they are going to do so. And then it goes over to V5, and they can look like, do you want to go like a Aphelios Thresh here, right? You're confident in the Thresh. Do you want to stick with the Jinx and go Jinx Thresh? You have options in that case, but we'll see what they end up going for.
Yeah,
if they want to.
I think it is. I think it is just. I think you have to go back to it. I thought Photic had a fantastic game, regardless of the result. I think he played those team fights as well as he possibly could. And again, I still think that PP got it, despite a couple of missed positions, had a pretty decent time on the Thresh. They're not going to look to prioritize this time around. No, they're going to give Rookie the victor. So they're opting into a much more favorable matchup into the mid lane, and possibly giving over that Thresh Aphelios into the bot.
Yeah, it feels like they wanted a bit more in terms of what you're from the mid lane. I feel like we could see top esports just go Aphelios first here. The Corki is something in mind, right? If they let the Corki go to second rotation, he'll probably get banned. And I think Rookie may be feeling himself that he didn't have as much impact as he would want to compared to what he could have had on the Victor. So we'll see. I think Aphelios is going to be the lock-in, and it comes down to this one, right? Do you want the Corki more? Do you want the Thresh more? I feel like if you leave the Thresh open, V5 can just snatch it up, but they also need to think about they want a jungle pick. So see what they end up opting for. They end up locking in the Corki, so safe mid laner, right? Not gonna have as much pressure early as the Victor, but definitely scales extremely well. Long range threat as well. And V5, do you want to take Viego? Do you want to take a jungle pick now? Or do you want to end up going for the Thresh to give that safety net? And honestly, you have a Victor and you have a Jinx, so that could be a thing. But actually, they're opting to go for Nautilus. They want an aggressive pick to punish the lane matchup, offer more threat to things like Corki. I think you just ban. I mean, they know it. A lot of supports are willing to pick Nautilus into Thresh, but I still don't think you want to give it over to top esports. Top esports, you can ban Viego, right? You can ban a range of junglers. The Rek'Sai, which you banned last time, is now left open, so a lot of options there. You could also look towards top laners. Potentially Gwen could be a concern. Remember, V5 get choice of pick on that fourth pick, but also can counter pick if they want.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing right now. They're going to start banning away junglers. I would not be surprised to see the Viego banned away alongside the Talon. I still think, I 100% agree with you. I feel like you have to take away that Thresh. No, they're going to get rid of the Rakans. So Thresh, very much an option available. Maybe they're just saying that, look, Zhuo, we don't feel like you're the problem here. We don't feel like your Thresh is going to be the big difference maker. And honestly, I think for most people's, idea of Jackie Love, if Jackie Love's away from the fight, then no one's really going to care
about you know, kind of what he's able to do, because he's not, you know, running into your face at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
That's really weird. The top esports batting the Jace. That kind of just sets V5 to pick like Gwen in that 4th pick, right? They
Yes.
don't have to pick the jungler now because it's going to come later. The Kennen is another thing that we've seen into the Gwen. Obviously, Gwen, I think, is still okay with that matchup. You can kind of tank the poke out with Doran Shield and Second Wind. But in terms of support, you know, Nautilus is picked into Thresh a lot because you can punish the matchup. Also, when Aphelios gets in range, you just ult him, right? But still, like, even matchup regardless, I still think Thresh is the pick here. If you want to really punish in favor of top esports, Leona is a good pick into Nautilus. Can obviously go toe-to-toe with him in melee range. So we'll see what top esports want. If they want more engage, if they want more lane power, it'll be Leona. If they want the safety net, it'll be the Thresh.
Yeah, I will say for Zhuo, it is the last time he did play the Thresh was against WE. It was the one game they lost in that particular series, so not feeling super confident.
Never pick it again.
Yeah, one game lost, never again. It's not good enough. But yeah, like, you know, goes with the Leona this time around and looking to just go like for like in that hard engage in the bot side. And now for Karsa, what does he want to go into it? I actually quite like the Poppy coming into this. It stops a lot of the dashes and escapability from the Corki and even the Xin Zhao from getting on top of people. I actually really love this pickup from Karsa.
Yeah, and Poppy's a weird one because we don't see it too much, honestly, but there's a lot of matchups where it's like specifically really good with how it interacts with them. Like, Xin Zhao needs to dash in, you can block that. It can obviously knock a Kennen away, which is very useful. You can also just charge into him and pull him away with you. Good against the Leona Zenith Blade as well. I don't think this isn't a draft from top esports where I look at it and say, oh my god, Poppy's amazing here, but there is some use for it, and we'll see how it ends up going. Might struggle to really deal with Jackula, but either way, right, V5, they have Photic on the Jinx again, they have Rookie on the Victor, they have the Gwen in the top lane. I think they're pretty comfortable in that regard, but once again, both teams, a lot of scaling options. However, top esports with the Xin Zhao in the early game definitely puts them in for a good setup. They can definitely start to facilitate things off the back of that.
And I think the big thing as well you're looking at right there is that the Kennen flanks with a Slicing Maelstrom can be massive. You don't have protection for Photic on the same scale as you did last game. You don't have the Lantern. You don't have ways of getting him like 1,000,000 miles away from the enemy carries. So if Zoom can get behind the enemy lines, get a TP flank or even just a regular flank and jump on top of these very immobile, you know, AD carry and mid laners, it could be disastrous for V5. Top esports, as you said, it's about those early game jungle moves from Xiaopeng and making this work with the scaling of the Corki and the Aphelios. We'll see how it works for both of these teams. Both AD carries back on their respective picks as they were in game one, but the composition is just slightly different. We're going on to Rift. Where do you want to see the early aggression, if you want to see any at all, or are we expecting like game one, just farm it out, trade off the games?
I want to see activity, right? From top esports, I am looking towards bot lane, right? You have Leona, who's really easy to set up with. Aphelios has more pressure than Jinx in the laning phase. And you have a Xin Zhao. You should make things happen in the bot lane. On this side for V5, I think it's kind of a factor of mitigating pressure. But you're going to have mid-priority. Oh, Rich.
Rich, flash in on top of him, and that's him dead. Yep, no flash on the Gwen, and that's first blood going over the Corki. Probably not the most climactic or, you know, very anticlimactic start to this game. And yeah, just didn't respect the fact that a Leona level 1 is just very powerful.
Yeah, and given any early advantage of the Corki, definitely not what you want to do. I think he can actually just reset and buy a tier right now. Yeah, he's gonna. So, oh, it's the perfect start. You have the AD off the longsword as well as the triple pots, and then you also have the tier. So it's actually pretty substantial overall, that start, and a mistake from Rich there. We asked the question at the start of the series, Richard 4, and it's looking a little bit on the poorer side right now. But yeah, top esports, I want to see them playing towards bot. I think that's the avenue you could really look to punish. V5, I think Karsa, I think, you know, if you can sort of establish vision control around mid, Rookie can spread that advantage to the side lanes.
Well, great start there for top esports. A fantastic start here for Knight, and we'll see what he's able to make use now as he has that early scaling, early stacking of the tier. Means he's going to be able to have his Mana Mune and Mirror Mana very, very early in this matchup. Thumbs up in the bot side. Photic got an auto attack off, but yeah, having the reset and start off on the red means that they knew, and they had vision on it, so they knew exactly what was going on. They get themselves back onto the map, and it means the early push does belong to the side of V5. So again, lots to talk about in terms of this, you know, setup for everybody. I want to see what Rich can do. Like we mentioned, wasn't really that relevant up until about 40 minutes, as we do see a hook coming in.
Droll going to take a little bit of a harass on that bot side. But yeah, I want to see Rich do a little bit more. Unfortunate start to the game, but he is not going to lose a lot out of it, so he should still be able to have some kind of impact.
And I think Rich needs to be like a relevant threat, right? Because if Corky's just able to poke your backline without really being threatened too much, I could see top esports really being far and ahead in terms of team fights. But if Rich can start to be a threat on the backline, find flank angles, find good opportunities to approach, that's when it suddenly becomes like the dynamic shift that becomes problematic. So see how that ends up developing. Right now, the junglers just kind of clearing through. Zoom has this set up with a pretty stacked wave, but I'm not sure they'll be able to get there in time to dive or act on it. It should just crash in and Rich will be able to pick it up.
We have to come back to what this game is all about. You know, we mentioned at the top of this series that Rookie and Knight are the big guys coming into this one. I think our expectations have shifted a little bit towards Photic and Jackie Love, but I think that's just the natural progression when you have these AD carries that look for resets, that look to try and just make those big AoE ultimates make, you know, the most out of their teams. But right now, V5 will still be looking to Rookie. We saw in their last series how pivotal and how honestly just straight up important he was to them getting that win. He basically put the team on his back and was able to make this work. And we looked at the replays. We had a bit of, you know, clips from him as well. It was something that he just was piloting so perfectly in that last series they played against RA. So I want to see him do it again.
You see them fishing for a play on the bot side. Jackie Love steps up too far. They may just end up going for it. They're looking now.
Yeah, they're going to go in. The flash has been burned. They're going to get the Poppy in there with a steadfast presence. That's going to be the kill going over to Carso. They'll get the reset. They're going to be able to get Zhuo underneath the tower. Can they tank this up? One more auto attack would do it, but they're not able to get him. They tank up quite a bit. They will get all the summoners out of that bot side, but still, 1 for none. It's still advantage to V5.
Yeah, they managed to capitalize on Jackie Love, catch him out, and both summoners burned, so they saw advantage. And I said I wanted to see Xiaopeng showing up bot lane first. I want to see him making the impact. Carsa ends up being the first one to reach him with a nice little curve around play, because the thing is with Poppy, she's only ever useful if you're behind a target in terms of setting up ganks, right? If you're either behind them or you can knock them into a wall. If you're running straight at them, it's just never going to work because you'll just knock them obviously deeper. And we can see that's kind of how it panned out here. You see BB God makes the right decision, right? He waits as long as he can. He flashes to auto. Jackie Love flashes as well, but because he's been autoed, he's already rooted, allows him to follow up. And then BB God still has the dredge line, but Leona just a little bit too tanky.
Just a little bit too tanky. Couldn't quite get the kill down. And look at the sword shop that Top Esports have got themselves. Plenty of long swords there in their inventories. And look, that's the difference. The assist versus the death means that you go back to lane as Jackie Love with 2 long swords and a dagger versus a fully completed High Noon Quiver here for Photic. And we'll keep an eye out on those item builds.
Quiver.
Is it High Noon Quiver or is it just
It's
Noon Quiver? Oh, my bad.
I like that better. I like High Noon Quiver better, right?
It does sound a little bit more epic, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, when you have the right, like when you have the High Noon skin for like Lucian, it should be the High Noon Quiver.
Should be, just for any like High Noon Senna, High Noon Hecarim. I don't know why you'd be building on Hecarim, but why not?
Honestly, if anyone built Noon Quiver on Hecarim in my game, I would totally respect it.
Yeah.
Clearly that person's trying some stuff.
Yeah, they're limit testing. They're experimenting. They're the people who come up with the Ken Tank Akali builds. You know, not me.
Dude, Gale Force Hecarim, man.
That would be kind of scary, to be honest. Just having a horse just like gallop that little bit more to you, like just get on top of your face would be a little bit scarier, shall we say. But again, coming back into the game, 6 minutes onto the clock. It is a Ocean Dragon, the first one to be going for. I want to see FG's is the Poppy around the Drake. I don't know if they're starting it up just yet, or maybe they're just clearing the vision, but with the pressure they have on bot side,
yeah, they have prior bot, they have prior mid. They should just be able to move on this and capitalize. There's nothing really to take on the other side, so V5 can take this, but the problem is because they're using up the prio essentially. If you think of it like a resource, they might be slower on the reset to go towards Herald. And already with Scott on the top side, Xiaopeng, I think you can look towards that one. You see top lane, seen Zoom have a pretty solid advantage there, built up CS lead over Rich and has gone for this reset. Rookie, I mean, this is kind of this is why the Victor into the Corky matchup, the Victor's really comfortable because you can apply that pressure on lane and just chunk him out whenever he steps up.
Yeah, you can chunk him out, get him into a position where he either has to go back or just cannot contest at any real objective. We are going to see Xiaopeng, though, recognizing that the dragon was taken very early. It's going to take a very long time for Karsa to do that, so gets himself a red buff steel, has his upgraded smite now, so up to 900. Good for him. Still one more stack there for Karsa, so not quite going to have it just yet. And we are seeing Knight very little mana and his health bar dwindling, so he's going to have to use the Valkyrie, the last of his mana pool, to get himself out and get himself back onto the map as quick as he possibly can. No teleport, but not really that big of a deal. No real objective to take for at least a little bit.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the Herald. We'll see if teams opt to make a move towards it and whether the supports can find an opportunity to roam up. Right now, you can see Joe and Jackie Love are the ones with the priority in the bot lane. And you kind of have to respect it as Nautilus, right? If you go in against the Leona, her Q is on such a short cooldown, she will just win the extended trade, right? You really have to burst someone out quickly to come out ahead. But for now, they're kind of just respecting that. So I think you push this in. You can have Jackie Love reset and buy if he wants to. But the main thing is that Joe can now reset and head toward the top side if you want to prioritize that Herald now. You can see recalls coming in from Knight potentially, because he will have his pack. Actually, Carson might be caught here.
He is a little bit. He has got the ultimate there, so should be able to use it to try and get people away from him. Yep, pop. Will a bit of whack-a-mole, keeps himself safe. Just like a lot of damage on his way out, but wasn't really in any real danger. Had the flash in the back pocket should he need it, so able to use that hammer to very good effect.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not really anything burnt, right? You just burn your ultimate. He's a little bit low, but as a jungler, you just use smite to get back up if you need it. And generally, both teams just taking this one slow as you go, right? Trying to build up any incremental advantages. Top lane's got a pretty big test lead. Mid lane, Rookie is substantially ahead of Knight. And it is, to an extent, expected in the matchup that he'll have a lead, but this is quite substantial for how early in the game it is.
Yeah, 20 CS is pretty huge. And we can see why the side of V5 had such a priority on this for Rookie. And now, with being able to push out into the bot side, they're getting pressure in this bot lane. That's going to be a turret play or two. And even PP God saying, look, I'm level 6. You're not, Leona. I can continue to push it on this, but there is a package available for Knight. Won't have it synced up with the Dragons, so you're already in the bold corner in Ox's books. You got to play this very carefully now, Knight. You're on a thin line.
It's fine, it's fine. I don't mind. The first one syncs with the Rift Herald because the 8-minute Rift Herald is really important, and then you like resync it with the Dragon later. But either way, I like this play from top esports, right? They send Xiaopeng up to the top side, and then the standard response from V5 is, okay, they're going for Herald. We will aggress on the bot lane, but the package dissuades that, right? Jackie Love and Joe back off a little bit, but then they know the package is backing them up. They don't miss that much. They only lose one plate, and they manage to get the Herald on the end. So it's a smart play that garners them that advantage. It doesn't give V5 room to really capitalize, and now we get to see where Xiaopeng will look to use the Herald.
Yeah, see that pressure. My mind took a little bit of a lag there. I thought Photic was level 8, and I was like, wait, what? How is he 2 levels ahead? This makes no sense, but wasn't to be. Just my eyes deceiving me and my mind telling me what I want to see. You create your own situations, your own narratives. As we now see, with a minute 30 until that dragon spawn, it is a Hex Dragon, so we'll have the choice between a Mountain, Infernal, a Hex Drake, and a Cloud for the next fight. So V5 setting themselves up around there, seeing if they can get some deep vision. And honestly, getting those first 2 early Drakes could be crucial. We saw how pivotal the last, Dragon Soul was, and how important it was for top esports to be able to take that win. It could be just as impactful.
Absolutely, especially start stacking them up early, having it at, getting the Dragon Soul available at an early point puts a lot of pressure on your opponent to always fight every dragon, always contest it, always make sure they're securing and not giving an opportunity. And we saw, Chem Soul is obviously an exaggerated dragon because of how broken the soul is, but even then, standard Dragon Souls are still pretty impactful. They're just not quite as broken as that one was and how impactful it was in that game.
Not quite as, I love all my children equally, but some more equally than others.
I don't love Chemsoul at all. And I'll flat
But
say
you
it.
cannot deny your child's power. That's the thing I'm getting at.
Yeah, Faith the demon, honestly.
Yeah. The Antichrist coming into the rift, and you're just like, I can't deny that they're powerful, but I don't like that they're powerful. Speaking of powerful, Knight's going to have to back away and use his CP to get back in. He's going to be a little bit late. Yeah. That's a big, cooldown.
Yeah,
gone.
Rookie is just out trading him in every front in this lane. Consistently, every time Knight steps up, there's a laser in his face. Every single time. And it feels like Rookie is managing this so well. And okay, in fairness, it's what we expect from Rookie, but Knight kind of struggling. And now fact that he doesn't have that priority, the fact he has to reset and TP back in, Carson's going to start the dragon, and this should be an easy pickup. This is now 2 in pocket for V5. Pretty substantial advantage. And actually, if you look bot, Joe was on a reset. Bot side lean. Oh,
yeah, well, bot side lean, and we're going to see the slicing maelstrom used on top side. They know the dragon was taken, so they know it's dead. Zoom flashing away, trying to see if he can stay alive, and he should be able to. There's a kill going on top side. Again, Top Esports not willing to be outdone. They're trading back. They're seeing if they can do something here. Fotic gonna land it. Ooh. Oh, nice. Ruined the party. Ruins the party.
But Rich actually possibly could have killed Zoom there, right? Didn't connect with the last ult, which was a ton of damage, especially with Conquer Stack. And the last snip didn't really catch Zoom. So Zoom did a good job to dodge away from that, using his mobility well. This tower will go over to Top Esports simply because they have the Herald. But on the other side, V5 able to stack a lot of gold on a Photic from the fact that he's taken a lot of these plates solo. A lot of CS zoned away from Top Esports bot lane as well.
Big shift of cash going over to Top Esports. They're only at about 1,000 gold lead. Very, very similar tempo to we saw in game 1. Very similar style coming out from both these sides. I will say though, Photic getting his early Kraken Slayer, has the Berserker Greaves now in the back pocket as well. We actually see the Chemtech on Jakarta as well to Poppy.
Oh my god, why is it Chemsol again?
It is Chemsol again.
Man. You know, I will say I will say Chemsol gets a bad flack, right? And it's absolutely justified. Zoom?
Zoom is not going to be in a good spot right now. No flash, nowhere to go, and no real way to trade this one back. We'll have the rocket belt, and will be taken out. This should be Rookie picking up that quick kill. Xiaopeng is here, but I don't think you want to take this fight. The rest of V5 are coming in. You can see the Poppy will have a little bit of support. Xiaopeng is trading this one out. Rookie has no mana. They will not land the Crescent Guard. So Carsa loses his flash. It was very clutch and gold there for a second, but V5 will get out with the kill trade.
Yeah, so at least Xiaopeng makes them have to burn the flash, right? They're burning something for that, but Zoom just cut out of position. No flash available at the time. Don't think his ult was up either, and he ends up going down to a pretty easy pickup. V5 being pretty proactive on this one, trying to make things happen, trying to lean into these side lanes where they have pressure. We'll see what they end up doing. A minute till the next Herald. I feel like whichever team gets this can use it to break down that mid lane tower, get a pretty big advantage. And we saw, you know, last game, towers taken down pretty quickly and how that opened up the map pretty substantially.
I mean, the big thing I'm looking at right now is that mid lane gap, and it is quite literally a mid lane gap, because you not only went Hex Drinker for Knight, who had an early kill, say the least. He's also behind in CS, but that kill for Rookie now puts into a point when that dragon does spawn, when that Rift Herald is coming up, and they're even just going to try and Broly Zoom once more. Rookie is here with Karsa, and there's not really a lot you can do here, and ooh, Carson not quite able to get the knockback there. I saw what he was trying to do. He wasn't looking to try and catch out the Kennen with the knockback. He was looking to try and smite him, slow him down, maybe land the gravity field. Wasn't to be done, but they're getting these small little advantages. They're trying to just keep pressure away from this Kennen.
Yeah, they're trying to constantly threaten Zoom, trying to lean into Rookie and give him resources. You know, there's no objective on the map sort of when they're going for this that they're really trading off. But now, Herald's spawning, and they were just down on the bot side. Top Esports know that, so they can move in. Goal's already been taken, so they do have some vision, some element of control. We'll see how the teams approach this one. See if Top Esports end up pushing into contest. Bear in mind, they have TP available. They have the Slicing Maelstrom. Actually, there's a ward. Package available for Knight. And actually, if you can look, there's a ward just there. You can see it, top of your screen, right there. That is a Kennen TP flank ward if I've ever seen one. So I think V5 probably should just back away and accept this one's gone. The thing is, though, because package is burnt now, in a minute's time, Dragon is going to be packageless. So V5 can play for that, right? And that's third Dragon. So pretty substantial if they're able to secure a soul early. And I feel like without package, Top Esports teamfight becomes quite a bit weaker.
It really does, and with all the time and effort that Top Esports put around setting up for this Rift Herald, it means they're not going to have the same level of preparedness for this Dragon. Rookie is going to start resetting, does not have TP, and honestly, get yourself onto Soul Point. 40 seconds till that spawns. You can see already that Top Esports are saying, look, we'll trade it, maybe even take ourselves an inhibitor turret if we decide to go for it. A Zoom might be in a bit of trouble here. Now notices that there's somebody in the brush and recognizes that Rich might be a little bit isolated, but with the both supports from both sides now coming in, they are just pushing in now. 20 seconds till this Dragon spawns. This is actually huge for V5 V5. They have the priority. They're the ones dictating the pace, and there aren't really many places for Top Esports to enter.
Yeah, there's not really any TP wards. That's the critical thing here. Is one of the greatest approaches Top Esports can have is a TP ward from Kennen, allowing him to get in. No real passage for that. Oh, they're looking.
Oh, that was huge. Keeper's Verdict get a 3-man knockup. The Moonlight Vigil comes in and does a little bit of damage on the backside of that. Xiaopeng goes Ultra. They try to flash in with the Slicing Maelstrom, and they'll find Rookie. Zoom with the massive play to turn that one back around. Top Esports not done yet.
Yeah, and
Whoa, very good time. That was perfect timing, if you do want to say the road. As you can see now, Karsa is pushing back this Rift Herald and going to smite it away. So they won't be able to get the pressure in mid, but the Dragon will go over to Top Esports. They'll stop the stacks.
Yes, that's the important thing in this situation. Ultimately, Top V5 end up going for an aggressive play, and as much as it was flashy, right, Karsa getting the triple knockup, it wasn't really that influential, right? It's like you knocked him up with the Keeper's Verdict. What follow-up is there? And I think the thing is, like, he ends up so far ahead. He Chemtech souls forward. If PP God could get an ult follow-up, that would have been the difference. I actually think he should have just ulted Jackie Love there instead of trying to dredgeline Xiaopeng, because they end up have to back off, and now they've burned so much to get in range. It's easy for Zoom to fly over and just blow up Rookie. They end up cleaning up PP God as well. Super favorable to them, and I feel like V5, you had everything you needed going into this play, and you end up throwing it away, stopping the Chem Soul stacking. A little bit unlucky, and we talked about this mid lane matchup, right? Rookie being ahead, Rookie being more relevant. Knight has caught up. He is now 2-0-1 on this Corki, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what happens in lane. If you're playing Corki, you're going to be broken.
Now Knight gonna find Rich, who has got the Gwen. And they're going to probably force the flash out. Yep, there it is. Knight now without that summoner for any potential fight happening in, I don't know, maybe 3 minutes, 50 seconds. As Knight, Rookie, I should say, pushes in towards that top side. Drops on the Chaos Storm, and actually Zoom needs to be very, very careful. The rest of Top Esports are roaming up, but as are V5. So, Zoom, you are safe, but not that safe, and Karsa will just absorb a Solar Flare and back himself away. While that's all been happening, V5 will be able to push in mid, they will be able to push in bots, so they're getting some good, decent trades, and V5 know they're at a very powerful point. They've got the Rapid Fire on the Jinx, they've got the Riftmaker on the Gwen, they know they can take fights right now.
And the lane assignment just favors them so heavily, right? Rookie would be able to bully Knight out, but against Zoom can't do anything against a Victor, right? He's just zoned, choked out, has to back away. And Rich, he's threatening Knight. Whenever Knight steps up, if there's a porcelain doll in a brush, Rich will just be there, ready to jump on you, and then can cut you down. And as a result, it's like Top Esports are just losing pressure around the map gradually. Despite the fact that the Corki's doing well now, it's just this 1-3-1 setup isn't favoring them.
It is not favoring them, and that's the big thing right now. So V5, yes, they did lose out in that fight, very over-aggressive in that regard, but they are not taking this one lightly. It is still only a 500 gold lead for Top Esports. There's still 2 dragons here for V5. Rich, not a lot of mana. Not a lot of places to go. As Zoom and Xiaopeng, I have seen this combination before. The Slicing Maelstrom will probably be committed. There it is. Look at the stones down. We will see Rich almost trading this one back equally. As I say that, oh my god, he's going for it. One more auto attack. The Ignite's ticking, and he'll get the healing from it as well. Xiaopeng should be able to turn this one back around, but it's still a 1-for-1 big win for V5, and they know there was 2 people bought.
Oh my god, Rich does it. He manages to kill Zoom. They're not going to be able to do the Baron. They're going to back off. Too much poke from the Corki. But Rich, man, I have not enjoyed his play this series. Game 1, a little bit invisible, but he finds the 1v2 turnaround kill. Love to see it. And that's why you got to respect the Gwen, man. That champion is unreal bonkers. And especially in those close range skirmishes, Kennen has damage, but it eventually is going to run out. And the Gwen will just keep healing, keep dishing it out.
And that's the big thing as well, the healing. You mentioned it there. No grievous wounds available for anyone on the side that was in, you know, of Zoom or in Xiaopeng. So
no, not on anyone, to be honest.
Not on anyone's yet, to be quite real. You do have an Excite on Zhuo, so Zhuo will have that eventually. But yes, that lack of grievous wounds to stop that massive healing you get from the Gwen on the Riftmaker is going to be pretty significant. As we saw there, was able to trade it back 1-for-1. There will be no objective taken by, you know, people on V5. They threatened the Baron, but the rest of Top Esports were in position. And yes, it's a great game from Xiaopeng, 100% kill participation, 2-0 and 3, but this is starting to feel like the momentum is switching back onto V5. Similar again to Game 1, Top Esports come out the gate swinging, able to get themselves into the ascendancy, but V5 crawling it back and just feel more comfortable. And speaking of being more comfortable, Jackie Love, he gets slowed, but Xiaopeng is in tow to make sure nothing bad happens.
Making sure to just ward them up. But V5 being aggressive, pushing up, using the chem fog to their advantage, trying to get control of the area. 50 seconds of that dragon. Again, 2 in favor of V5. Secure that around soul point, and it becomes so delicate then. Because anytime, it's like even if you win a fight, if V5 secure the soul, they have it for the rest of the game. So you don't want them to get to 3.
Here we go.
See the package synced up with the dragon. We'll love to see it.
You're out of the bowl corner there, Knight. You're no longer in there. So we will see Rich push in towards that top side. It's going to reset, come back in, and maybe have a stopwatch for this impending fight. Zhuo will take a little bit of poke, and they've got Photic and PP God off to the top side. Karsa taking a little bit of damage, and they know there is a package available. O-Team's posturing around this. This could be big for either side, and there's a TP coming in. It's going to be Rich on the back end of this, and he may look for a flank.
Yeah, watch what we can do with the package. It's super impactful, and the Corky poke as well. Rich is threatening the chem fog. Both top laners just chilling there. We'll see Photic move around. Photic's got a pretty big item advantage on Jackie Love. This Jinx is definitely an issue in this one. That top esports need to solve. Keep an eye on the package, on the cannon, and see what they can do.
2,000 HP, Dragon resets, goes back into the pit. I don't think top esports are going to be able to take this. This should be soul point here for V5. They're going to try and maybe go in and steal. No, it's taken by the side of V5. It was secured. Its next fight can really go in. The slicing maelstrom hits nobody, and Zoom is all the way back out. Knight's been jumped on by the scissors of the of the Gwen as the Poppy goes down. It is a trade in favor of TES. They take 2 for 2 after the fight, but again, crucially, V5 on soul point.
Yeah, that's the important thing. They got the dragons. It doesn't really matter if you lose the fight that much, as long as they're not in a position to Baron, but they end up trading evenly. Critically, Knight's package, was on to Rich, and he ended up in melee range of him. He ends up actually winning out the fight because Zoom comes to help, but I mean, the takeaway from this is initially, like I said, the package is a big point. Ends up going straight into the dragon pit, and it just doesn't really connect with anyone relevant, right? Rich ends up just fighting him 1v1. Right, we can see in this situation here. And meanwhile, Zoom gets locked up by PP God. So really excellent play to sway the 2 main tools of top esports. You see Rich nearly solo kills Knight. Does end up getting finished off the end. But the thing is, the job was done. The package and the Cannonal were the big tools for top esports. PP God completely interrupted Zoom's ult. And Knight just decided to package into a wall. I don't know, man. Yeah. I don't know what else to say about it.
I mean, Knight's having a good game. He's 3-0-2, but there have been small moments where we've had to question. This is not the Knight from 2021 summer. This is not the Knight that was absolutely ridiculously dominant in every single matchup. No one could really go toe-to-toe with him, apart from Doinby, again, another fantastic mid laner that we have in our league. So definitely want to see him do a little bit more, be a little bit more impactful, but we come back onto the Rift. It is still only about 1,000 gold lead for top esports, but critically for V5, they have the soul point. They are 1 dragon away, potentially just over 3 minutes from getting that chem soul and doing to top esports what they did to them in the game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a big thing is that if top esports want to be winning fights, you want Kennen on a flank in these situations now.
Zoom. He's actually going to get jumped on, but PP God completely missed the hook. Doesn't get the aftershock. There's the Keeper's verdict, though, as Karsa saves this play for V5. That was inspired from Karsa. Was able to isolate someone and trade it 1-for-1. Both supports dead.
Yeah, slams him in a wall. PP God makes a bit of an overstep, but the Trader support is completely fine. See things equalize in this situation. Now, Knight fishing for some poke here. But V5 can just back off. I mean, you're not really playing for anything at the moment other than contesting some vision control. You're 2.5 minutes from Dragon. Baron isn't really going to be on the cards, but it's just constant chem fog. You see people just sitting in it, waiting for anyone to forget and step forwards. It's so suffocating.
I mean, I suppose if you've watched Arcane, it should be suffocating. It is not a nice smell. And as I say, that Knight has no idea, has no clue that they've started up this Baron. Now has an idea as he uses the Trinket, but I think everyone's already committed. Look at that TP coming in now. They know exactly what's happening. Photic down to half HP. Moonlight Vigil comes in, and that's massive from Jackie Love. They kill off the Jinx, and that could be Baron now for top esports.
V5 overstep, and they get burned. No Photic makes it so hard to fight, and they're just backing off. They're giving up. Karsa's got no flash. There's no way to get into the pit unless he runs round. Zoom is hovering on the edge, zoning. They're going to look for something now.
They're going to try and burst him down. They should be able to get him as well. So now it's a 4v4. Can you get into here? But they're going to use the solar flare to stop out Karsa from getting in here. He tries to get in, but he's not able to steal it. He will fall. And that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade and the Baron in favor of top esports. One small mistake is all it takes. Top esports capitalize and punish.
Yeah, ball play by V5. They see an opportunity to sneak the Baron, and that's the cost. It backfires. You end up not only giving over Photic's life, but Top Esports able to secure the back end. 4,000 gold lead, and the Baron now in hand. And the thing you have to ask is, why would you not just wait for Dragon, right? Dragon in a minute, but Top Esports now have a 4,000 gold lead, have Baron in hand. This sets them up to easily contest this Dragon in V5. You could have just waited for it, right? If you fight the 4th Dragon, Top Esports only secure the 2nd if they get it. You would have secured the soul. And I just feel like that was a massive overstep, a miscalculation, an unnecessary attempt to sneak the Baron. V5 are coming back on the map and trying to establish some control. They will get the Skull Crab, but it might be really difficult to fight this Dragon. The Baron on the other side, but actually, Knight falls forward, but it looks like Rookie's just going to back away.
Yeah, had no mana, wasn't really in a position to 100-0. I'm still waiting on his Chaos Storm as well to come back up. Knight should be able to get the package. 25 seconds until that Dragon spawns, and they're going to immediately TP in towards the bot side.
Yeah,
honestly, I think V5 got to back away. I don't think they can do much about this, and they're going to have to concede the fact that they're not going to get the soul point just yet.
And that's the thing, right? You forcing that Baron was just unnecessary, and I guess one of the thought processes is, right, okay, they don't have package available because package is synced with Dragon, so maybe that was the thought process of they could try and force objective when package isn't up. But either way, this is going to get secured.
Oh, okay, it was very close, and then we can see the Solar Flare being used. Flash has to be invested by Karsa to get himself out to safety. They will take the time now while everyone from the side of V5 is mid to take this turret in bot lanes, so that's going to be a trade, and you can see already pings going on towards that top side to try and defend it for V5.
Look how strong Knight is, right? 3 items plus the Hex Drinker. He is doing an insane amount of damage. A big one is just going to absolutely chunk any squishy, and that's the problem, right? Is that we end up with this Poppy in the jungle. Poppy is never going to threaten a Corki, right? Unless you're somehow in melee range of him and he tries to Valkyrie when you press W, you really are not going to pose a threat to this Corki. It's only really PP God, or if Photic kind of gets in range to hit you and can't hit back. But this is the poke Corki, right? You can just fire rockets from 18 screens away and there's no real recourse.
Yeah, Jinx gets 1 rocket, you get 1,000,000 of them, and you do roughly the same amount of damage. So.
No, not even. Knight does more damage,
yeah,
right?
True,
Jinx only does more than on low HP, right? It's so disturbing.
It is a little bit of an unfortunate setup as a tier 2 and that mid lane is taken down by Top Esports. Again, still 4,500 gold ahead in this game. V5 starts to try and ramp themselves up. They have got 3.5 items onto the Jinx. They are looking very good, and the top wave push will get them traded equally enough in terms of the turrets that were taken on either side. This is just becoming another very, very close game. It does become a little bit more about execution and how these two team fights go for it. I need to see Rich doing what he did around that Dragon fight, the third Drake for V5, where he was able to get the kill. But now Zoom has Flash, has Slicing Maelstrom, will possibly be able to... Oh my god!
Oh my lord, what is this?
Lordy! There's so much. Now PP God's going to find Xiaopeng, and he knows that he has the support. Crescent Guard has to be invested. There is no real objective to take, but a good response here from V5.
Yeah, I mean, they got a big goal, but as you said, no objective to take. They will try and establish some vision control in the Chem Fog area. They want to set up very early for the Baron spawning in 2 minutes. But, you know, Zoom didn't burn Flash or Slicing Maelstrom. He knew there was literally no point. He's dead. Just let it go. Don't burn anything. And then as a result, there's not a massive amount to be gained for V5. They are going to try and push this wave in, but they should just be able to clear it out on the side of Top Esports. And there's no real threat of a dive. So, at the end of the day, not much gained.
Not much gain. They do get a little bit of gold, as you mentioned there as well. Then bring the gold lead just a little bit closer to each other. Does mean that the extra kill goes on to Rich. And this Gwen is starting to get to one-shot territory. There's not really a lot of people on the side of Top Esports that can deal with this Gwen, as you just saw there, despite being effectively a full item ahead of Rich. The Kennen didn't do a lot and couldn't do a lot against what was eventually going to be the impending doom.
Yeah, now, I think that's the thing is that, you know, Gwen scales so well into the side lane, but the thing is, like, Zoom is going to be relevant in team fights, and the critical thing is finding the opportunities to execute on that. See, getting deep wards established is really important so that you can find those TP flanks. If he ends up, you know, flashing onto Rookie and Photic sort of from behind, it's just going to be impossible for V5 to team fight. So I'm looking out for that. Also looking out to see what Rich can do in this next fight, but mainly it's just Knight on this Corki doing an insane amount of damage, laying down the poke early. I think the critical thing whenever it comes to these fights, if you can poke someone out beforehand, makes things extremely difficult.
It's very, very difficult, and you can see now with the Chem Fog, V5 still roaming around, seeing if they can catch someone out in that donut of invisibility they have. Karsa is there. Maybe they're going to catch out Zhuo. Yep, he's going to get right on top of him, and he's going to be able to pop down a little bit of CC. Solar Flare comes out. They're actually going to trade it, though. Jungle for support. I don't think that's worth it for you on the side of V5.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like losing Karsa is a big deal. That being said, it means they lose the vision element of having the support, right? No wards to place down, but Beast Sports are feeling confident it's going to push up mid. But in the meantime, Doom is not having a fun time in this matchup.
That's putting it lightly, I think, is the nice way to put it.
Is the guys going to team fight yet? Please, anyone?
I suppose that is the one thing that V5, despite, you know, trading a jungler for support, like you said, the vision, it means that top esports are not going to go for a team fight just yet. They're going to wait until that big AoE CC is available so they can make sure that if someone does jump onto Knight or on top of Jackie Love, they can protect them with the Leona. So it delays the team fight just that little bit more. Zonya's now picked up for Rich and for Rookie. They have a little bit more survivability. We're almost back to a 5-item or 6-item Photic. He's got himself a stopwatch, so he's a full item and a stopwatch ahead of his counterpart Jackie Love. And Knight's got himself a package. 25 seconds till Dragon.
Really critical thing Top Esports did there was they secured the scuttle by the Baron to make sure, because obviously they didn't have their support there to lay down wards. You saw PP God head over and place the ward down. They have vision off the Baron. No one's going to sneak it here. And now they can focus on the real objective, which is this Dragon. Look at the poke from Knight. This is the critical thing. What can he do with the package? What can he do with the poke? And also zoom. This man has so much power in his little electric rat hands.
His little Pikachu hands. He's see a Solar Flare coming out, and that forces the flash away from PP God. He's not going to have that engaged. Whoa, PP God will clash heads as they look to try and maybe just trade back a little bit of damage. Now Rich off to the side, seeing if he makes something work. Package has been used as the Chaos Storm as well. They go in. That's the Dragon secured there by Top Esports. But now, can they get themselves out? We're going to see the flash in, the slicing Maelstrom, not really onto the carries, and that's going to be a good fight now for the side of V5. They take away the Aphelios. They're going to try and take away even more of these lives, and yes, you get yourself onto Soul Point to Top Esports, but you're going to lose the Baron.
They commit hard onto the Dragon and they end up corralled in the pit. It's a perfect setup for a composition that has the Jinx, the Victor, has the Gwen who's onto the back line. Top Esports couldn't find a way to approach, and as a result, they get trapped in. Oh, TP coming in.
They're baiting this one. They know that they haven't got everyone there, though, because like you said, the scuttle was taken. As I say that, Knight! He gets gravity fielded down, but no, he's able to get the Valkyrie off just in case, and now he can start to use his rockets free firing on the side. Xiao Peng, however, is not going to have that same luxury. Rookie will clean him up, but the Jinx is excited. Photic picking up a massive shutdown, and that all but secures the Baron and brings them back up level in gold.
They knew they couldn't take it with Xiao Peng around, potentially threatening the smite. They know that Knight's poke was too severe for them to chance it, so they have to go for the pick. Beautiful play from PP God and Rookie. Great heads up to defend. And we're going to replay of the fight. So first off, Knight obviously gets his package forced by a combination of the poke from Photic and Rookie. He knows if he stays after the zap hits him, he's just going to get bursted. Does get out in time, but what? They all move into the pit to secure the Dragon, and then they end up being trapped here. Like Knight Valkyries, before he gets over the walls, just to flash away. The Kettle comes in, but this good CC from PP God means it never really hits the backline, and everyone is trapped in the pit. Easy cleanup for the side of V5. Top Esports prioritized the Dragon, and they got it, right? But that's kind of the thing. When you're at this point where V5 have had Soul Point for such a long time, Top Esports have to prioritize the Dragon, and it sometimes will cost you the team fight.
Cost you the team fight the first time in this game. We see V5 again with a gold lead. A very, very similar situation, almost identical to what we saw in game 1. Both teams on Soul Point. This time around, though, I will say a triple Chem Soul stack or Chem Dragon stack is massive. It's actually a really big deal. Having that extra little bit of HP shred on people like the Poppy, like the Nautilus, can be huge for something like a Corki and an Aphelios. So should be relevant regardless of what way you cut it. And now both teams seeing if they can make an advantage happen for them. With the vision available now for V5, they're pushing forward, making sure that they can get all these waves pushing in as fast as they can. But this fantastic wave clear available to the side of Top Esports, it'll be very difficult to actually kill off these turrets.
Definitely problematic. And the thing is, it's like Knight either hits the wave, right, or he hits you. And either way, you're not going to be able to push after that. Yeah, or both. The AoE is pretty big. 4 items now. Has the Void Staff for that extra pen. Just needs to finish off his last item, but Knight is still doing an insane amount of damage. As you said, the Chemtech Dragon, facilitating that, but knock away. Knight's knocked away. He's the wave player.
Massive Keeper's Verdict. Massive Keeper's Verdict. That's what the Poppy does, and just able to push them forward. You can see now these health bars are a little bit lower. They can't actually continue onto it, so they're going to rotate it towards the mid lane and just try and take this tower as well. Massive big brain move there from Karsa. Huge hammer to make sure they get 2 inhibitors from it, from that one play.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, Karsa and PP God can just soak the rockets, right? Karsa's actually pretty tanky at this point. He's fine tanking up. He doesn't care if he gets low. Allows him to take both of those. Both inhibs down. Pretty huge. And with Dragon Soul in a minute 30, remember, both teams are 3. This is guaranteed Dragon Soul. It really all comes down to this. And the thing is, we said about how prioritize the Dragon cost Top Esports that last fight. If Top Esports prioritize the Dragon again and lose the fight, they just lose the game, right? Double inhibs down, it's just over. Even if there's only like a couple of members of V5 alive, they will easily end with super minions pushing into the base. So it becomes very precarious. Things are stacked in favor of V5, but we'll see how they end up panning out. No doubt we'll have Knight recalling pretty soon, pick up his package. V5 are in the area first. They're starting to establish the vision, and it's so important when you're against a Corki. Try and have vision superiority. Oh, the recall
huge!
Stop.
They got the recall to stop, and then they can push forward. Dro has been caught out, and he has to flash away. They get the dredge line out, and of course the ultimate as well from the depths of PP God. But now everyone's been kind of delayed. Knight will eventually get his package and should be able to get back out onto the map. Doesn't have TP just yet, so he's going to try and run it back. As we now have super minions come in. Knight's in a lot of trouble, but he doesn't get caught out. Zoom does back away as well. Look at that damage coming out from one rocket. AoE'd over on top of V5. Bot wave is pushing, and you do not have a TP there for the side of V5, so they may look to try and just run towards that if they can't take this fight.
Definitely can play on the edge. But you can see Top Esports are prioritizing the Dragon once again. Rookie and Rich will back away. They could try and rush for it now, but they don't have any TPs available. I think they're going to commit to the fight.
Have to commit to the fight. The Dragon has been started. It's going to take down so quickly. Xiaopeng uses his Crescent Guard to try and keep himself alive. The package goes in. Secured by V5. Zoom goes in with his own slicing Maelstrom to try and turn this one around. But there's a Chem Soul, my friend. Top Esports are going to have to kill you again and again and again. And they just can't. There's a Felios is trying his very best with his GA. But you are going down. V5 get the Chem Soul. V5 take the fight. And V5 will be sending us to a game 3.
And you can see the damage at the bottom. 5.4k by Rookie. An absolute statement. Decimate on that one. And Photic was there for the clear. They have the minions at base already. TP's going to come in. V5 taking this to a game 3.
I am so happy to be here right now. Game 3 coming up between these two absolute giants. And we get the series we deserve. And at the end of it all, I think we can all very comfortably say in both these games, the MVP has been the Chem Soul.
Oh, I mean, it puts so much pressure on the teams to contest it. It puts so much pressure on the teams to prioritize it, and it just becomes so impactful when it's delivered. Hard to say how that fight would have managed if they hadn't been able to secure the Chem Soul, but either way, V5 came in with a convincing one there. And there were moments, right, in that game where it looked like they could have thrown it away a little bit. Knight definitely started to become super fed, but the decision-making around the Baron was crisp, and I feel like they were just edging above. When that first one was like this long back and forth, as soon as V5 got that Baron, they just made so much work happen with it.
Yeah, I think the big thing we obviously talk about as well is that very, very clutch smite coming out from Karsa. Huge in the context of it, because the start of that fight is a couple of members of Top Esports, excuse me, V5 getting killed. We did see Karsa go down, and you can see that again, very similar trajectory in the gold what we saw in game 1, where it starts off great for Top Esports, and then they just slowly start to lose control of the game.
Yep, definitely felt like later on it started to become problematic, and it's just some interesting decisions, right, that I didn't necessarily agree with. I mean, I think V5, honestly, in terms of the Dragon stacking, the Baron play was a really messy one, but either way, they managed to secure it. They managed to come through in the end, and it really came down to Photic once again on this Jinx. Rookie really delivering in so much damage in these team fights, and Rich on the Gwen being a lot more present than that game 1. But I have to say, you know, we talked a lot. I was going into these fights, I was like, package, slicing Maelstrom, package, slicing Maelstrom, package, slicing Maelstrom. Other than that one where he flashed in mid pretty early in the game, I don't think we had any really significant slicing Maelstroms, right? I'm talking about the TP flank setup. I'm talking about getting on the back line. Didn't see it, right? And I think if you're going to pick the Kennen in that situation, enemy team has a Gwen, you have to do something with your Kennen to make it worth letting them have Gwen.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing that we got to talk about is that similar to game one where the Akali didn't have much impact for Rich, again, apart from that Nexus defense, the Kennen didn't really have the same impact. So top lane is slowly becoming more pivotal for both of these teams. We are going to throw it to a break. Get yourself some water, some snack, give yourself some fresh air, and be back here in about 5 minutes because we are going to be having the third and final game of the series to decide who is going to come out on top. You won't want to miss it.
苏培勾勒出情话，笔锋浓转淡，平生描绘的牡丹，一如你梳妆，冉冉檀香透过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔至此各一半，有色渲染仕女图，韵味被私藏，而你嫣然的一笑如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。听金色的音律，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里，在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。听金色的音律，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的情话，字字故字美丽，你眼的笑意。色白花青的锦衣，跃然于万地，临摹松铁落款时，却惦记着你。你隐藏在窑烧里千年的秘密，气息里犹如绣花针落地。帘外芭蕉惹骤雨，梦幻惹童女。我路过那江南小镇的等你，在泼墨山水画里，你从墨色深处被隐去。听金色的音律，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里，在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。听金色的音律，而我在等你。月色被打捞起。 苏北勾勒出情话，笔锋浓转淡，平生描绘的牡丹，一如你柱状，冉冉檀香透过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔至此各一半，釉色渲染仕女图，韵味被私藏，而你嫣然的一笑如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青花瓷，自顾自美丽，你眼的笑意。色白花青的锦衣，跃然于万地。临摹松贴落款时，却惦记着你。你隐藏在窑烧里千年的秘密，细细你犹如绣花针落地。帘外芭蕉惹骤雨，名唤惹铜绿。啊，我路过那江南小镇的等你，在泼墨山水画里。你从墨色深处被隐去，天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青花瓷，自顾自美丽，你眼的笑意。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。
这个赛季我个人的目标的话，还是就继续拿好成绩嘛，就是冠军嘛。但是我们毕竟是刚就是重组没多久，所以我们需要磨合一段时间。但是还是有希望吧，就加油吧。
Winning mindset, get those dubs. That's all you need to do. Again, we come back time and time again to your sage advice of just beat them. Just be better. That's all
It's
you
that
need
simple.
to do.
It's that I laid it out. Kill the Nexus, right? Top Esports illustrate that beautifully in game 1, not so much in game 2. And also, you know, this is wild, but the teams who have got the Chemtech Soul have won every game this series. Who'd have thought,
Mad.
right?
Madness. Madness
Almost
to
like
think.
it's pretty powerful, and also Soul in general, it's pretty good.
You're not wrong there. And you know what else was very powerful in that game? Photic on this Jinx is the MVP. Wouldn't have been my personal choice. I think Karsa with the clutch saves and the clutch plays would have been my personal choice of it. But Photic, nevertheless, played a fantastic game, got ahead of the Jinx, or got ahead of his opposition number and Jackie Love and never let it go.
100%. And he was so instrumental in the team fights, consistently laying down that damage, getting the resets, and just wasn't threatened, right? We talked about how Zoom wasn't finding the big cannon engages, how the poke wasn't really landing on the right targets, but you have to credit the other side of that as well, right? It's not just crediting saying, oh, okay, Top Esports could have done better, but also V5 were making sure that Photic was consistently able to lay a damage down.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. You can see just in these fights with Rookie and Photic being able to put themselves ahead and keep themselves in relevancy and getting excited here. Look at the distance between him and Knight, and then all of a sudden it's just like, okay, instantly brought back, flash forward, I can get the kill here. Very good killer instinct, and this is the last fight here where, again, great smite from Karsa and Rich doing his job to keep the Corki away from everybody, and it just meant that that was basically it.
100%. And the smite was a critical thing. I still wonder, like, scoping it out, would they have still won the fight even if the enemy team had got Chemtech Soul? It's hard to say because it does change things so drastically, but either way, V5, a little bit shaky at times, a little bit shaky on the Baron play, but they managed to finally close it out. And I just love how they got 3 dragons, and then the enemy team gets 3 in a row, and then they get that final
scary.
one.
It was shaky.
Final one
It was
headship.
shaky. But big thing that we're going to see in this pick and ban, as I was just about to mention it, I see it's already banned. The Victor has been pivotal for both Knight and, of course, for Rookie. Banning it away on top esports side. I like seeing that. And V5 now, they've got an opportunity to free something up in the draft. Look to see if they can prioritize one of those big carries to make sure that this works for them. And actually, they're going to ban away the Gwen themselves.
Yeah, realizing that some of these champions are just a bit too powerful to leave open, it does obviously leave other things. The Jarvan is something that has been banned across the series that is now available. Also, the Lee Sin is something that's banned across the series that's now available. We'll see if they end up actually banning those out. Because top esports had to go either, and they end up actually going for the Gragas instead. Something that Rich has had good games on. Has been like a staple sort of in this first series to mitigate pressure. But it looks like V5, we talked about the importance of the Thresh, the value of it with these immobile lady carries, and they are going to lock that in as a first pick. I'm honestly going to say, a little bit surprised not to see the Corki, given how sort of high priority that is, but it makes sense, right? Jarvan open, Thresh is the answer to sort of fix the problem that is the Cataclysm.
Yeah, and I think as well as, you know, you see the 2 MVPs from Game 1 and Game 2 was Photic and Jackie Love, the priority that they need to be given by their supports, the safety they're giving it. And even in that last game, the Nautilus rather than the Thresh, Photic felt very subdued to walk forward on the Jinx. Didn't look as confident as we saw him in Game 1 because he didn't have the extra safety. This time around, we're almost certainly going to see the reverse of the matchup. This time, Jackie Love going to be taking the Jinx. Almost certainly going to see Aphelios there for Photic, and maybe Carson to the Lee Sin. Okay, I like this. Finally left open. They know the Jarvan's there. They've got a good bit of engage and disengage.
Yeah, and we get the Aphelios Thresh combo really prominent. I've actually get to see it because often, you know, you pick the Aphelios, they take away the Thresh, but so good at providing that safety net. Wouldn't surprise me to see the Nautilus come out. Often see it picked into the Thresh. Obviously poses that threat into the Aphelios as well in the short range, but a lot of picks left open, right? The 2 junglers we've seen banned for this entire series. This is the trade-off. You start shifting your bans from these things you've had and locked away the entire series to other areas. Does give that area priority. Now we see top esports banning away the Syndra. This could suggest like a Corki pick on the next rotation. You're banning away picks like potentially threatening the early levels. You know, could be Syndra, could be Orianna, could be Vex. On the other side for V5, maybe you do ban the Corki yourself. Maybe you look at top laners like the Jace, things that you don't want Zoom to have with a potential counter pick.
Honestly, I think you gotta ban away the Corki. It's such a powerful pick, and even though Knight had a pretty solid kill score, he didn't have the most impact on that Corki, but still doing massive damage nonetheless. And you don't have an option to go with the Gwen this time around on Rich, so you won't be able to have that pseudo bruiser assassin coming in on top of you. And now we see the Azir, the Syndra, the Tryndamere banned away, these big scaling picks being all taken away. You've got to ban away the Corki, my dudes. I don't think you can let it through.
Surely it's the Corki, unless they have something prepped, something planned, but I would have thought we'd have seen that by now. I think it probably, in my mind, I can't think of anything else that I would prioritize higher than banning that one away, especially with so many mid lane bans already coming out. Like, think of all the things you'd pick into the Corki, a lot of them already taken away. Yes, we see the Corki ban. And now Knight is going to blind the Zoe, so he feels confident with everything taken off the cards. He feels pretty comfortable picking the Zoe in this scenario, something that's going to have some solid lane pressure. We'll see what Rookie answers with. The TF is something left open and available that we saw being banned away in game 1 in the second rotation. But Vex is also there, right? When we talk about those sort of aggressive mid laners who have that pressure, he's going to go for the Orianna instead, valuing strong team fighting, a bit of extra protection for Photic. And then for Rich, Graves is one of the blinds we've seen have success on this patch, right? Pretty comfortable to picking anything and scale up. On the other side, Zoom, you could pick the Jace in this situation. Would be completely fine. See that in a lot of scenarios. Could also go towards something like the Camille. It really comes down to what the team wants to sort of round out the composition with. But I think, yeah, to me, the Jace is the thing that kind of stands out.
Yeah, especially when you're comboing it with something like the Zoe, that extra poke damage, the ability to keep your enemy at arm's reach at all times, especially something like a Graves and Orianna that have to be naturally quite close, and even the Aphelios just does a lot for your composition. Top esports, lock and load that one. They're going to take that one into the Graves. We have seen this matchup time and time again. And just a little fun fact, this will be Knight's 50th game on the Zoe. He is currently 35-14 with 49 games played. We'll see if he's able to make that 36 or if it'll be 15. Either way as such, but
big moment here for both these mid laners. Both these guys very comfortable on their two champions. And again, you know, we mentioned a million times, we're actually getting the reverse of that bot lane. The Aphelios now for Photic with JackeyLove on the Jinx. We have started to see a trend where the Jinx does seem to be more favored in these matchups, seems to be, with those resets, getting a little bit more favor as we go later and later into the season.
And I think it's the range as well, right? Jinx outranges, Aphelios becomes relevant in the team fights, but also, like, look at the composition as a whole. You have Zoe, you have Jace. These are long-range threats that can poke you from a distance. And the thing with the composition coming out from V5 is they don't really have that great tools to engage, right? And they don't really have long-range options. Your best engage is Lee Sin going for an insect, or someone walking on an Orianna ball, or Thresh landing a hook. Those are not like these strong engage tools like the Jarvan Cataclysm. So in my mind, what we're going to see in team fights is top esports, they layer the poke down, and then when things are just right, that's when they have the Cataclysm card. That's when Joe can dive in and JackeyLove can start getting the reset. So honestly, I think V5 need to come out the gate swinging. I want to see what Carster can do on... Wait, is it flipped? I've just realized it has V5 on the left and then it says Carster, and then...
Yeah, I think it's...
No, wait, I'm getting... Dude, it has been too long a day. I'm losing my mind.
You've had a long day. Not as long as Lyric, though. Gotta call you out on that.
I'm just gonna take a moment. I'm losing my mind, but it's cool, right? It's been a long day. V5 Carster,
cool?
yes.
Is
V5
it cool?
Carster, yes. Lee Sin. I want to see Carster have a strong early game. I want to see Carster be proactive, make things happen.
We will see. We are jumping onto the rift for the final time today. It is the third game in this best of three. Both V5 and Top Esports with one apiece. And both these teams have been critical at getting their wins through that Chem Soul. And guess what? The first Dragon's Infernal. So we're already hitting one out of the way for 5 more potentially for that Chem Soul.
You know, it's literally, I saw Carster and I was like, why is Carster on V5? He's in Top Esports.
I did notice, yeah. I needed you to get there yourself, though. Your brain needed to process it.
I was just like, why? Wait, why did I think Carster? Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah,
okay.
you did move.
we made it, okay? We made it. We made it. We got there in the end.
I could hear the gears turning in your head as you tried to
You hear
like,
that crunching noise. Yeah, that was it. Oh, we got there, though. We did it, okay? But yeah, I think Top Esports, I think I favor that comp in this one, right? I think they have the long-range tools. I think they still have early aggression on the composition. So I really need to see Carster pop off on this Lee Sin and see what he can do to make things happen. And right now, this is nearly invade. He's already lost his red buff. That's not a good start, right? In terms of start
for what you want to see, no, it's not.
Okay, step 1 was a failure. On to step 2.
Well, all it does is recognize the Top Esports. Also believe that if Lee Sin's able to get a good early start, it's going to be a little bit unfortunate. He actually misses out on one Raptor, so you can see already he's just trying to try and clear out his entire bot side of the jungle, while Xiaopeng maybe thought about going for an early gank. As we see there's the dredge line. We're going to see damage mitigation for both the AD carries, as both supports this time around going with that glacial augment, as neither is taking aftershots, so they're going to be deceptively squishy the later this game goes on.
Absolutely. I do love the glacial augment, the extra engage potential, particularly into a Thresh. If he does play you like away, the slow means you can follow up. But you can see JackeyLove and Zhou, they already got the advantage in the lane. Nola's pretty good at applying that pressure level 1. They will get the priority and put some... We'll poke down onto the other side.
Now for Top Esports, you said you wanted to see the early engages coming out from Karsa. You do, however, have to be aware of that Jarvan. Jarvan very, very strong in that level 1 to 6 mark, just having the option of a pretty hard and pretty devastating, you know, CC. And as I say that, level 3 gonna look towards this bot side. They may look just to try and go for the dive. This is risky, as we always talk about the teleport changes. Now we're gonna see them fully engage on top of it with great flash from Photic. It's all a disaster now as Photic keeps himself alive. It's a 1 for 2, and PP God gets the double.
Oh man, you love to see it. It's so risky diving a Thresh, and actually JackeyLove is like, yeah, I'll take those double buffs, please, thank you. Does end up just walking it off. But yeah, I mean, you know, all the summoners are available for Photic. If they'd burnt his flash before that play, I would feel like, yeah, 100% go for this. But like, it's never gonna work, because you flash in with the auto, the flag and drag gets played, but even if it didn't, Photic flashed out anyway. But it means that Xiaopeng might have gone for the flag and drag flash to follow him. The play meant there was no chance. And then obviously they end up getting the 2 kills. Yes, we still see Photic being behind in gold compared to JackeyLove marginally. He missed the CS. He also didn't get the kill, got the assist. But that is still just not an ideal play. A lot of summoners been on the side Top Esports. And now PP God has already got the Moby boots, right? You know, we talk about gold not being as useful on supports. But honestly, early Moby boots are so impactful. There's actually an argument that getting that golden support can even... I'm not going to say always, but can actually be more valuable, right? If Photic gets extra items that helps you in the 2v2, that helps you sort of scale, but if PP God gets those Moby boots, he can just move around the map at will.
I mean, I know, you know, we're gonna stop talking about this play right now, but I still think that the way PP God played that dive, flaying away the Jarvan from the flag and drag, getting the hook, burning the cleanse off of Jackie Love, so he was just not putting down auto attack damage for those brief moments. He kind of deserves it, to be perfectly honest. All Photic really did was flash, whereas PP God literally kept him alive for as long as he physically could. It was a great play.
PP God's now got more gold than Photic. We should enjoy this while we can, right?
Hell
He's
yeah.
the carry.
Let's
start taking the farm.
Don't let your memes be dreams, you know, or your dreams be memes. I've messed that up. I only had one way to mess it up, and I messed it up. I'm a failure. But coming back into the game, we are going to see V5 now using that priority. You can see PP God trying to see if he can maybe go fishing for something. Has got the lantern available to him. Still has flash as well. So if they look to flash hook Jackie Love or even Zhuo, they may get something going for them. Xiaopeng, however, is in the vicinity. So Jarvan's still very, very powerful. It is a long sword versus a pickaxe in that jungle matchup. So you got to be very aware of that. And Dragon is live, so we'll see what they want to go for. PP God edging forward. Again, Zhou is very, very squishy. Does not have
and
aftershock.
No summoners.
Yeah,
no
and
flash.
no summoners. So not going to go for it just yet. Karsta's still looking around, seeing if he can find something. Is going to be able to not steal away that camp, but will put down a hell of a lot of punishment onto Xiaopeng. Even has a lantern there available to him should he need it. But no, PP God says, I'm the carry now. I'm going to use it to get rid of the blast cone.
The big thing for me is I feel like PP God with the Moby boots now, he can move around, he can pair up with Karsta. That's what I want to see happen, right? Karsta recovered from that red invade, managed to catch up in terms of farm because obviously Xiaopeng went for that failed dive. And now I want to see when the windows arise, PP God move, pair up with Karsta, make that happen. But for now, looks like they might be targeting bot lane, right? No summoners on Nautilus. PP God can flash play and lantern Karsta in.
Yeah, they're going to look for it as well. They're waiting for those one little move forward. There's going to be the Gravitum coming out. Catches them all out. Forces the flash out of Jackie Love. And yep, nowhere for you to go, Nautilus. Donate that one over to the PP God. You thought it was for you, Aphelios, but it was all a bait. And now we can see the top lanes flashing away from each other. But that's not what we're going to talk about. We're talking about the true carry of V5. PP God 3-0.
Man, he was trying to leave as well, the Ignite. Like I said about the Moby boots being a valuable pickup. Oh, maybe it's Ignite in a bit of trouble.
He's getting auto-attacked around. The extra Clockwork passive's going to force a summoner out. That is going to be the heal from Knight. He had summoner spell book, so not quite able to get taken down. But this is going to be Drake now over to V5.
I talked about the value of like the early Moby boots. That's why like the early gold can be good. It doesn't. It's not good after that. At that point, you really want to draw 80k.
No, keep going. Get more. Why would Aphelios need items? You know, I'm a Thresh coming in on top of this. So
Drew actually finding a roam. Oh my god, you're so doomed.
He's so dead. No flash. No real way to get out of this. He's going to be able to use his dash. Going to try and get some damage traded back. Will actually bring them down fairly low, but great roam there from Zhuo means that they're able to get themselves an answer back in topside.
And this is actually something I remember the replay the clips we had at the start of the show when we were talking about the series. I remember there was like a flipped version of that, but it was the same thing where Zhuo came top around this level, set up an easy gank. It's a pretty common play in his book, so nice to see that. I mean, the fact that the enemy support has Moby boots already and you're out roaming him is you know, pretty solid from you.
Why would you roam if you're PP God? You're looking for kills in the lane.
He has to farm this yes as well.
Yeah.
You're right.
He's got to be there for the XP, man. Come on. You use your head. Think, Fox. Think.
I'm not thinking.
I think we can allow you to not. You've had a long day. It's this will be your seventh game.
I'm thinking League.
Now.
I'm thinking all about League. And honestly, I feel like Top Esports, you know, I have confidence in their sort of scaling poke in the later stages, but V5 has managed to find advantages and will continue to push them. See? And again, the Lantern's just so valuable, right? It just allows you to play in such a different manner, having that available. It really warps the game in terms of limiting the enemies engaged. Now, they are contesting this blue, and they all just take it, right? Xiaopeng's just there to watch. Like, go for some poke, and we'll land the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. There's no follow-up. And V5, I like the play. Go and shut down that blue. And actually, noticeably, Knight has very little mana. So, pretty big punish on him.
They thought about it. He thought if he got lazy and tried to go towards that mid lane, he definitely would have at minimum burnt his flash. But decides the better of it, goes the long way around, keeps himself nice and safe as we come up into about the 9 minutes, just under 10 minutes in the game. It is 1,000 gold advantage for V5. It's the first time we've ever really seen them with a decent advantage. I will argue that 1,000 gold is very presently on top of the Thresh, basically all of it, as he's on 2,900 gold versus the 2,100 of the Nautilus, but nevertheless, it is still an advantage that they can work with. And you can see now PP God just trying to make this roam work for him. The Demacian standard, though, great for catching out those little bits of vision, but Rift Herald going to be started, and this is good from Karsa. He's getting out onto the map. He said you want to see early plays. Fair enough, it hasn't been the kills, but it has been the objectives.
Yeah, I want to see it being proactive, but we are seeing a TP come in. It looks like they may try and contest this one.
You're gonna go for it, but where are you going, Zhuo? Again, you are getting caught out. Great hook, and that's Lee Sin picking up a kill. So now Rifty is getting taken very, very low. They're gonna try and go in on top of PP God, but he's just a little bit too tanky. The Jarvan is dead. Zoom trying his very best. The PP God has fallen. They are turning this one around. Look at Jackie Love. He's trying to get the resets. He'll get one more, but just as he does, he dies. And that's going to be a trade of the 80 carries lives. Double kill for double kill. It's still the Rift Herald and the fight equals, so V5 will still be happy.
I mean, it's actually an edge for V5, right? They killed 4 and kept 2 alive. It's just Joe respawned. That's how quickly he died, right? He's back on the map. V5 get the Herald and they get favored in terms of kills, so they can be happy with that. And I think Top Esports, you already lost one of your members, right? Xiaopeng gets this huge cataclysm, but really it's like he's just trapped there with the enemy team and doesn't really have anyone who can follow up instantly. I was saying with this Top Esports composition, you need a poke, you need to apply pressure with the Zoe, with the Jace, you need time, and then you engage. That was not that. That was we rush in and make things happen, and we'll see the replay. So Joe obviously just gets picked at the start, nothing to be said there. I think because Shockwave and Dragon Rage and Box gets used, yeah, they're like, okay, well, they've been a lot we can fight. They start to get some poke down from the Jace, but then, you know, they try and look for Photic, the Cataclysm's there, and just gets obliterated, right? Jackie Love is trying to get some damage down, but Rich is just hitting him. And then over the course of the fight, we end up seeing V5 just winning by sheer numbers, okay? That's the advantage they have that allows them just to come out ahead there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was Zhuo who respawned as that last fight was going on. Gotta give props to Photic. Having that, you know, the white gums, the just able to kind of put out those chakras constantly and making sure that he's right in melee range. Yeah, he just had the right guns for it. Hell, if he had the red one, it would have been slightly better. But the green one for extra range and having the white just as everyone tries to jump on top of him, very well played and didn't flinch to try and keep himself in relevant and alive. So now bot lane being pressured in. Xiaopeng trying to see if he can get Jackie Love back into the game, because Jackie Love did pick up 3 kills so far this game. Jackie Love is still very relevant and actually has himself about a 500, maybe even 600 gold lead once this tower play goes down.
And I mean, there's some being sort of hard. This is why you want the Zoe, right? To apply that pressure. If you don't have vision of the wall, it's so dangerous. And you have to be really careful. And the thing is, V5 know there's not really much they can do about this. So they're just going to try and apply some pressure mid. And I believe we see Zoe, sorry, not Zoe. We see Rookie just threatening some plates there. But Xiaopeng's just going to pick up the dragon. Rich may be able to just finish off this tower. So it's still going to be overall advantage for V5. In fact, Top Esports get the tower, right, and get some plates. I think they can be happy with it.
Yep, Dragon does go over. I will say it will not be a Chem Tech Rift, but it will be a Hex Tech Rift. So we get ourselves some Hex play coming in onto the Rift now. All the tunnels and the turrets going to be used for that. I want to see both these teams use it. It's so much better.
This is my favorite Rift. This is my, honestly, I love Hex Gates, man. They're so fun. They're balanced. There's counterplay. We can counterplay. I was about to be on the receiving end of some there if that Sonic Wave connected.
Yeah, there was going to be a bit of a question mark there, but again, because of the Hex Gates, you were able to put down Zhuo back towards his own side of the jungle, give some support over to his mid laner. Jackie Love picking up a lot of free time in this bot side, has turned that 500 gold into 1,000 gold just because of the pressure that Top Esports have put in the bot lane, and V5 just have to respect it. Aw, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry you didn't hit it.
Shame.
It is a shame. But now Zoom gonna be going trading into this top side. I think he's just straight up dead. He's gonna have to try and run away from this one as long as he can, but not gonna commit any of his summoners. Knows that he's gonna go down. That's another kill in the bank for V5, and really good use of their own tempo and pressure.
Yeah, so they know the bot lane tower is going down. They couldn't really defend it. They don't want to contest on that side of the map, so they look to apply some pressure elsewhere. Honestly, Zoom, you should expect that. You shouldn't be there. You know that Jackie Love's on the bot side where your team has this sort of pressure being applied. As a result, it is just going to be a pretty free pickup to sort of balance things out. We have about 1,500 gold lead, the V5, and we'll get that replay Not really much to say on this one, but Zoom wanted to push the wave in, very overextended. He saw Rookie there, and as soon as he just knows, right? I'm dead. I'm not flashing. It's whatever.
And yeah, that's a good trade-off, though, I think, for Top Esports. They have got Jinx now up onto the rapid-fire, Kraken Slayer. And it's just that one play. One little play changes the entire aspect of this bot lane. It felt... Look at the kills comparatively. It's, 3 kills to PP God, 2 kills there for Felios, and you're still coming out. They're hexing. They hexing.
Bro,
There's not going to be much more. It's like the old Rek'Sai ult, the Void Rush, where it was like you heard it and you're like, and then they realized they were just going to Krugs.
Yeah, but I'm so sad that like we don't have Victor in the game where they finally get the Hex Gate. Oh my god,
he's dead again.
There's not.
He has flash, and he dodges out on the Q, so not this time around. He's not going to die. Does actually keep himself alive, but when that happens, he has no flash available to him, so he will not have it for this potential Rift Herald fight in a minute's time, or the Dragon in 2.5. Needs to be very careful with how he approaches this next fight.
And V5 have been really proactive and like constantly threatening whenever Zoom has stepped up, whereas like in the bot lane here, she's just honestly chilling, and like Knight really struggles to deal with the Graves in the side lane because you can't burst him well because he has a shield bow, right? It's the anti-burst item, but then you can't also poke him down because he has a shield bow. So he has his one answer just answers everything you have to offer, unless you somehow get enough damage to 100 Zerum through shield bow, which would be pretty nuts. But I've seen nuts things from Zoe. Carson Rookie potentially fishing for someone. We'll see how long they want to wait. Maybe Knight ends up walking through, but I think he might pass towards mid.
He hasn't got the Demacian standard right now, so he cannot just get away from this. He's going to have to commit the Cataclysm, but he is dead. That is just a really good pick-off from V5, and they're just catching Top Esports on these quote-unquote lazy rotations. Honestly, it just feels like Top Esports are just not respecting the fact that they don't have full vision.
This feels like basic things, right? Just stacking in a brush and wait for someone to walk over. And it feels like Top Esports are consistently falling for it. V5 are just getting picks on picks on picks on picks and building up this lead based on, honestly, disrespecting Top Esports. And this whole time, right, Rich was bot lane. He got chunked out by Zoom. He was like 30, 40% HP. Just walks back and heals up. And it literally means nothing, right? It's just nothing is being punished by Top Esports. But on the reverse, V5 is finding any opportunity.
Okay. Fotic was
I didn't
very
stop
close
talking.
to dying.
Nah, I didn't stop talking because I knew he'd Gale Force.
You were too big brain. Too big brain. You knew what was up. You knew what was going to happen. As we have a look now, again, yeah, like you said, this is just a straight-up replay. They don't have any vision at all in this top side. They're even pinging it. They're pinging the idea that there's people here. And Chefpong's like, all right, I'll pop my sweeper. I'll probably catch him
they
out.
can't one-shot me. I can just flag and drag away. Oh, wait, it's on cooldown. Oh, no, I'm dead.
Yeah, and just very basic things from Xiaopeng that I felt like he just wasn't respecting, so
Imagine,
bit of a disappointment.
Imagine if Jarvan had an ability that could give you vision and brushes that you could use from a distance,
You
like
don't have to use on your
flag,
camps.
Like a flag you could throw down, maybe just wait for that one next time. That could be the play, but either way, Top Esports now grouping mid, still apply some pressure, right? Lots of resets are coming in from V5. Just trying to put something down here.
They did get this turret as well.
Yeah, I think they do. And the big thing with V5, right? Okay, I guess they back off. They don't want to risk it. But the big thing with V5 is that they, and we get a replay in the bottom right to see.
Oh, PP got died.
Yeah, PP got died, which is why they can apply that pressure. But the thing is, there isn't great engage from V5 to threaten. Now, Top Esports are looking. They will just go for the mid wave, not really able to do much more than that. But getting priority in mid, moving through, controlling the area. And poke coming out. And that's the big thing. Top Esports, you have poke for days. Use it, lower them down, and then engage.
That's the big thing. The vision is being pushed away, though, by V5, and they've dropped Shelly down into the mid lane. Shelly will be on a solo mission as the Dragon has been started. They've used the collateral damage already, and they're going to jump straight down on top of the carries. But the shockwave is good. These health bars are so low, but they just couldn't finish them off. Everyone from Top Esports, it looked perfect, and they just could not get the damage down. Now Knight in a hell of a lot of trouble as Fotic flashes forward. That's the Dragon. That's going to be so much in favor of V5, and Fotic is just becoming a god in this game.
V5 just managing to clean up. They know how to do it. They death ball, they just hit them, and it's so easy for them to do. The shockwaves there, there's sustained damage coming out from Fotic, Rookie, and Rich. And the thing is, Top Esports, this isn't how your comp functions, right? You need to lay your poke first. If they're full HP, you don't have the damage to finish them off. And we saw that there, right? It initially looked pretty good for Top Esports. And then after a bit, it just started to go on return. So we can see how this play pans out, right? They go on a Rookie. They fire all the skill shots, but this stopwatch blocks so much, right? And then the turnaround starts to come in. Shoot Shockwave, the Cataclysm's there, but everyone's still healthy, right? The Jinx gets deleted. We don't have the resets. We don't have the cleanup. And honestly, I think top esports, you're just rushing into it. You need to lay down the poke first, then engage. If you engage from the full HP, like if you fire a Jace Shock Blast at them, it's going to chunk them, but, you know, there's so much sustained damage on V5. If you just run into them, you're just going to lose.
How did Karsa not die? Like, the man was on 100 HP. An auto attack from anybody would have killed him. But
he learned it from the Nexus in game
one. He learned it from the thing from earlier in this series. The thing that they can't deal with, that one last auto attack. But massive shockwave from Rookie was ridiculously pivotal as well.
I mean,
it kept
honestly,
Karsa alive and just ridiculous.
I want to say credit to Photic because the shockwave was on rooted targets, right? Like, still, like Rookie, it was a good shockwave. Don't get me wrong, but like. Photic got that massive root that sort of set Rookie up just to annihilate them. So credit to him. Takes the Aphelios and really is delivering on it, right? We saw on the Jinx, saw a bit of a switcheroo here, but he's just been doing solid work. And you have the picture-in-picture. This is live right now.
That is live right now, but it's going to be a bit of a trade-off as Rookie gets the kill on tonight. It does look like the Graves will be falling down as well. Takes a hell of a long time. Ooh. And now Photic is here. They trade 2 for 1 on the side of the map. And you can see now V5 are feeling confident that they can push forward and delay some of these backs.
Yeah, it'll just be an even trade in terms of towers, but kill advantage for V5 once again. Now currently looking at 5,000 gold lead. They are feeling real comfortable right now. And I feel like it's going to get harder and harder. We talked about maybe the lack of engage could hit V5, but they are just finding these angles, finding these approaches, and doing really well. We're going to replay. And yeah, I mean, Frisch seems to be like overstaying a bit. He does get caught out, but the team move in to support him, right? Lantern's unfortunately not there soon enough, but we do have Photic when they're coming in. And I mean, he is so strong. Oh, dude, Jackie Love, he was excited. He ran into it. Did you see? He was excited. He got too excited. He just ran forwards and tanked the Calibrum. Oh my lord, man. I was actually thinking, I was like, how does Jackie Love die here? Then he just zoomed forward. Man.
Little bit of a misplay. Little bit of a misplay. And that's going to be... You know, again, the advantage that Jackie Love had, he is still ahead on gold. He's still ahead on, you know, half items as such, but now no longer having that dominant kind of setup that we expect from this Jinx Aphelios lineup. We've seen it twice in this series where V5's Photic was able to get ahead, able to consistently be an item ahead of the Aphelios, and now with the shoe on the other foot, Jackie Love just can't seem to get the same momentum going. He's still ahead, but just not by as much. Oh my god,
Xiaopeng's fishing. Remember, there is a Thresh there, so it's like, it's not nearly as threatening. And this is the thing, right? You pick Jarvan when Thresh is taken, the dynamic changes. Because normally, if Photic has no flash, you press R on him and he's stuck. But now, it's like, you always have to consider the Lantern as an easy get-out-of-jail-free card that has such a short cooldown.
Now, a minute until that next dragon, or just over it spawns, we are going to see both teams posturing around this mid lane. Baron is available for either side, and with the teams they have built for themselves, they can both do it very, very quickly. You need to be very careful with how much time and how much lack of information you give yourself when you're looking towards these objectives. A minute now till that dragon spawns, and that could be big. It could be soul point here for V5, and if you're adding a Hextech soul on top of all, anyone on either side of the team, it's going to be huge for both these teams.
The big thing is, though, top esports are trying to land their poke, right? But we have a Bloodthirster on Photic, Bloodthirster and Shieldbow on Rich. So if you're hitting them, it does basically nothing, right? They just heal back up on the wave. It's becoming very difficult, but they're looking for Photic.
Whoa! Zhuo goes straight in, has to go golden, but he's by himself. I don't think they're going to be able to defend him. He's going to have to use the dredge line defensively and dies. There's a shockwave to bring back Xiaopeng as Rookie just takes him out in an effective 1v1. You've lost your support, your jungle, all of your vision control, and now the Baron is looking mighty tasty.
You feel the desperation coming in, and honestly, the poke isn't working. They're healing up from it. They felt forced to engage, but it just doesn't work, right? This is prime Aphelios. We've talked about how Aphelios is having to dive in a little bit, be more aggressive, but if they're just going to run into you, it's just standard red and white easy play style, and Photic very comfortable.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, that was a little bit closer than they probably wanted to, and he even misses the smite as well, just for good measure.
Is Jackie Love able to get this dragon? How low is it?
I'm not quite sure. We're going to pan down and check it out. I
Oh,
don't think he's
no.
going to be able to get it. Jackie Love, he tried to do it. The flash in by Rookie. And he takes the solo bolo and takes the kill credit for the Dragon. Thank you very much. That's Soul, that's Baron, and that's also staggered death timers as well.
Yeah, Rookie did not want to play games. Not only, as you said, staggered death time is very valuable, but he also didn't want to chance Jackie Love navigating around, maybe some AoE clipping the Dragon. They secure it. 3 Dragons for V5 with the Baron. They can keep pushing.
You gotta remember, Jackie Love, ex-IG, ex-rookie teammate, Karsa, an ex-teammate of Top Esports as well. This is a grudge match as the best as they come. As we can see, Karsa taking a lot of damage, even absorbs an exhaust. I'm not quite sure that was a W for the Zoe, but it's just not gonna be enough to burn him down. He had the Sterex, he had himself enough in this series, in this game, to keep him alive, and they're just pushing down these waves. I don't think you can actually defend this. You got the Calibrum, you're gonna have so much poke damage here from the Aphelios.
And it's so hard to engage, man. I mean, the Jarvan just feels so useless when the Lantern is like permanently available, and he's got Flash now as well, so it's like there's never a good window where you can engage and he can't just dash away. And the thing is, he has massive shield. Look at that shield, man! What? What is that?
It's like half his health bar of just shield that he gets every few seconds. But they're going to try and engage now on top of Karsa again, but he's just not going to die. Xiaopeng is dead and done. Jackie Love is taken so low that he might as well be dead. He's going to go all the way back to his fountain to heal up with this Baron buff. Still going for 1.5 minutes. Shockwave will miss. Rookie did not land that one. But while it's all been happening, their base is in tatters. Oh my god, Jackie Love has to flash away from the collateral damage. He would have been collateral damage had a hit. And that's 2 inhibitors done. Top Esports just don't have an answer right now to what V5 are bringing to the table.
And I think you've seen the difference, right? Game 2 and this game, it's like V5 get a Baron, and it's like your base is just absolutely shattered. Like, they take so much on the back of it. Whereas when Top Esports got a Baron, or 3 in that first game, not really much came of it. It was very slow going. Like, here, I mean, they jump in. Xiaopeng tries to go for an aggressive player Karsa, but he's so tanky and just uses the Gore Drinker to heal. And the Jarvan just gets deleted instantly, right? Photic is playing so aggressive, and he can, right? He has the backup, he has the summoners. It just feels really rough right now. V5 with a 10k goal lead. 1 Dragon away from Soul. It is the Hextech Soul. Not as strong as the Chem Tank, but it's another one that's getting nerfed in 12-2. So very powerful. The extra slow and extra damage. A big asset, and Top Esports are staring down a reverse sweep on the back of this.
2 very close games, and it is leading into more of a stompier setup here for the side of V5. 11,000 gold ahead, pushing in towards that final inhibitor turret. Not quite sure where they landed on the trouble bubble. Didn't have a real need to, as PP God just testing the limits of his champion
I think
right
he wanted
now.
to tank it so the others could walk faster.
Yeah, that's fair, actually. Good point. You know what? This is why you're
He's a team player.
the Colacaster. He's a team player. Even if he is a god with 3 kills, he is still a team player, and you can see just how easy it is now. They've done the hard work. They're going to go forward. That's so aggressive there from Photic. He gets himself caught in the Cataclysm, but look at the healing. That's Severum doing so much, and this is going to be it. The collateral damage. They get on the Jackie Love. He's been deleted, and Karsa is a madman. He's like a dog with a bone. He won't let it go, as he just sticks on top of all of these characters. Top Esports will fall. They'll only have Knight left to defend, and he's not going to do a lot. V5 will continue their unbeaten run in series, and will take this series 2-1.
And I think after this game, you can be pretty convinced that V5 were the better team today. Game 1, very messy, very long. Top Esports, even with the Chemtech Soul, took an age to finish. Game 2, V5 wrapped it up a bit quicker, but this Game 3, they were decisive. Rookie looked dominant on the Orianna. Photic looked strong against Jackie Love. This was a really standout performance. Definitely established themselves as one of our top teams.
One of our top teams indeed. And for Top Esports, 2-2 now in the standings. This is not where we expected this team to be. This was a team that we expected to be right up there with EDG, LNG, hell, RNG, FBX, all these guys, you know, with multiple wins under their belt. And now it's just not seeming to click for them. They have one more series coming up before Chinese New Year. They go against OMG literally next Thursday, so it's the last day before we go on break. But they need to win that. If they go into the break with a 2-3 scoreline, that is detrimental for the season. You're done with a third of the way, and you haven't even got a positive scoreline. That's just horrible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been question marks, right, with Top Esports. They've kind of been hit or miss at times, and I think we saw a bit more miss today. There were still good moments. I don't think we can take away the fact that this was a close series, but V5 definitely edged it. And it's like that Game 1, Yes, they won it, but think how long that took with Chemtech Soul, right?
Yeah,
That thing
and
is
Elder.
so broken. And Elder, right? And it still took an age before they finished it. And I think the big telling point was the Barons, right? V5 get a Baron, you lose 2 inhibs. It was just like that in game 2 and game 3. V5 Baron, you lose 2 inhibs, next Baron game's over. And it really felt like for the side of Top Esports, it just felt they couldn't really accelerate nearly as much. And game 2 was kind of elongated from the fact that V5 made that questionable Baron play. But it's like once they get an advantage, they are unrelenting and they really know how to push it.
And that's the big thing, being able to get those advantages. We talked about it. The difference between a good team and a great team is being able to turn those objectives into more objectives. A snowball that we talk about for so many different teams throughout the entirety of League of Legends history, where they get something and the ball starts rolling, it just becomes impossible to deal with. It felt like V5 have that factor. They have that element of being able to push forward and be the very decisive team that can make advantages lead into more advantages that lead into more advantages, whereas Top Esports, as of right now, just feel like they're struggling with their identity and their shot calling. It just feels like they're 5 individually great players that aren't necessarily working great as a team.
That's exactly, honestly, that's literally what I was going to say. That's such the exact perfect point, is that these players are so talented individually, but they are not a great team, right? But they are carried by the fact that they are so good individually. They need to work on that meshing together, right? You can have teams which are great, even if the individuals aren't the best in their role. That is very much a thing. And honestly, a lot of the best teams, like, it won't be just every player is an all-star. It's why we've seen super teams fail so many times. And the thing is, Top Esports, very talented, but it's just they are not working well. They are not understanding how they need to turn the advantages they can naturally find into a win, into bigger advantages. And I feel like that's where V5 had the edge.
Yeah, and I think, look, you look at, Top Esports. They lost 2-0 to RA. Big surprise. We didn't expect that coming in. RA basically on a rebuild from what they lost in the spring. From summer 2021. Then they went 2-1 against Ultra Prime, another struggling team, not really looking that confident. They just about beat Team WE, like a team that has yet to pick up a win. Like, these are not results we expect from this roster. Like, WE are 0-4. Ultra Prime are, I think, down there as well. I think they're 1-3. So this
1-3.
this isn't the performances we want. I had this team as title contenders. On paper, this team should be smashing teams. It's just, and that's the thing, like, we always kind of look to context. Results cannot be the full story. Like, you look at anyone's Legend, we still think they're a decent enough team. They've played well, but you look at the teams that Top Esports have played versus the results they have, they don't even have an excuse there, because they should be coming up with wins, and they're just not.
And I think the more worrying thing is you look at the schedule going forwards. Next week, they play against OMG, who have looked very good so far this season. We then have our break, obviously, for Chinese New Year. But then after that, they have a match against RNG. So this was supposed to be like an easier start to the season where you can ramp up for Top Esports. They are now in at the deep end. And if they start losing more matches, it is really going to look, it might look like a return of summer 2021 where they didn't manage to make it. And it was honestly a travesty with how well Knight was playing. But in fairness, like, I'm not saying like Knight's playing awful, but Rookie looked like the better mid this series.
Exactly. I think Knight just didn't have the same level of impact that he had last split. Again, this is another conversation to have, but we'll talk about that in a bit. We're going to send over to Wendy as we get our interview ready with the winners.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited PP God from Victory 5. So congratulations on this 2-1 victory. And my very first question is about today's game, because it feels like in game 1 and 2, the time duration is super long. So I'm very curious about your focus, the team's focus in the late game, especially in the late game team's communication, in order to maintain a very good concentration in all the late game. 那首先恭喜你们能够2-1获得本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题想问到的是，其实感觉前2局比赛的时长都是比较长的，所以说能问一下你们后期整个沟通啊，包括说整个关注的重点是什么，能够一直非常好的来保持集中力完成比赛。
感觉关注的重点就是那种重点志愿团刷新时间吧，然后提前就靠大家一起来抱团准备打架。
So I think the focus from us in the late game is the it's the time of the refresh of all the natural resources on the map. We would like to try to have a very good positions before all the team fights around the natural resources, including the Baron and also the Jigsaw. And because of this, we were able to have a very good concentration in the late game. And my next question is about the champion choice, because in game 2, you guys just given Casa this champion Poppy and also give Casa the very last counter pick. So I'm very curious, is Poppy maybe the secret weapon you guys prepared for today's game? 那其实说到第2局，你们也是给到了最后一手，给到了卡萨来选择一个打野英雄，而且也是拿出了打野波比。所以说能问一下，可能波比是不是你们有特别准备的一些秘密武器呢？
感觉现在这个版本，波比好像很多队伍都在练，应该也不算很特别的。
I really feel, to be honest, so many teams would like to give Poppy a try in the current meta, so I don't think the choice on Poppy is a bit special. I don't think so. Yeah, and definitely that Poppy have played a very huge role, and I would like to target more about the champion choice, about support champion Thresh, because in game 2, both teams neither ban nor pick this champion, but in game 3, you guys just given Thread this champion the very first pick. So I'm very curious about the changes in this ban pick strategy between game 2 and game 3. 那第3个问题也想问一下的是关于锤石这个英雄，因为我注意到在第2局双方队伍其实对于这个英雄都是也没有选也没有ban，然后来到第3局的时候直接是给我们的 PP 告的一抢到了锤石，所以说能问一下这样的一个 BP 变化的原因吗？
反正就觉得就看下路优先级，就这把枪这么打，然后就如果想打下的话，就选锤石比较好。
So I think in terms of the champion choices, it really depends on the playstyle we would like to have, and especially based on the priority of the bowling champion choices. If we would like to target more on the bowling or play around the bowling, I think Thresh can be a very good choice for the support champion choices. Yeah, definitely, I agree with you. And my very last question is about there's so many people always supporting you and supporting Victory 5. So do you have any words to all of them? 那最后呢，也是想问一下 PP 告的有没有什么话想要对所有支持你，也包括支持威武的小伙伴们说的呢？
就祝大家虎年快乐吧，就新的一年里就越来越好。
So because the Chinese New Year is coming, so I wish you all happy Chinese New Year and all the best in this new year. And thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们下场比赛可以加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Great interview as always. And of course, happy Chinese New Year to you too. Going to be a fun time, you know, for V5. They're going to be pretty damn happy with it. Still yet to be defeated, you know, regardless of who they face. They still got to feel good going into week 3 that we have a look at the MVP, because Rookie's going to be feeling good about that as well, because he got the MVP.
Yeah, and he looked like the better mid this series, right? We hyped up this matchup and he delivered. I think he just convincingly looked like he had pressure in lane, and the Orianna game as well, like really clutch with the shockwaves. Credit to Fokutik as well. I think he had a fantastic Aphelios game, but really Rookie delivered, right? This is what we expect.
Rookie is looking like the Rookie of old, looking like the guy who we said was he was the standard, he was the gold bar that you needed to reach if you wanted to be considered a good mid laner. And honestly, right now, he is in the form of his career. It feels again just so good.
Can I just say on that line, that is such a hard, like, that is the line to be a good mid laner, man. That is such a hard line.
Okay, maybe not a good mid laner, a great mid laner. Someone who we can say, like, you know, can contest
like,
with people.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, that's, you know, that's...
I'm a harsh critic, all right?
That's
I'm
like,
hard
yeah,
to
dude,
impress.
you need to be able to dunk on LeBron if you want to be a good basketball.
If you can't go toe-to-toe with Michael Jordan, why are you even here?
Yeah.
Get off the court. You don't even need to be here if you can't go again. If you can't fight against Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi, get out. Don't need to be there.
I'm glad we established that, right? You know, but
you gotta keep me on my toes. You gotta keep me you know, thinking about what I'm saying, because sometimes it does come out. But again, this is just looking great for V5. They have one last game coming up next Wednesday. It's going to be against Weibo Gaming. It's going to be the Shy versus the Rookie. The first time we have ever seen that matchup. That I am hyped for that matchup.
yeah, I mean, we nearly had a situation where they would end up on the same team again this split. didn't manage to happen, and now, oh, man, I am looking forward to that. They're not the same lane, obviously, but I am hyped. That is going to be a good one. And Weibo, not undefeated, but they're on a pretty good run so far, so should be a good one to watch. We do have the results from today. Obviously, it's been a long day, so you may not have caught all of it. May have only tuned in towards the end for the banger, but yeah, I have been here. Weibo beaten by anyone's legend, not too surprising. Pretty convincing from Weibo overall. Similarly, in that second game, RNG looked cleaner, right? They are looking better and better series on series, getting to the form we expect from them. And then this final match, the real fight that came in. I feel like the last series was as long as the first two series put together, honestly.
Swear to God, that first game going above 50 minutes, nearly 55 minutes, it was so good. And we can see how that shakes up the table. Like, it just kind of sets us up now. And you can see all the way down in 10th, barely scraping themselves into playoffs at the moment, is Top Esports. They joined the likes of JDG and RA with 2 losses. They do have 2 wins to their column, but catapulting right the way up. V5 going all the way to join the accolades of EDG and LNG, the only 3 teams, or sorry, excuse me, and BLG are the only 4 teams left in our league who have yet to drop a series.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, V5 and BLG still need to play more games to catch up with the likes of EDG and LNG, but they are still just winning what is faced up against them. Tomorrow, obviously, Super Week is over, so Super Weekend, sorry, so it'll be back to 2 series. OMG against LGD, where LGD still fishing for a win, and RA against BLG, with BLG looking to continue their hot streak, and RA potentially going to upset again.
I mean, we could see it. They have definitely looked a lot stronger than we anticipated coming into this split, but again, great matches coming on. This is going to be the end of the Spring Gala Super Weekend. Of course, we got 4 more days of games to bring you. It's going to be 2 series a day, and then we go on to a 2-week or a 13-day hiatus. We won't be back until basically February as we wait to kind of come into it. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for joining us all. Ox, thank you for helping me and also helping Mazel earlier today for bringing us in. Thank you, of course, to everyone who watched and everyone behind the scenes in our studio in Shanghai. Without them, none of this would be possible, and we are forever grateful to bring you this absolutely banger of a league. But for now, we are going to leave it here. We'll be back tomorrow at 1 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Central European Time. We'll be the same channel. We'll see you there.